Volume 2, Chapter 5th of the Antiquary. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Antiquary by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 5th. Who will, may the boatie row, and better may she speed, and weel may the boatie row, that earns the barney's breed. The boatie rows, the boatie rows, the boatie rows full weel, and lightsome be their life that bear the merlin and the creel. Old Ballad. We must now introduce our reader to the interior of the fisher's cottage mentioned in chapter 11th of this edifying history. I wish I could say that its inside was well arranged, decently furnished, or tolerably clean. On the contrary, I am compelled to admit there was confusion, there was dilapidation, there was dirt, good store. Yet with all this, there was about the inmates, Lucky Mucklebackit and her family, an appearance of ease, plenty, and comfort, that seemed to warrant their old sluttish proverb, the clartier the cosier. A huge fire, though the season was summer, occupied the hearth, and served at once for affording light, heat, and the means of preparing food. The fishing had been successful, and the family, with customary improvidence, had, since unlading the cargo, continued an unremitting operation of broiling and frying that part of the produce reserved for home consumption, and the bones and fragments lay on the wooden trenchers, mingled with morsels of broken bannocks and shattered mugs of half-drunk beer. The stout and athletic form of Maggie herself, bustling here and there among a pack of half-grown girls and younger children, of whom she chucked one now here and another now there, with an exclamation of, "Get out of the gate, ye little sorrow," was strongly contrasted with the passive and half-stupefied look and manner of her husband's mother, a woman advanced to the last stage of human life, who was seated in her wonted chair close by the fire, the warmth of which she coveted, yet hardly seemed to be sensible of, now muttering to herself, now smiling vacantly to the children as they pulled the strings of her toy or close cap, or twitched her blue checked apron. With her distaff in her bosom, and her spindle in her hand, she plied lazily and mechanically the old-fashioned Scottish thrift, according to the old-fashioned Scottish manner. The younger children, crawling among the feet of the elder, watched the progress of Granny's spindle as it twisted, and now and then ventured to interrupt its progress as it danced upon the floor in those vagaries which the more regulated spinning wheel has now so universally superseded, that even the fated princess in the fairy tale might roam through all Scotland without the risk of piercing her hand with a spindle, and dying of the wound. Late as the hour was, and it was long past midnight, the whole family were still on foot, and far from proposing to go to bed. The dame was still busy broiling car-cakes on the girdle, and the elder girl, the half-naked mermaid elsewhere commemorated, was preparing a pile of Findhorn haddocks, that is, haddocks smoked with green wood, to be eaten along with these relishing provisions. While they were thus employed, a slight tap at the door, accompanied with the question, "Are ye up yet, sirs?" announced a visitor. The answer, "Ay, ay, come your ways, Ben Hinny," occasioned the lifting of the latch, and Jenny Rintherout, the female domestic of our Antiquary, made her appearance. "Ay, ay," exclaimed the mistress of the family. "Egs, sirs, can this be you, Jenny? A sight o' you's good for sign een, lass." "Oh, woman, we've been sae taken up with Captain Hector's wound up by, that I havena had my fit out o'er the door this fortnight. But he's better now, and Auld Caxton sleeps in his room in case he wanted anything. Sae, as soon as our old folk go to bed, I even snodded my head up a bit, and left the house door on the latch, in case onybody should be wanting in or out while I was away, and just came down the gate to see an there was ony cracks among ye." "Ay, ay," answered Lucky Mucklebackit, "I see ye hae gotten a' your braws on, and you're looking out for Steenie now. But he's not at hame the night, and you'll no do for Steenie, lass. A feckless thing like you's no fit to maintain a man." "Steenie will no do for me," retorted Jenny, with a toss of her head that might have become a higher born damsel. "I maun have a man that can maintain his wife." "Oh, ay, hinny, there's your landward and Burrows town notions. My certie, fisher wives ken better. They keep the man, and keep the house, and keep the siller too, lass." "A wheen poor drudges ye are," answered the nymph of the land to the nymph of the sea. "As soon as the keel of the cobble touches the sand, deil a bit mair will the lazy fisher loons work. But the wives maun kilt their coats, and wade into the surf to take the fish ashore, and then the man casts off the wat and puts on the dry, and sits down with his pipe and his gill stoop ahint the ingle, like ony old hoodie, and neer a turn will he do till the cobble's afloat again. And the wife she maun get the scull on her back, and away with the fish to the next Burrows town, and scold and ban wi' ilka wife that will scold and ban where till it's said. And that's the gait fisher wife's life, poor slaving bodies." "Slaves? Gae away, lass. Cae the head of the house slaves. Little ye ken about it, lass. Show me a word my Saunders daur speak, or a turn he daur do about the house, without it be just to take his meat, and his drink, and his diversion, like ony other weans. He has mair sense than to cae anything about the big in his een, frae the roof tree down to a cracket trencher on the bink. He kens well enough wha feeds him, and clothes him, and keeps a tight thack and rape, when his cobble is jowing away in the firth, puir falla. Na, na, lass, them that sell the goods guide the purse, them that guide the purse rule the house. Show me ane of your bits of farmer bodies that will let their wife drive the stock to the market, and cae in the debts. Na, na." Aweel, Maggie, ilka land has its ain loch. But where's Steenie the night, when I's come and gane? And where's the good man?" "I had putten the good man to his bed, for he was even sire for fine, and Steenie's away out about some barns breaking with the old gubberlinsey at the Ochiltree. They'll be in syne, and ye can sit down." "Troth, goodwife," taking a seat, "I hadna that muckle time to stop, but I maun tell ye about the news. Yell I heard all the muckle kist a god that Sir Arthur has found down by St. Ruth. He'll be grander than ever now. He'll no can hold down his head to sneeze for fear of seeing his shoon." "Oh, ay, the country's heard of that, but old Edie says that they cae 10 times mair than ever was, and he saw them hook it up. Hood, it would be long or a poor body that needed it got sick o' wind fae." "Na, that's sure enough. And yell I heard o' the Countess o' Glenallan being dead and lying in state, and how she's to be buried at St. Ruth's as this night fa's, with torchlight, and how the Popist servants and Ringan Aikwood, that's a Papist too, are to be there, and it will be the grandest show ever was seen." "Troth, honey," answered the Nereid, "if they let naebody but Papists come there, it'll no be muckle o' a show in this country, for the old harlot, as honest Mr. Blattergowl calls her, has few that drink o' her cup or enchantments in this corner o' our chosen lands. But what can ail them to bury the auld carlin? A rudest wife she was, in the night time, I dare say our gude mother will ken." Here she exalted her voice, and exclaimed twice or thrice, "Gude mother! Gude mother!" But, lost in the apathy of age and deafness, the aged sibyl she addressed continued plying her spindle without understanding the appeal made to her. "Speak to your grandmother, Jeanie. Od, I would rather hail the cobble half of my life, and the nor' west wind whistling again in my teeth." "Grannie," said the little mermaid, in a voice to which the old woman was better accustomed, "minnie wants to ken what for the Glenallan folk I bury by candlelight in the ruin of St. Ruth." The old woman paused in the act of twirling the spindle, turned round to the rest of the party, lifted her withered, trembling, and clay-coloured hand, raised up her ashen-hued and wrinkled face, which the quick motion of 2 light blue eyes chiefly distinguished from the visage of a corpse, and, as if catching at any touch of association with the living world, answered, "What gars the Glenallan family inter their dead by torchlight?" said the lassie. "Is there a Glenallan dead e'en now?" "We might be a' dead and buried too," said Maggie, "for anything you would ken about it." And then, raising her voice to the stretch of her mother-in-law's comprehension, she added, "It's the auld countess, good mother." "And is she caed hame then at last?" said the old woman, in a voice that seemed to be agitated with much more feeling than belonged to her extreme old age, and the general indifference and apathy of her manner. "Is she then called to her last account after a lang race of pride and power? Oh God, forgie her." "But money was asking ye," resumed the lesser querist. "What for the Glenallan family I bury their dead by torchlight?" "They have aye done so," said the grandmother, "since the time the great Earl fell in the sair battle of the Harlaw, when they say the coronach was cried in ae day from the mouth of the Tay to the buck of the Cabrach, that you would hae heard nae other sound but that of lamentation for the great folks that had fa'en fighting against Donald of the Isles. But the great Earl's mother was living. They were a doughty and a dour race, the women o' the house of Glenallan, and she would hae nae coronach cried for her son, but had him laid in the silence of midnight in his place of rest, without either drinking the dirge or crying the lament. She said he had killed e'en now that day he died, for the widows and daughters of the Highlanders he had slain to cry the coronach for them they had lost, and for her son too. And sae she laid him in his grave with dry eyes, and without a groan or a wail. And it was thought a proud word of the family, and they aye stickit by it, and the mair in the latter times, because in the night time they had mair freedom to perform their popish ceremonies by darkness and in secrecy than in the daylight. At least that was the case in my time. They wad hae been disturbed in the daytime baith by the law and the commons of Fairport. They may be o'erlooked now, as I hae heard. The warld's changed. I was hardly ken whether I am standing or sitting, or dead or living." And looking round the fire, as if in a state of unconscious uncertainty of which she complained, old Elsbeth relapsed into her habitual and mechanical occupation of twirling the spindle. "Eh, sirs," said Jenny Rintherout, under her breath to her gossip, "it's awsome to hear your good mother break out in that gait. It's like the dead speaking to the living." "You're no that far wrang, lass. She minds naething o' what passes the day, but set her on old tales, and she can speak like a prent book. She kens mair about the Glenallan family than maist folk. The good man's father was their fisher mony a day. Ye maun ken the Papists make a great point o' eating of fish. It's nae bad part o' their religion that, whatever the rest is. I could aye sell the best of fish at the best of prices for the Countess's ain table, grace be with her, especially on a Friday. But see as our good mother's hands and lips are ganging, now it's working in her head like barm. She'll speak enough the night. Well, she'll no speak a word in a week, unless it be to the bits o' bairns. Hegg, Mrs. Mucklebackit, she's an awsome wife," said Jenny in reply. "Do you think she's altogether right? Folks say she donna gang to the kirk, or speak to the minister, and that she was ance a Papist, but since her good man's been dead, nobody kens what she is. Do you think yourself that she's no uncanny?" "Canny, ye silly taupie! Think ye auld wife's less canny than another? Unless it be Alison Breck, I really couldna in conscience swear for her. I have kent the boxes she set filled with partans when—" "Whisht, whisht, Maggie," whispered Jenny, "your good mother is going to speak again." "Wasna there some ane ye said," asked the old sibyl, "or did I dream, or was it revealed to me, that Jocelyn, Lady Glenallan, is dead, and buried this night?" "Yes, good mother," screamed the daughter-in-law, "it's even sae." "And even sae let it be," said old Elspeth. "She's made mony a sair heart in her day, ay, even her own sons, Is he living yet?" "Ay, he's living yet, but how long he'll live. However, dinna ye mind his coming and asking after you in the spring, and leaving siller?" "It may be sae, Maggie, I dinna mind it, but a handsome gentleman he was, and his father before him. Eh, if his father had lived, they might have been happy folk. But he was gane, and the lady carried it in, ower and out over with her son, and garred him trow the thing he never sold high trowed, and do the thing he has repented a' his life, and will repent still, where his life is long as this lang and wearisome ane o' mine." "Oh, what was it, grannie? And what was it, good mother? And what is it, lucky Elspeth?" asked the children, the mother, and the visitor, in one breath. "Never ask what it was," answered the old sibyl, "but pray to God that ye arena left to the pride and wilfulness o' your ain hearts. They may be as powerful in a cabin as in a castle, I can bear sad witness to that. Oh, that weary and fearful night! Will it never gang out of my auld head? Ay, to see her lying on the floor with her lang hair dripping with the salt water. Heaven will avenge on a' that had to do with it. Sirs, is my son out with the cobble this windy even?" "Na, na, mither, nae cobble can keep the sea this wind. He's sleeping in this bed out ower yonder ahint the hallan." "Is Steenie out at sea, then?" "Na, grannie, Steenie's awa out with auld Edie Ochiltree, the gaberlunzie. Maybe they'll be gane to see the burial." "That cannot be," said the mother of the family. "We kent naething out till Jock Rand came in and told us the Aikwoods had warning to attend. They keep thae things unco private, and they were to bring the corpse a' the way frae the castle 10 miles off, under cloud o' night. She has lain in state this 10 days at Glenallan House, in a grand chamber, a' hung with black, and lighted with wax cannle." "God I say, sir!" ejaculated old Elspeth. Her head apparently still occupied by the event of the Countess's death. "She was a hard-hearted woman, but she's gane to account for it a', and his mercy is infinite. God grant she may find it sae." And she relapsed into silence, which she did not break again during the rest of the evening. "I wonder what that old deaf beggar Carly and our son Steenie can be doing out in sic a nicht as this," said Maggie Mucklebackit, and her expression of surprise was echoed by her visitor. "Gang away, ane o' ye hinnies, up to the hew head, and gie them a cry in case they're within hearing. The carrot cakes will be burnt to a cinder." The little emissary departed, but in a few minutes came running back with the loud exclamation, "Ay, Munny! Ay, grannie! There's a white bogle chasing twa black ains down the heugh." A noise of footsteps followed this singular annunciation, and young Steenie Mucklebackit, closely followed by Edie Ochiltree, bounced into the hut. They were panting and out of breath. The first thing Steenie did was to look for the bar of the door, which his mother reminded him had been broken up for firewood in the hard winter 3 years ago. "For what use," she said, "had the like of them for bars?" "There's nobody chasing us," said the beggar, after he had taken his breath. "We're even like the wicked, that flee when no one pursueth." "Troth, but we were chased," said Steenie, "by a spirit or something little better." "It was a man in white on horseback," said Edie, "for the soft ground that wadna bear the beast flung him about. I wot that weel, but I didna think my auld legs could hae brought me aff as fast. I ran amaist as fast as if I had been at Prestonpans." Reader's note: This refers to the flight of the government forces at the battle of Prestonpans, 1745. End reader's note. "Hout, you daft gowks," said Luckie Mucklebackit, "it will hae been some o' the riders at the Countess's burial." "What?" said Edie. "Is the auld Countess buried the night at St. Ruth's? Hoy, that would be the lights and the noise that scared us away. I wish I had kenned. I would hae stood them, and no left the man yonder, but they'll take care o' him. You strike ower hard, Steenie. I doubt you foundered the chield." "Neer a bit," said Steenie, laughing. He has broad shoulders, and I just took measure of them with the stang. Od, if I hadn't been something short with him, he would hae knockit your auld hams out, lad." "Weel, and I wouldn't clear o' this scrape," said Edie. "It's tempt Providence nae mair, but I canna think it an unlawful thing to pit a bit trick on sic a landlouping scoundrel that just lives by tricking honester folk." "But what are we to do with this?" said Steenie, producing a pocket-book. "Od guide us, man," said Edie, in great alarm. "What garred ye to touch the gear? A very leaf of that pocket-book would be enough to hang us baith." "I dinna ken," said Steenie. "The book had fallen out of his pocket, I fancy, for I find it among my feet when I was grapping about to see him on his logs again, and I just pat it in my pouch to keep it safe, and then came the tramp of horse, and you cried, 'Rin, rin,' and I had nae mair thought of the book. We maun get it back to the loon some gait or other. Ye had better take it yourself, I think, with people light, up to Ringin Woods. I wonder for £100 it was fund in our hands." Steenie undertook to do as he was directed. "A bonny night ye hae made out, Mr. Steenie," said Jenny Rintherout, who, impatient of remaining so long unnoticed, now presented herself to the young fisherman. "A bonny night ye hae made out, tramping about with gubberlunzies, and getting yourself hunted with worry cows, when ye suld be sleeping in your bed, like your father, honest man." This attack called forth a suitable response of rustic raillery from the young fisherman. An attack was now commenced upon the car-cakes and smoked fish, and sustained with great perseverance by assistance of a bicker or two of twopenny ale and a bottle of gin. The mendicant then retired to the straw of an outhouse adjoining. The children had one by one crept into their nests. The old grandmother was deposited in her flock bed. Steenie, notwithstanding his preceding fatigue, had the gallantry to accompany Miss Rintherout to her own mansion, and at what hour he returned, the story saith not. And the matron of the family, having laid the gathering coal upon the fire, and put things in some sort of order, retired to rest the last of the family. Reader's Note to Chapter 5th. Note G. Gynecocracy. In the fishing villages on the Firths of Forth and Tay, as well as elsewhere in Scotland, the government is gynecocracy, as described in the text. In the course of the late war, and during the alarm of invasion, a fleet of transports entered the Firth of Forth under the convoy of some ships of war, which would reply to no signals. A general alarm was excited, in consequence of which all the fishers, who were enrolled as sea-fencibles, got on board the gunboats which they were to man as occasion should require, and sailed to oppose the supposed enemy. The foreigners proved to be Russians, with whom we were then at peace. The county gentlemen of Midlothian, pleased with the zeal displayed by the sea-fencibles at a critical moment, passed a boat for presenting the community of fishers with a silver punch-bowl, to be used on occasions of festivity. But the fisherwomen, on hearing what was intended, put in their claim to have some separate share in the intended honorary reward. The men, they said, were their husbands. It was they who would have been sufferers if their husbands had been killed, and it was by their permission and injunctions that they embarked on board the gunboats for the public service. They therefore claimed to share the reward in some manner which should distinguish the female patriotism which they had shown on the occasion. The gentlemen of the country willingly admitted the claim, and without diminishing the value of their compliment to the men, they made the females a present of a valuable brooch, to fasten the plaid of the queen of the fisherwomen for the time. It may be further remarked that these Nereids are punctilious among themselves, and observe different ranks according to the commodities they deal in. One experienced dame was heard to characterize a younger damsel as a "puir silly thing, who had no ambition, and would never," she prophesied, "rise above the muscle line of business." End note G. End chapter 5th. Volume 2, Chapter 6 of the Antiquary. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Antiquary by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 6. Many great ones would part with half their states, to have the plan and credit to beg in the first style. Beggar's Bush. Old Eddy was stirring with the lark, and his first inquiry was after Steenie and the pocket-book. The young fisherman had been under the necessity of attending his father before daybreak, to avail themselves of the tide, but he had promised that, immediately on his return, the pocket-book, with all its contents carefully wrapped up in a piece of sailcloth, should be delivered by him to Ringan Aikwood, for Dousterswivel, the owner. The matron had prepared the morning meal for the family, and shouldering her basket of fish, tramped sturdily away towards Fairport. The children were idling round the door, for the day was fair and sunshiny. The ancient grandame, again seated on her wicker chair by the fire, had resumed her eternal spindle, wholly unmoved by the yelling and screaming of the children, and the scolding of the mother, which had preceded the dispersion of the family. Eddy had arranged his various bags, and was bound for the renewal of his wandering life, but first advanced with due courtesy to take his leave of the ancient crone. "Good day to ye, cummer, and mony ane of them. I will be back about the forend or hirst, and I trust to find ye both hale and fair." "Pray that ye may find me in my quiet grave," said the old woman, in a hollow and sepulchral voice, but without the agitation of a single feature. "Your auld cummer, and sae am I mysell, but we maun abide his will. We'll no be forgotten in his good time." "Nor our deeds neither," said the crone. "What's done in the body maun be answered in the spirit." "I wot that's true, and I may weel take the tale hame to mysell, that I led a misruled and roving life, but ye were aye a canny wife. We're aye frail, but ye canna hae sae muckle to bow ye down." "Less than I might have had, but mair, oh far mair, than would sink the stoutest brig ever sailed out of Fairport harbour. Didna somebody say yestreen, at least, sae it is borne in my own mind, but old folk hae weak fancies, did not somebody say that Jocelyn, Countess of Glenallan, was departed frae life?" "They said the truth, whaever said it," answered old Eddy. "She was buried yestreen by torchlight at St. Ruth's, and I, like a fool, got a gliff wi' seeing the lights and the riders." "It was their fashion since the days of the great Earl that was killed at Harlaw. They did it to show scorn that they should die and be buried like other mortals. The wives of the house of Glenallan wailed nae wail for the husband, nor the sister for the brother. But is she even ca'd to the lang account?" "As sure," answered Eddy, "as we maun all abide it." "Then I'll unlade my mind, come out what will." This she spoke with more alacrity than usually attended her expressions, and accompanied her words with an attitude of the hand, as if throwing something from her. She then raised up her form, once tall, and still retaining the appearance of having been so, though bent with age and rheumatism, and stood before the beggar, like a mummy animated by some wandering spirit into a temporary resurrection. Her light blue eyes wandered to and fro, as if she occasionally forgot and again remembered the purpose for which her long and withered hand was searching among the miscellaneous contents of an ample old-fashioned pocket. At length she pulled out a small chip box, and opening it, took out a handsome ring, in which was set a braid of hair, composed of two different colours, black and light brown, twined together, encircled with brilliants of considerable value. "Good man," she said to Ochiltree, "as you would ever deserve mercy, ye maun gang my errand to the house of Glenallan, and ask for the Earl." "The Earl of Glenallan, cummer? Why, he wouldna see ony of the gentles of the country, and what likelihood is there that he would see the like o' an old gaberlunzie?" gang your ways and try, and tell him that Elspeth o' the Craigburnfoot, he'll mind me best by that name, maun see him, or she be relieved frae her lang pilgrimage, and that she sends him that ring in token of the business she would speak o'." Ochiltree looked on the ring with some admiration of its apparent value, and then carefully replacing it in the box, and wrapping it in an old ragged handkerchief, he deposited the token in his bosom. "Weel, gudewife," he said, "I'se do your bidding, or it's no be my fault. But surely there was never sic a braw pompine as this sent to a yerl by an old fishwife, and through the hands of a gummerlunsy beggar." With this reflection, Edie took up his pike-staff, put on his broad-brimmed bonnet, and set forth upon his pilgrimage. The old woman remained for some time standing in a fixed posture, her eyes directed to the door through which her ambassador had departed. The appearance of excitation, which the conversation had occasioned, gradually left her features. She sank down upon her accustomed seat, and resumed her mechanical labour of the distaff and spindle, with her wonted air of apathy. Edie Ochiltree, meanwhile, advanced on his journey. The distance of Glenallan was 10 miles, a march which the old soldier accomplished in about 4 hours. With the curiosity belonging to his idle trade and animated character, he tortured himself the whole way to consider what could be the meaning of this mysterious errand with which he was entrusted, or what connection the proud, wealthy, and powerful Earl of Glenallan could have with the crimes or penitence of an old doting woman, whose rank in life did not greatly exceed that of her messenger. He endeavoured to call to memory all that he had ever known or heard of the Glenallan family, yet having done so, remained altogether unable to form a conjecture on the subject. He knew that the whole extensive estate of this ancient and powerful family had descended to the Countess, lately deceased, who inherited, in a most remarkable degree, the stern, fierce, and unbending character which had distinguished the house of Glenallan since they first figured in Scottish annals. Like the rest of her ancestors, she adhered zealously to the Roman Catholic faith, and was married to an English gentleman of the same communion, and of large fortune, who did not survive their union 2 years. The Countess was, therefore, left an early widow, with the uncontrolled management of the large estates of her 2 sons. The elder, Lord Geraldin, who was to succeed to the title and fortune of Glenallan, was totally dependent on his mother during her life. The second, when he came of age, assumed the name and arms of his father, and took possession of his estate, according to the provisions of the Countess's marriage settlement. After this period he chiefly resided in England, and paid very few and brief visits to his mother and brother, and these at length were altogether dispensed with, in consequence of his becoming a convert to the reformed religion. But even before this mortal offence was given to its mistress, his residence at Glenallan offered few inducements to a gay young man like Edward Geraldin Neville, though its gloom and seclusion seemed to suit the retired and melancholy habits of his elder brother. Lord Geraldin, in the outset of life, had been a young man of accomplishment and hopes. Those who knew him upon his travels entertained the highest expectations of his future career. But such fair dawns are often strangely overcast. The young nobleman returned to Scotland, and after living about a year in his mother's society at Glenallan House, he seemed to have adopted all the stern gloom and melancholy of her character. Excluded from politics by the incapacities attached to those of his religion, and from all lighter avocations by choice, Lord Geraldin led a life of the strictest retirement. His ordinary society was composed of the clergymen of his communion, who occasionally visited his mansion, and very rarely, upon stated occasions of high festival, 1 or 2 families who still professed the Catholic religion were formally entertained at Glenallan House. But this was all. Their heretic neighbours knew nothing of the family whatever, and even the Catholics saw little more than the sumptuous entertainment and solemn parade which was exhibited on those formal occasions, from which all returned without knowing whether most to wonder at the stern and stately demeanour of the Countess, or the deep and gloomy dejection which never ceased for a moment to cloud the features of her son. The late event had put him in possession of his fortune and title, and the neighbourhood had already begun to conjecture whether gaiety would revive with independence, when those who had some occasional acquaintance with the interior of the family spread abroad a report that the Earl's constitution was undermined by religious austerities, and that in all probability he would soon follow his mother to the grave. This event was the more probable, as his brother had died of a lingering complaint, which in the later years of his life had affected at once his frame and his spirits, so that heralds and genealogists were already looking back into their records to discover the heir of this ill-fated family, and lawyers were talking with gleesome anticipation of the probability of a great Glenallan cause. As Edie Ochiltree approached the front of Glenallan House, Reader's Note, supposed to represent Glamis Castle in Forfarshire, with which the author was well acquainted, End Reader's Note, an ancient building of great extent, the most modern part of which had been designed by the celebrated Inigo Jones. He began to consider in what way he should be most likely to gain access for delivery of his message, and after much consideration resolved to send the token to the Earl by one of the domestics. With this purpose he stopped at a cottage, where he obtained the means of making up the ring in a sealed packet, like a petition, addressed, "For his honour, the Earl of Glenallan, these." But being aware that missives delivered at the doors of great houses by such persons as himself do not always make their way according to address, Edie determined, like an old soldier, to reconnoitre the ground before he made his final attack. As he approached the porter's lodge, he discovered, by the number of poor ranked before it, some of them being indigent persons in the vicinity, and others itinerants of his own begging profession, that there was about to be a general dole or distribution of charity. "A good turn," said Edie to himself, "never goes unrewarded. I'll maybe get a good alms that I would hae missed but for trotting on this old wife's errand." Accordingly, he ranked up with the rest of this ragged regiment, assuming his station as near the front as possible, a distinction due, as he conceived, to his blue gown and badge, no less than to his years and experience. But he soon found there was another principle of precedence in this assembly to which he had not adverted. "Are ye a triple man, friend, that ye press forward sae boldly? I'm thinking no, for there's nae Catholics wear that badge." "Na, I'm no a Roman," said Edie. "Then shank yourself away to the double folk or single folk, that's the Episcopals or Presbyterians yonder. It's a shame to see a heretic hae sic a lang white beard, that would do credit to a hermit." Ochiltree, thus rejected from the society of the Catholic mendicants, or those who called themselves such, went to station himself with the paupers of the Communion of the Church of England, to whom the noble donor allotted a double portion of his charity. But never was a poor occasional conformist more roughly rejected by a high church congregation, even when that matter was furiously agitated in the days of good Queen Anne. "See to him with his badge," they said. "He hears ane of the King's Presbyterian chaplains so out of a sermon on the morning of every birthday, and now he would pass himself for ane of the Episcopal Church. Na, we'll take care of that." Edie, thus rejected by Rome and prelacy, was fain to shelter himself from the laughter of his brethren among the thin group of Presbyterians, who had either disdained to disguise their religious opinions for the sake of an augmented dole, or perhaps knew they could not attempt the imposition without a certainty of detection. The same degree of precedence was observed in the mode of distributing the charity which consisted in bread, beef, and a piece of money, to each individual of all the three classes. The almoner, an ecclesiastic of grave appearance and demeanour, superintended in person the accommodation of the Catholic mendicants, asking a question or two of each as he delivered the charity, and recommending to their prayers the soul of Jocelyn, late Countess of Glenallan, mother of their benefactor. The porter, distinguished by his long staff headed with silver, and by the black gown tufted with lace of the same colour, which he had assumed upon the general mourning in the family, overlooked the distribution of the dole among the prelatists. The less favoured kirk-folk were committed to the charge of an aged domestic. As this last discussed some disputed point with the porter, his name, as it chanced to be occasionally mentioned, and then his features, struck Ochiltree, and awakened recollections of former times. The rest of the assembly were now retiring, when the domestic, again approaching the place where Edie still lingered, said in a strong Aberdeenshire accent, "Fat is the old feel-body dean, that he canna gang away, now that he's gotten baith meat and siller." "Francis Macraw," answered Edie Ochiltree, "do you no mind Fontonny, and keep together front and rear?" "Ohon, ohon!" cried Francie, with a true north country yell of recognition. "Naebody could hae said that word but mine old front-rake man, Edie Ochiltree. But I'm sorry to see ye in sic a pear state, man." "No sae ill off as ye may think, Francis, but I'm like to leave this place without a crack with you, and I kenna when I may see you again, for your folk dinna make Protestants welcome, and that's ae reason that I hae never been here before." "Whoosht, whoosht," said Francie, "let that flea stick it the while. When the dirt's dry it'll rub out. And come you away with me, and I'll gie ye something better thou that beef bane, man." Having then spoke a confidential word with the porter, probably to request his connivance, and having waited until the almoner had returned into the house with slow and solemn steps, Francie Macraw introduced his old comrade into the court of Glenallan House, the gloomy gateway of which was surmounted by a huge scutcheon, in which the herald and undertaker had mingled, as usual, the emblems of human pride and human nothingness, the Countess's hereditary coat of arms, with all its numerous quarterings, disposed into lozenge, and surrounded by the separate shields of her paternal and maternal ancestry, intermingled with scythes, hour-glasses, skulls, and other symbols of that mortality which levels all distinctions. Conducting his friend as speedily as possible along the large paved court, Macraw led the way through a side door to a small apartment near the servants' hall, which, in virtue of his personal attendance upon the Earl of Glenallan, he was entitled to call his own. To produce cold meat of various kinds, strong beer, and even a glass of spirits, was no difficulty to a person of Francis's importance, who had not lost, in his sense of conscious dignity, the keen northern prudence which recommended a good understanding with the butler. Our mendicant envoy drank ale, and talked over old stories with his comrade, until, no other topic of conversation occurring, he resolved to take up the theme of his embassy, which had for some time escaped his memory. "He had a petition to present to the Earl," he said, for he judged it prudent to say nothing of the ring, not knowing, as he afterwards observed, how far the manners of a single soldier might have been corrupted by service in a great house. Reader's note: a single soldier means, in Scotch, a private soldier. End reader's note. "Hout tout, man," said Francie, "the Earl will look at nae petitions, but I can gie it to the almoner. But it relates to some secret that maybe my lord would like best to see it himsell. I am judging that's the very reason that the almoner will be for seeing it the first and foremost. But I come a' this way on purpose to deliver it, Francis, and you really maun help me at a pinch." "Neer speed than if I didna," answered the Aberdeenshire man. "Let them be as cankered as they like, they can but turn me away, and I was just thinking to ask my discharge, and gang down to end my days at Evanrory." With this doughty resolution of serving his friend in all ventures, since none was to be encountered which could much inconvenience himself, Francie Macraw left the apartment. It was long before he returned, and when he did, his manner indicated wonder and agitation. "I am nae sair gin ye be Edie Ochiltree or Carrick's company in the 42, or gin ye be the deil in his likeness." "And what makes you speak in that gait?" demanded the astonished mendicant. "'Cause my lord has been in sic a distress and so preesy as I never saw a man in my life. But he'll see you. I got that job crooked. He was like a man awa frae himsell for mony minutes, and I thought he would hae swarved a'thegither. And fan he came to himsell, he asked wha brought the packet, and fat trow ye, I said. 'An old soger,' said Edie, 'that does likeliest at a gentle's door. At a farmer's it's best to say you're an old tinkler, if you need ony quarters, for maybe the good wife will hae something to sell her.' But I said ne'er ane of the twa," answered Francis. "My lord cares as little about the tine as the t'other, for he's best to them that can souther up our sins. So I even said the bit paper was brought by an old man with a long white beard. He might be a capuchin friar for fat I kenned, for he was dressed like an old palmer. So you'll be sent up for ever, if he can find metal to face ye." "I wish I was weel through this business," thought Edie to himself. "Mony folk surmise that the Earl's no very right in the judgment, and wha can say how far he may be offended with me for taking upon me sae muckle?" But there was now no room for retreat. A bell sounded from a distant part of the mansion, and Macraw said, with a smothered accent, as if already in his master's presence, "That's my lord's bell. Follow me, and step lightly and cannily, Edie." Edie followed his guide, who seemed to tread as if afraid of being overheard, through a long passage, and up a back stair, which admitted them into the family apartments. They were ample and extensive, furnished at such cost as showed the ancient importance and splendour of the family. But all the ornaments were in the taste of a former and distant period, and one would have almost supposed himself traversing the halls of a Scottish nobleman before the union of the crowns. The late Countess, partly from a haughty contempt of the times in which she lived, partly from her sense of family pride, had not permitted the furniture to be altered or modernized during her residence at Glenallan House. The most magnificent part of the decorations was a valuable collection of pictures by the best masters, whose massive frames were somewhat tarnished by time. In this particular also the gloomy taste of the family seemed to predominate. There were some fine family portraits by Van Dyck and other masters of eminence, but the collection was richest in the saints and martyrdoms of Domenichino, Velasquez, and Murillo, and other subjects of the same kind, which had been selected in preference to landscapes or historical pieces. The manner in which these awful and sometimes disgusting subjects were represented harmonized with the gloomy state of the apartments, a circumstance which was not altogether lost on the old man, as he traversed them under the guidance of his quondam fellow-soldier. He was about to express some sentiment of this kind, but Francie imposed silence on him by signs, and opening a door at the end of the long picture gallery, ushered him into a small antechamber hung with black. Here they found the almoner, with his ear turned to a door opposite that by which they entered, in the attitude of one who listens with attention, but is at the same time afraid of being detected in the act. The old domestic and churchman started when they perceived each other, but the almoner first recovered his recollection, and advancing towards Macraw, said under his breath, but with an authoritative tone, "How dare you approach the Earl's apartment without knocking? And who is this stranger, or what is he to do here? Retire to the gallery, and wait for me there." "It's impossible just now to attend your reverence," answered Macraw, raising his voice so as to be heard in the next room, being cautious that the priest would not maintain the altercation within hearing of his patron. "The Earl's bell is rung." He had scarce uttered the words when it was rung again with greater violence than before, and the ecclesiastic, perceiving further expostulation impossible, lifted his finger at Macraw with a menacing attitude as he left the apartment. "I telled ye sae," said the Aberdeen man in a whisper to Edie, and then proceeded to open the door near which they had observed the chaplain stationed. Chapter 6. Volume 2, Chapter 7th of the Antiquary. This recording is in the public domain. The Antiquary by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 7th. This ring, this little ring, with necromantic force, has raised the ghost of pleasure to my fears, conjured the sense of honour and of love into such shapes, they fright me from myself. The fatal marriage. The ancient forms of mourning were observed in Glenallan House, notwithstanding the obduracy with which the members of the family were popularly supposed to refuse to the dead the usual tribute of lamentation. It was remarked that when she received the fatal letter announcing the death of her second, and, as was once believed, her favourite son, the hand of the Countess did not shake, nor her eyelid twinkle, any more than upon perusal of a letter of ordinary business. Heaven only knows whether the suppression of maternal sorrow, which her pride commanded, might not have some effect in hastening her own death. It was at least generally supposed that the apoplectic stroke, which so soon afterwards terminated her existence, was, as it were, the vengeance of outraged nature for the restraint to which her feelings had been subjected. But although Lady Glenallan forbore the usual external signs of grief, she had caused many of the apartments, amongst others her own and that of the Earl, to be hung with the exterior trappings of woe. The Earl of Glenallan was therefore seated in an apartment hung with black cloth, which waved in dusky folds along its lofty walls. A screen, also covered with black baize, placed towards the high and narrow window, intercepted much of the broken light which found its way through the stained glass, that represented with such skill as the 14th century possessed the life and sorrows of the prophet Jeremiah. The table at which the Earl was seated was lighted with 2 lamps, wrought in silver, shedding that unpleasant and doubtful light which arises from the mingling of artificial lustre with that of general daylight. The same table displayed a silver crucifix, and 1 or 2 clasped parchment books. A large picture, exquisitely painted by Spagnoletto, represented the martyrdom of Saint Stephen, and was the only ornament of the apartment. The inhabitant and lord of this disconsolate chamber was a man not past the prime of life, yet so broken down with disease and mental misery, so gaunt and ghastly that he appeared but a wreck of manhood. And when he hastily arose and advanced towards his visitor, the exertion seemed almost to overpower his emaciated frame. As they met in the midst of the apartment, the contrast they exhibited was very striking. The hale cheek, firm step, erect stature, and undaunted presence and bearing of the old mendicant indicated patience and content in the extremity of age, and in the lowest condition to which humanity can sink, while the sunken eye, pallid cheek, and tottering form of the nobleman with whom he was confronted showed how little wealth, power, and even the advantages of youth have to do with that which gives repose to the mind and firmness to the frame. The Earl met the old man in the middle of the room, and having commanded his attendant to withdraw into the gallery, and suffer no one to enter the antechamber till he rung the bell, awaited with hurried yet fearful impatience, until he heard first the door of his apartment, and then that of the antechamber, shut and fastened by the spring bolt. when he was satisfied with this security against being overheard, Lord Glenallan came close up to the mendicant, whom he probably mistook for some person of a religious order in disguise, and said, in a hasty yet faltering tone, "In the name of all our religion holds most holy, tell me, reverend father, what am I to expect from a communication opened by a token connected with such horrible recollections?" The old man, appalled by a manner so different from what he had expected from the proud and powerful nobleman, was at a loss how to answer, and in what manner to undeceive him. "Tell me," continued the Earl, in a tone of increasing trepidation and agony, "tell me, do you come to say that all that has been done to expiate guilt so horrible has been too little and too trivial for the offence, and to point out new and more efficacious modes of severe penance? I will not blench from it, father. Let me suffer the pains of my crime here in the body, rather than hereafter in the spirit." Edie had now recollection enough to perceive that if he did not interrupt the frankness of Lord Glenallan's admissions, he was likely to become the confidant of more than might be safe for him to know. He therefore uttered with a hasty and trembling voice, "Your lordship's honour is mistaken. I am not of your persuasion, nor a clergyman, but, with all reverence, only poor Edie Ochiltree, the king's bedesman, and your honour's." This explanation he accompanied by a profound bow after his manner, and then, drawing himself up erect, rested his arm on his staff, threw back his long white hair, and fixed his eyes upon the Earl, as he waited for an answer. "And you are not, then," said Lord Glenallan, after a pause of surprise, "you are not then a Catholic priest?" "God forbid!" said Edie, forgetting in his confusion to whom he was speaking. "I am only the king's bedesman, and your honour's, as I said before." The Earl turned hastily away, and paced the room twice or thrice, as if to recover the effects of his mistake. Coming close up to the mendicant, he demanded, in a stern and commanding tone, what he meant by intruding himself on his privacy, and from whence he had got the ring which he had thought proper to send him. Edie, a man of much spirit, was less daunted at this mode of interrogation than he had been confused by the tone of confidence in which the Earl had opened their conversation. To the reiterated question from whom he had obtained the ring, he answered composedly, "From one who was better known to the Earl than to him." "Better known to me, fellow?" said Lord Glenallan. "What is your meaning? Explain yourself instantly, or you shall experience the consequence of breaking in upon the hours of family distress." "It was auld Elspeth Mucklebackit that sent me here," said the beggar, "in order to say—" "You dote, old man," said the Earl. "I never heard the name, but this dreadful token reminds me—" "I mind now, my lord," said Ochiltree. "She told me your lordship would be mair familiar with her if I called her Elspeth o' the Craigburnfoot. She had that name when she lived on your honour's land, that is, your honour's worshipful mother's, that was then. Grace be with her." "Ay," said the appalled nobleman, as his countenance sunk, and his cheek assumed a hue yet more cadaverous, "that name is, indeed, written in the most tragic page of a deplorable history. But what can she desire of me? Is she dead or living?" "Living, my lord, and entreats to see your lordship before she dies, for she has something to communicate that hangs upon her very soul, and she says she cannot flit in peace until she sees you." "Not until she sees me! What can that mean? But she is doting with age and infirmity. I tell thee, friend, I called at her cottage myself, not a twelvemonth since, from a report that she was in distress, and she did not even know my face or voice." "If your honour would permit me," said Edie, to whom the length of the conference restored a part of his professional audacity and native talkativeness, "if your honour would but permit me, I would say, under correction of your lordship's better judgment, that auld Elspeth's, like some of the ancient ruined strengths and castles that ane sees among the hills. There are mony parts of your mind that appear, as I may say, laid waste and decayed, but then there's parts that look the steever and the stronger, and the grander, because they are rising just like to fragments among the ruins o' the rest. She's ane awful woman." "She always was so," said the Earl, almost unconsciously echoing the observation of the mendicant. "She always was different from other women, like as perhaps to her who is now no more, in her temper and turn of mind." "She wishes to see me, then?" "Before she dies," said Edie. "She earnestly entreats that pleasure." "It will be a pleasure to neither of us," said the Earl sternly. "Yet she shall be gratified. She lives, I think, on the sea shore to the southward of Fairport, just between Monkbarns and Knockwinnock Castle, but nearer to Monkbarns. Your lordship's honour will ken the laird and Sir Arthur, doubtless?" A stare, as if he did not comprehend the question, was Lord Glenallan's answer. Edie saw his mind was elsewhere, and did not venture to repeat a query which was so little germane to the matter. "Are you a Catholic, old man?" demanded the Earl. "No, my lord," said Ochiltree stoutly, for the remembrance of the unequal division of the dole rose in his mind at the moment. "I thank heaven I am a good Protestant." "He who can conscientiously call himself good, has indeed reason to thank heaven, be his form of Christianity what it will. But who is he that shall dare to do so?" "Not I," said Edie. "I trust to beware of the sin of presumption." "What was your trade in your youth?" continued the Earl. "A soldier, my lord, and mony a sair day's kemping I've seen. I was to have been made a sergeant, but a soldier? Then you have slain and burnt, and sacked and spoiled." "I winna say," replied Edie, "that I have been better than my neighbours. It's a rough trade. War sweet to them that never tried it." "And you are now old and miserable, asking from precarious charity the food which in your youth you tore from the hand of the poor peasant." "I am a beggar, it is true, my lord, but I am nae just sae miserable neither. For my sins I had grace to repent of them, if I might say sae, and to lay them where they may be better borne than by me. And for my food, naebody grudges an old man a bit and a drink. Sae I live as I can, and am contented to die when I am ca'd upon." "And thus, then, with little to look back upon that is pleasant or praiseworthy in your past life, with less to look forward to on this side of eternity, you are contented to drag out the rest of your existence. Go, be gone, and in your age and poverty and weariness, never envy the lord of such a mansion as this, either in his sleeping or waking moments. Here is something for thee." The Earl put into the old man's hand 5 or 6 guineas. Edie would perhaps have stated his scruples, as upon other occasions, to the amount of the benefaction, but the tone of Lord Glenallan was too absolute to admit of either answer or dispute. The Earl then called his servant. "See this old man safe from the castle. Let no one ask him any questions. And you, friend, be gone, and forget the road that leads to my house." "That would be difficult for me," said Edie, looking at the goal which he still held in his hand. "That would be even difficult, since your honour has gien me such guide cause to remember it." Lord Glenallan stared, as hardly comprehending the old man's boldness in daring to bandy words with him, and, with his hand, made him another signal of departure, which the mendicant instantly obeyed. End chapter 7th. Volume 2, Chapter 8th of the Antiquary. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Antiquary, by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 8th. For he was one in all their idle sport, and like a monarch, ruled their little court. The pliant bow he formed, the flying ball, the bat, the wicket, were his labours all. Crabbe's Village. Francis Macraw, agreeably to the commands of his master, attended the mendicant, in order to see him fairly out of the estate, without permitting him to have conversation or intercourse with any of the Earl's dependents or domestics, but judiciously considering that the restriction did not extend to himself, who was the person entrusted with the convoy, he used every measure in his power to extort from Edie the nature of his confidential and secret interview with Lord Glenallan. But Edie had been in his time accustomed to cross-examination, and easily evaded those of this quondam comrade. "The secrets of grit folk," said Ochiltree within himself, "are just like the wild beasts that are shut up in cages. Keep them hard and fast sneaked up, and it's all very weel or better. But ance let them out, they will turn and rend you. I mind how ill Dugulgan came I for letting loose his tongue about the Major's lady and Captain Bandelier." Francis was therefore foiled in his assaults upon the fidelity of the mendicant, and, like an indifferent chess-player, became, at every unsuccessful movement, more liable to the counter-checks of his opponent. "Sae I uphaud ye had nae particulars to say to my lord, but about your ain matters." "Ay, and about the wee bits of things I had brought frae abroad," said Edie. "I kenned you popish folk are unco set on the relics that are fetched frae farred kirks and sae forth." "Troth, my lord maun be turned feel outright," said the domestic, "and he puts himsell into sic a carfuffle for onything you could bring him, Edie." "I doubtna ye may say true in the mine, neighbour," replied the beggar, "but maybe he's had some hard play in his younger days, Francis, and that whiles unsettles folk sair." "Troth, Edie, and you may say that; and since it's like you'll ne'er come back to the estate, or, if ye dee, that you'll no find me there. I'se even tell ye, he had a heart in his young time, so wrecked and rent, that it's a wonder it hasna broken outright long afore this day." "Ay, say ye sae?" said Ochiltree. "That maun hae been about a woman, I reckon." "Troth, and ye guessed it," said Francie, "just a cousin o' his name, Miss Eveline Neville, as they saw I ca'd her. There was a sough in the country about it, but it was hushed up, as the grandees were concerned. It's more than 20 years syne. Ay, it will be 23. "Ay, I was in America then," said the mendicant, "and knowing the way to hear of the country clashes." "There was little clash about it, man," replied Macraw. "He liked this young lady, and a suld have married her, but his mother fand out, and then the deil gaed over Jack Webster. At last the puir lass clottered herself ower the scaw of the Craig Burnetfoot into the sea, and there was an end on't." "An end o't with the poor leddy," said the mendicant, "but, as I reckon, nae end o't with the Earl." "Nae end o't till his life makes an end," answered the Aberdonian. "But what for did the old Countess forbid the marriage?" continued the persevering querist. "Fat for? She maybe didna weel ken for fat herself, for she gar'd a bow to her bidding, right or wrang. But it was ken the young lady was inclined to some o' the heresies of the country, mair by token she was sive to him nearer than our churches rule admits of. Sae the lady was driven to the desperate act, and the Earl was never since held his head up like a man." "Weel away," replied Ochiltree, "it's e'en queer I ne'er heard this tale before." "It's e'en queer that ye heard it now, for Dale and I the servants durst have spoken on't, had the old Countess been living. Hoy, man, Edie, but she was a trimmer. It would have been taking a keely man to hae squared with her. But she's in her grave, and we may lose our tongues a bit fan we meet a friend. But fare ye weel, Edie, I maun be back to the evening service, and ye come to Inverurie maybe 6 months away. Dinna forget to ask after Francie Macraw." What one kindly pressed, the other as firmly promised, and the friends having thus parted, with every testimony of mutual regard, the domestic of Lord Glenallan took his road back to the seat of his master, leaving Ochiltree to trace onward his habitual pilgrimage. It was a fine summer evening, and the world, that is, the little circle which was all in all to the individual by whom it was trodden, lay before Edie Ochiltree for the choosing of his night's quarters. When he had passed the less hospitable domains of Glenallan, he had in his option so many places of refuge for the evening, that he was nice and even fastidious in the choice. Ailey Sim's public was on the roadside, about a mile before him, but there would be a parcel of young fellows there on the Saturday night, and that was a bar to civil conversation. Other gudemen and gudewives, as the farmers and their dames are termed in Scotland, successively presented themselves to his imagination. But one was deaf, and could not hear him, another toothless, and could not make him hear, a third had a cross temper, and a fourth an ill-natured house-dog. At Monkbarns or Knockwinnock he was sure of a favourable and hospitable reception, but they lay too distant to be conveniently reached that night. "I dinna ken how it is," said the old man, "but I'm nicer about my quarters this night than ever I mind having been in my life. I think, having seen a' the bros yonder, and finding out I'm maybe happier without them, has made me proud o' my ain lot. But it was it bode me good, for pride goeth before destruction. At ony rate, the warst barn ever man lay in would be a pleasanter abode than Glenallan House, with a' the pictures in black velvet and silver bonnywalries belonging to it. So I'll even settle at ance, and put in for Addie Sims." As the old man descended the hill above the little hamlet to which he was bending his course, the setting sun had relieved its inmates from their labour, and the young men, availing themselves of the fine evening, were engaged in the sport of long bowls on a patch of common, while the women and elders looked on. The shout, the laugh, the exclamations of winners and losers came in blended chorus up the path which Ochiltree was descending, and awakened in his recollection the days when he himself had been a keen competitor, and frequently victor, in games of strength and agility. These remembrances seldom fail to excite a sigh, even when the evening of life is cheered by brighter prospects than those of our poor mendicant. "At that time of day," was his natural reflection, "I would have thought just little about ony old Pomeran body that was coming down the edge of Kimberley the Mont, as ony o' thae stalwart young childs does even now about old Edie Ochiltree." He was, however, presently cheered by finding that more importance was attached to his arrival than his modesty had anticipated. A disputed cast had occurred between the bands of players, and as the gauger favoured the one party, and the schoolmaster the other, the matter might be said to be taken up by the higher powers. The miller and smith also had espoused different sides, and considering the vivacity of two such disputants, there was reason to doubt whether the strife might be amicably terminated. But the first person who caught a sight of the mendicant exclaimed, "Ah, here comes old Edie, that kens the rules of a country games better than ony man that ever drave a bull, or threw an axle-tree, or putted a stane either. Let's have nae quarrelling, callants. We'll stand by old Edie's judgment." Edie was accordingly welcomed and installed as umpire, with a general shout of gratulation. With all the modesty of a bishop to whom the mitre is proffered, or of a new speaker called to the chair, the old man declined the high trust and responsibility with which it was proposed to invest him, and, in requital for his self-denial and humility, had the pleasure of receiving the reiterated assurances of young, old, and middle-aged, that he was simply the best qualified person for the office of arbiter in the haill countryside. Thus encouraged, he proceeded gravely to the execution of his duty, and strictly forbidding all aggravating expressions on either side, he heard the smith and gauger on one side, the miller and schoolmaster on the other, as junior and senior counsel. Edie's mind, however, was fully made up on the subject before the pleading began. Like that of many a judge, who must nevertheless go through all the forms, and endure in its full extent the eloquence and argumentation of the bar. For when all had been said on both sides, and much of it said over oftener than once, our senior, being well and ripely advised, pronounced the moderate and healing judgment, that the disputed cast was a drawn one, and should therefore count to neither party. This judicious decision restored concord to the field of players. They began anew to arrange their match and their bets, with the clamorous mirth usual on such occasions of village sport. And the more eager were already stripping their jackets, and committing them, with their coloured handkerchiefs, to the care of wives, sisters, and mistresses. But their mirth was singularly interrupted. On the outside of the group of players began to arise sounds of a description very different from those of sport. That sort of suppressed sigh and exclamation, with which the first news of calamity is received by the hearers, began to be heard indistinctly. A buzz went about among the women of, "Ay, sirs, sae young and sae suddenly summoned." It then extended itself among the men, and silenced the sounds of sportive mirth. All understood at once that some disaster had happened in the country, and each inquired the cause at his neighbour, who knew as little as the querist. At length the rumour reached, in a distinct shape, the ears of Edie Ochiltree, who was in the very centre of the assembly. The boat of Mucklebackit, the fisherman whom we have so often mentioned, had been swamped at sea, and 4 men had perished. It was affirmed, including Mucklebackit and his son. Rumour had in this, however, as in other cases, gone beyond the truth. The boat had indeed been overset, but Stephen, or as he was called, Steenie Mucklebackit, was the only man who had been drowned. Although the place of his residence and his mode of life removed the young man from the society of the country folks, yet they failed not to pause in their rustic mirth to pay that tribute to sudden calamity which it seldom fails to receive in cases of infrequent occurrence. To Ochiltree in particular the news came like a knell, the rather that he had so lately engaged this young man's assistance in an affair of sportive mischief, and though neither loss nor injury was designed to the German adept, yet the work was not precisely one in which the latter hours of life ought to be occupied. Misfortunes never come alone. While Ochiltree, pensively leaning upon his staff, added his regrets to those of the hamlet which bewailed the young man's sudden death, and internally blamed himself for the transaction in which he had so lately engaged him, the old man's collar was seized by a peace officer, who displayed his baton in his right hand, and exclaimed, "In the King's name!" The gauger and schoolmaster united their rhetoric, to prove to the constable and his assistant that he had no right to arrest the king's bedesman as a vagrant, and the mute eloquence of the miller and smith, which was vested in their clenched fists, was prepared to give Highland bail for their arbiter. His blue gown, they said, was his warrant for travelling the country. "But his blue gown," answered the officer, "is nae protection for assault, robbery, and murder, and my warrant is against him for these crimes." "Murder!" said Edie. "Murder! What did I ever murder?" "Mr. German Dousterswivel, the agent at Glen Withershin's mining works." "Murder Dousterswivel! Hout, he's living and life like man." "Nae thanks to you if he be. He had a sair struggle for his life, if all be true he tells, and ye maun answer for it at the bidding of the law." The defenders of the mendicant shrunk back at hearing the atrocity of the charges against him, but more than one kind hand thrust meat and bread and pence upon Edie, to maintain him in the prison, to which the officers were about to conduct him. "Thanks to ye, God bless ye, Barnes. I've gotten out o' mony a snare when I was waur deserving o' deliverance. I shall escape like a bird from the fowler. Play out your play, and never mind me. I am mair grieved for the poor lad that's gane, than for aught that can do to me." Accordingly, the unresisting prisoner was led off, while he mechanically accepted, and stored in his wallets, the alms which poured in on every hand. Ere he left the hamlet, was as deep laden as a government victualler. The labour of bearing this accumulating burden was, however, abridged by the officer procuring a cart and horse to convey the old man to a magistrate, in order to his examination and committal. The disaster of Steenie, and the arrest of Edie, put a stop to the sports of the village, the pensive inhabitants of which began to speculate upon the vicissitudes of human affairs, which had so suddenly consigned one of their comrades to the grave, and placed their master of the revels in some danger of being hanged. The character of Dousterswivel being pretty generally known, which was in his case equivalent to being pretty generally detested, there were many speculations upon the probability of the accusation being malicious. But all agreed that if Edie Ochiltree behoved at all events to suffer upon this occasion, it was a great pity he had not better merited his fate by killing Dousterswivel outright. Chapter 8. Volume 2, Chapter 9th of the Antiquary. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Antiquary by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 9th. Who is he? One that for the lack of land shall fight upon the water. He hath challenged formerly the grand whale, and by his titles of Leviathan, Behemoth, and so forth. He tilted with a swordfish. Marry, sir, the aquatic had the best. The argument still galls our champion's breech. Old play. And the poor young fellow, Steenie Mucklebackit, is to be buried this morning, said our old friend the Antiquary, as he exchanged his quilted nightgown for an old-fashioned black coat, in lieu of the snuff-coloured vestment which he ordinarily wore. "And I presume it is expected that I should attend the funeral?" "Oh, ay," answered the faithful Caxon, officiously brushing the white threads and specks from his patron's habit. "The body, God help us, was sight broken against the rocks, that they're fain to hurry the burial. The sea's a kittle cast, as I tell my daughter, poor thing, when I want her to get up her spirits. The sea, says I, Jenny, is as uncertain a calling as the calling of an old periwig maker, that's robbed of his business by crops and the powder tax. Caxon, thy topics of consolation are as ill chosen as they are foreign to the present purpose. Quid mihi cum femina? What have I to do with thy womankind, who have enough and to spare of my own? I pray of you again, am I expected by these poor people to attend the funeral of their son?" "Hoy, doubtless, your honour is expected," answered Caxon. "Weel I wot ye are expected. Ye ken, in this country, ilka gentleman is woosed to be sae civil as to see the corpse of his grounds. Ye needna gang higher than the Loanhead. It's no expected, your honour, so to leave the land. It's just a Kelso convoy, a step and a half ower the door-stane." "A Kelso convoy?" echoed the inquisitive Antiquary, "and why a Kelso convoy more than any other?" "Dear sir," answered Caxon, "how should I ken? It's just a byword." "Caxon," answered Oldbuck, "thou art a mere periwig maker. Had I asked Ochiltree the question, he would have had a legend ready made to my hand." "My business," replied Caxon, with more animation than he commonly displayed, "is with the outside of your honour's head, as ye are accustomed to say." "True, Caxon, true, and it is no reproach to a thatcher that he is not an upholsterer." He then took out his memorandum book and wrote down Kelso convoy, said to be a step and a half over the threshold. Authority, Caxon. Quara, whence derived? Mem. To write to Dr. Greystill upon the subject. Having made this entry, he resumed. And truly, as to this custom of the landlord attending the body of the peasant, I approve it, Caxon. It comes from ancient times, and was founded deep in the notions of mutual aid and dependence between the lord and cultivator of the soil. And herein, I must say, the feudal system, as also in its courtesy towards womankind, in which it exceeded. Herein, I say, the feudal usages mitigated and softened the sternness of classical times. No man, Caxon, ever heard of a Spartan attending the funeral of a helot. Yet I dare be sworn that John of the Girnel. Ye have heard of him, Caxon? Ay, ay, sir, answered Caxon. Naebody can hae been lang in your honour's company without hearing of that gentleman. Well, continued the Antiquary, I would bet a trifle there was not a cold curl, or bondsman, or peasant, a scriptus glebae, died upon the monk's territories down here, but John of the Girnel saw them fairly and decently interred. Ay, but if it like your honour, they say ye had more to do with the births than the burials. Ha ha ha, with a gleeful chuckle. Good, Caxon, very good. Why, you shine this morning. And besides, added Caxon slyly, encouraged by his patron's approbation, they say too that the Catholic priests in thy times got something for ganging about to burials. Right, Caxon, right as my glove. By the by, I fancy that phrase comes from the custom of pledging a glove as the signal of irrefragable faith. Right, I say as my glove, Caxon. But we of the Protestant ascendancy have the more merit in doing that duty for nothing, which cost money in the reign of that Empress of Superstition, whom Spencer, Caxon, terms in his allegorical phrase, the daughter of that woman blind, Abessa, daughter of Correcca slow. But why talk I of these things to thee? My poor Lovel has spoiled me, and taught me to speak aloud, when it is much the same as speaking to myself. Where's my nephew, Hector M'Intyre? He's in the parlour, sir, with the ladies. Very well, said the Antiquary, I will betake me thither. Now, Monkbarns, said his sister, on his entering the parlour, you munna be angry. My dear uncle, began Miss M'Intyre. What's the meaning of all this? Said Oldbuck, in alarm of some impending bad news, and arguing upon the supplicating tone of the ladies, as the fortress apprehends an attack from the very first flourish of the trumpet which announces the summons. What's all this? What do you bespeak my patience for? No particular matter, I should hope, sir, said Hector, who, with his arm in a sling, was seated at the breakfast table. However, whatever it may amount to, I am answerable for it, as I am for much more trouble that I have occasioned, and for which I have little more than thanks to offer. No, no, heartily welcome, heartily welcome. Only let it be a warning to you, said the Antiquary, against your fits of anger, which is a short madness, ira furo brevis. But what is this new disaster? My dog, sir, has unfortunately thrown down, if it please heaven, not the lacrimatory from Clochnaben, interjected Oldbuck. Indeed, uncle, said the young lady, I am afraid it was that which stood upon the sideboard. The poor thing only meant to eat the pat of fresh butter. In which she has fully succeeded, I presume, for I see that on the table is salted. But that is nothing. My lacrimatory, the main pillar of my theory on which I rested to show, in despite of the ignorant obstinacy of Mac Cribb, that the Romans had passed the defiles of these mountains, and left behind them traces of their arts and arms, is gone, annihilated, reduced to such fragments as might be the shreds of a broken flower-pot. Hector, I love thee, but never more be officer of mine. Why, really, sir, I'm afraid I should make a bad figure in a regiment of your raising. At least, Hector, I would have you dispatch your camp train, and travel expeditus, or relictus impedimentus. You cannot conceive how I am annoyed by this beast. She commits burglary, I believe, for I heard her charged with breaking into the kitchen, after all the doors were locked, and eating up a shoulder of mutton. Our readers, if they chance to remember Jenny Rintherout's precaution of leaving the door open when she went down to the fisher's cottage, will probably acquit poor Juno of that aggravation of guilt which the lawyers call a claustrum frigit, and which makes the distinction between burglary and privately stealing. "I am truly sorry, sir," said Hector, "that Juno has committed so much disorder, but Jack Muirhead, the breaker, was never able to bring her under command. She has more travel than any bitch I ever knew, but then, Hector, I wish the bitch would travel herself out of my grounds. We will both of us retreat to-morrow or to-day, but I would not willingly part from my mother's brother in unkindness about a paltry pipkin." "Oh, brother, brother!" ejaculated Miss M'Intyre, in utter despair at this vituperative epithet. "Why, what would you have me call it?" continued Hector. "It was just such a thing as they use in Egypt to cool wine, or sherbet, or water. I brought home a pair of them. I might have brought home 20. "What?" said Oldbuck. "Shaped such as that your dog threw down?" "Yes, sir, much such a sort of earthen jar as that which was on the sideboard. They are in my lodgings at Fairport. We brought a parcel of them to cool our wine on the passage. They answer wonderfully well. If I could think they would in any degree repay your loss, or rather that they could afford you pleasure, I am sure I should be much honoured by your accepting them." "Indeed, my dear boy, I should be highly gratified by possessing them. To trace the connection of nations by their usages, and the similarity of the implements which they employ, has been long my favourite study. Everything that can illustrate such connections is most valuable to me. Well, sir, I shall be much gratified by your acceptance of them, and a few trifles of the same kind. And now, am I to hope you have forgiven me?" "Oh, my dear boy, you are only thoughtless and foolish." "But Juno, she is only thoughtless too, I assure you. The breaker tells me she has no vice or stubbornness." "Well, I grant Juno also a free pardon, conditioned that you will imitate her in avoiding vice and stubbornness, and that henceforward she banish herself forth of Monkbarns parlour." "Then, uncle," said the soldier, "I should have been very sorry and ashamed to propose to you anything in the way of expiation of my own sins, or those of my follower, that I thought worth your acceptance. But now, as all is forgiven, will you permit the orphan nephew, to whom you have been a father, to offer you a trifle, which I have been assured is really curious, and which only the cross accident of my wound has prevented my delivering to you before? I got it from a French savant, to whom I rendered some service after the Alexandria affair." The captain put a small ring case into the Antiquary's hands, which, when opened, was found to contain an antique ring of massive gold, with a cameo, most beautifully executed, bearing a head of Cleopatra. The Antiquary broke forth into unrepressed ecstasy, shook his nephew cordially by the hand, thanked him 100 times, and showed the ring to his sister and niece, the latter of whom had the tact to give it sufficient admiration. But Miss Griselda, though she had the same affection for her nephew, had not addressed enough to follow the lead. "It's a bonny thing," she said, "Monkbarns, and I dare say valuable, but it's out o' my way. Ye ken I am nae judge o' sic matters." "There spoke all Fairport in one voice," exclaimed Oldbuck. "It is the very spirit of the borough has infected us all. I think I have smelled the smoke these 2 days, that the wind has stuck like a remora in the north east. and its prejudices fly farther than its vapours. Believe me, my dear Hector, were I to walk up the High Street of Fairport, displaying this inestimable gem in the eyes of each one I met, no human creature, from the provost to the town crier, would stop to ask me its history. But if I carried a bale of linen cloth under my arm, I could not penetrate to the horse market ere I should be overwhelmed with queries about its precise texture and price. Oh, one might parody their brutal ignorance in the words of Gray. Weave the warp and weave the woof, the winding sheet of wit and sense, dull garment of defensive proof, gainst all that doth not gather pence. The most remarkable proof of this peace-offering being quite acceptable was, that while the Antiquary was in full declamation, Juno, who held him in awe, according to the remarkable instinct by which dogs instantly discover those who like or dislike them, had peeped several times into the room, and encountering nothing very forbidding in his aspect, had at length presumed to introduce her full person, and finally, becoming bold by impunity, she actually ate up Mr. Oldbuck's toast, as, looking first at one, then at another of his audience, he repeated with self-complacency, "Weave the warp and weave the woof." You remember the passage in the Fatal Sisters, which, by the way, is not so fine as in the original. But, heyday, my toast has vanished. I see which way. Ah, thou type of womankind, no wonder they take offence at thy generic appellation. So saying, he shook his fist at Juno, who scoured out of the parlour. However, as Jupiter, according to Homer, could not rule Juno in heaven, and as Jack Muirhead, according to Hector M'Intyre, has been equally unsuccessful on earth, I suppose she must have her own way. And this mild censure, the brother and sister justly accounted a full pardon for Juno's offences, and sat down, well pleased, to the morning meal. When breakfast was over, the Antiquary proposed to his nephew to go down with him to attend the funeral. The soldier pleaded the want of a morning habit. "Oh, that does not signify. Your presence is all that is requisite. I assure you, you will see something that will entertain. No, that's an improper phrase, but that will interest you, from the resemblances which I will point out betwixt popular customs on such occasions and those of the ancients." "Heaven forgive me," thought M'Intyre, "I shall certainly misbehave, and lose all the credit I have so lately and accidentally gained." When they set out, schooled as he was by the warning and entreating looks of his sister, the soldier made his resolution strong to give no offence by evincing inattention or impatience. But our best resolutions are frail, when opposed to our predominant inclinations. Our Antiquary, to leave nothing unexplained, had commenced with the funeral rites of the ancient Scandinavians, when his nephew interrupted him, in a discussion upon the age of hills, to remark that a large seagull, which flitted around them, had come twice within shot. This error being acknowledged and pardoned, Oldbuck resumed his disquisition. "These are circumstances you ought to attend to and be familiar with, my dear Hector, for in the strange contingencies of the present war, which agitates every corner of Europe, there is no knowing where you may be called upon to serve. If in Norway, for example, or Denmark, or any part of the ancient Scania, or Scandinavia, as we term it, what could be more convenient than to have at your fingers' ends the history and antiquities of that ancient country, the officina gentium, the mother of modern Europe, the nursery of those heroes, stern to inflict and stubborn to endure, who smiled in death? How animating, for example, at the conclusion of a weary march, to find yourself in the vicinity of a runic monument, and discover that you have pitched your tent beside the tomb of a hero! I am afraid, sir, our mess would be better supplied if it chanced to be in the neighbourhood of a good poultry yard. Alas, that you should say so! No wonder the days of Cressy and Agincourt are no more, when respect for ancient valour has died away in the breasts of the British soldiery." "By no means, sir, by no manner of means. I dare say that Edward and Henry and the rest of these heroes thought of their dinner, however, before they thought of examining an old tombstone. But I assure you we are by no means insensible to the memoir of our father's fame. I used often of an evening to get old Rory Malpin to sing us songs out of Ossian about the battles of Fingal and Lamon Moor, and Magnus, and the spirit of Muritoch." "And did you believe," asked the aroused Antiquary, "did you absolutely believe that stuff of Macpherson's to be really ancient, you simple boy?" "Believe it, sir? How could I but believe it, when I have heard the songs sung from my infancy?" "But not the same as Macpherson's English Ossian? You're not absurd enough to say that, I hope," said the Antiquary, his brow darkening with wrath. But Hector stoutly abode the storm. Like many a sturdy Celt, he imagined the honour of his country and native language connected with the authenticity of these popular poems, and would have fought knee-deep, or forfeited life and land, rather than have given up a line of them. He therefore undauntedly maintained that Rory Malpin could repeat the whole book from one end to another, and it was only upon cross-examination that he explained an assertion so general, by adding, "At least, if he was allowed whisky enough, he could repeat as long as anybody would hearken to him." "Ay, ay," said the Antiquary, "and that, I suppose, was not very long." "Why, we had our duty, sir, to attend to, and could not sit listening all night to a piper." "But do you recollect now," said Oldbuck, setting his teeth firmly together, and speaking without opening them, which was his custom when contradicted, "do you recollect now any of these verses you thought so beautiful and interesting, being a capital judge, no doubt, of such things?" "I don't pretend to much skill, uncle, but it's not very reasonable to be angry with me for admiring the antiquities of my own country more than those of the Harolds, Harfagers, and Hacos you are so fond of." "Why, these, sir, these mighty and unconquered Goths, were your ancestors. The bare-breeched Celts, whom they subdued and suffered only to exist, like a fearful people, in the crevices of the rocks, were but their mancipia and serfs." Hector's brow now grew red in his turn. "Sir," he said, "I don't understand the meaning of mancipia and serfs, but I conceive that such names are very improperly applied to Scotch Highlanders. No man but my mother's brother dared to have used such language in my presence, and I pray you will observe that I consider it as neither hospitable, handsome, kind, nor generous usage towards your guest and your kinsman. My ancestors, Mr. Oldbuck, were great and gallant chiefs, I dare say, Hector, and really I did not mean to give you such immense offence in treating a point of remote antiquity, a subject on which I always am myself cool, deliberate, and unimpassioned. But you are as hot and hasty as if you were Hector and Achilles, and Agamemnon to boot." "I am sorry I expressed myself so hastily, uncle, especially to you, who have been so generous and good. But my ancestors—" "No more about it, lad, I meant them no affront, none." "I am glad of it, sir, for the house of M'Intyre—" "Peace be with them all, every man of them," said the Antiquary. "But to return to our subject, do you recollect, I say, any of those poems which afforded you such amusement?" Very hard this, thought M'Intyre, that he will speak with such glee of everything which is ancient, excepting my family. Then, after some efforts at recollection, he added aloud, "Yes, sir, I think I do remember some lines, but you do not understand the Gaelic language, and will readily excuse hearing it, but you can't give me some idea of the sense in our own vernacular idiom?" "I shall prove a wretched interpreter," said M'Intyre, running over the original well garnished with ogs, and ohs, and similar gutturals, and then coughing and hawking, as if the translation stuck in his throat. At length, having premised that the poem was a dialogue between the poet Oisin, or Ossian, and Patrick, the tutelar saint of Ireland, and that it was difficult, if not impossible, to render the exquisite felicity of the first 2 or 3 lines, he said the sense was to this purpose: Patrick, the psalm singer, since you will not listen to one of my stories, though you never heard it before, I am sorry to tell you, you are a little better than an ass. Good, good, exclaimed the Antiquary. But go on. Why, this is, after all, the most admirable fooling. I dare say the poet was very right. What says the saint? He replies in character, said M'Intyre, but you should hear Malpin sing the original. The speeches of Ossian come in upon a strong deep bass. Those of Patrick are upon a tenor key. Like Malpin's drone and small pipes, I suppose, said Oldbuck. Well, pray go on. Well, then, Patrick replies to Ossian, Upon my word, son of Fingal, while I am warbling the psalms, the clamour of your old women's tales disturbs my devotional exercises. Excellent. Why, this is better and better. I hope St. Patrick sung better than Blattergowl's precentor, or it would be hang. Choice between the poet and psalmist. But what I admire is the courtesy of these 2 eminent persons towards each other. It is a pity there should not be a word of this in Macpherson's translation. If you are sure of that, said M'Intyre gravely, he must have taken very unwarrantable liberties with his original. It will go near to be thought so shortly, but pray proceed. Then, said M'Intyre, this is the answer of Ossian. Dare you compare your psalms, you son of a— Son of a what? Exclaimed Oldbuck. It means, I think, said the young soldier with some reluctance, son of a female dog. Do you compare your psalms to the tales of the bare-armed Fenians? Are you sure you are translating that last epithet correctly, Hector? Quite sure, sir, answered Hector doggedly. Because I should have thought the nudity might have been quoted as existing in a different part of the body. Disdaining to reply to this insinuation, Hector proceeded in his recitation. I shall think it no great harm to wring your bald head from your shoulders. But what is that yonder? Exclaimed Hector, interrupting himself. One of the herd of Proteus, said the Antiquary, a phoca, or seal, lying asleep on the beach. Upon which M'Intyre, with the eagerness of a young sportsman, totally forgot both Ossian, Patrick, his uncle, and his wound, and exclaiming, I shall have her! I shall have her! Snatched the walking-stick out of the hand of the astonished Antiquary, at some risk of throwing him down, and set off at full speed to get between the animal and the sea, to which element, having caught the alarm, she was rapidly retreating. Not Sancho, when his master interrupted his account of the combatants of Pentapolin with the naked arm, to advance in person to the charge of the flock of sheep, stood more confounded than Oldbuck at this sudden escapade of his nephew. Is the devil in him? Was his first exclamation. To go to disturb the brute that was never thinking of him. Then elevating his voice, Hector, nephew, fool, let alone the phoca, let alone the phoca. They bite, I tell you, like furies. He minds me no more than a post. There they are at it. Gad, the phoca has the best of it. I am glad to see it, said he, in the bitterness of his heart, though really alarmed for his nephew's safety. I am glad to see it, with all my heart and spirit. In truth, the seal, finding her retreat intercepted by the light-footed soldier, confronted him manfully, and having sustained a heavy blow without injury, she knitted her brows, as is the fashion of the animal when incensed, and making use at once of her forepaws and her unwieldy strength, wrenched the weapon out of the assailant's hand, overturned him on the sands, and scuttled away into the sea, without doing him any farther injury. Captain M'Intyre, a good deal out of countenance at the issue of his exploit, just rose in time to receive the ironical congratulations of his uncle, upon a single combat worthy to be commemorated by Ossian himself, since, said the Antiquary, your magnanimous opponent has fled, though not upon eagle's wings, from the foe that was low. Egad, she walloped away with all the grace of triumph, and has carried my stick off also, by way of spolia opima. M'Intyre had little to answer for himself, except that a Highlander could never pass a deer, a seal, or a salmon, where there was possibility of having a trial of skill with them, and that he had forgot one of his arms was in a sling. He also made his fall an apology for returning back to Monkbarns, and thus escaped the farther raillery of his uncle, as well as his lamentations for his walking-stick. "I cut it," he said, "in the classic woods of Hawthornden, when I did not expect always to have been a bachelor. I would not have given it for an ocean of seals. Oh, Hector, Hector, thy namesake was born to be the prop of Troy, and thou to be the plague of Monkbarns." End chapter 9th. Volume 2, Chapter 10th of the Antiquary. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Antiquary by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 10th. Tell me not of it, friend. When the young weep, their tears are lukewarm brine. From your old eyes sorrow falls down like hail drops of the north, chilling the furrows of our withered cheeks. Cold as our hopes, and hardened as our feeling. Theirs, as they fall, sink sightless. Ours recoil, heap the fair plain, and bleaken all before us. Old Play. The Antiquary, being now alone, hastened his pace, which had been retarded by these various discussions, and the rencounter which had closed them, and soon arrived before the half-dozen cottages at Musselcrag. They had now, in addition to their usual squalid and uncomfortable appearance, the melancholy attributes of the house of mourning. The boats were all drawn up on the beach, and though the day was fine and the season favourable, the chant, which is used by the fishers when at sea, was silent, as well as the prattle of the children, and the shrill song of the mother, as she sits mending her nets by the door. A few of the neighbours, some in their antique and well-saved suits of black, others in their ordinary clothes, but all bearing an expression of mournful sympathy with distress so sudden and unexpected, stood gathered around the door of Mucklebackit's cottage, waiting till the body was lifted. As the Laird of Monkbarns approached, they made way for him to enter, doffing their hats and bonnets as he passed, with an air of melancholy courtesy, and he returned their salutes in the same manner. In the inside of the cottage was a scene which our Wilkie alone could have painted, with that exquisite feeling of nature that characterizes his enchanting productions. The body was laid in its coffin within the wooden bedstead which the young fisher had occupied while alive. At a little distance stood the father, whose rugged, weather-beaten countenance, shaded by his grizzled hair, had faced many a stormy night and night-like day. He was apparently revolving his loss in his mind with that strong feeling of painful grief peculiar to harsh and rough characters, which almost breaks forth into hatred against the world, and all that remain in it, after the beloved object is withdrawn. The old man had made the most desperate efforts to save his son, and had only been withheld by main force from renewing them at a moment when, without the possibility of assisting the sufferer, he must himself have perished. All this apparently was boiling in his recollection. His glance was directed sidelong towards the coffin, as to an object on which he could not steadfastly look, and yet from which he could not withdraw his eyes. His answers to the necessary questions which were occasionally put to him were brief, harsh, and almost fierce. His family had not yet dared to address to him a word, either of sympathy or consolation. His masculine wife, virago as she was, and absolute mistress of the family, as she justly boasted herself on all ordinary occasions, was by this great loss terrified into silence and submission, and compelled to hide from her husband's observation the burst of her female sorrow. As he had rejected food ever since the disaster had happened, not daring herself to approach him, she had that morning, with affectionate artifice, employed the youngest and favourite child to present her husband with some nourishment. His first action was to put it from him with an angry violence that frightened the child. His next, to snatch up the boy and devour him with kisses. "Ye'll be a braw fella, an ye be spared, Patty. But ye'll never, never can be what he was to me. He was sae the coble wi' me since he was 10 years auld, and there wasna the like o' him drew a net betwixt this and Buchan-ness. They say folks maun submit. I will try." And he had been silent from that moment until compelled to answer the necessary questions we have already noticed. Such was the disconsolate state of the father. In another corner of the cottage, her face covered by her apron, which was flung over it, sat the mother, the nature of her grief sufficiently indicated by the wringing of her hands, and the convulsive agitation of the bosom, which the covering could not conceal. Two of her gossips, officiously whispering into her ear the commonplace topic of resignation under irremediable misfortune, seemed as if they were endeavouring to stun the grief which they could not console. The sorrow of the children was mingled with wonder at the preparations they beheld around them, and at the unusual display of wheaten bread and wine, which the poorest peasant or fisher offers to the guests on these mournful occasions. And thus their grief for their brother's death was almost already lost in admiration of the splendour of his funeral. But the figure of the old grandmother was the most remarkable of the sorrowing group. Seated on her accustomed chair, with her usual air of apathy, and want of interest in what surrounded her, she seemed every now and then mechanically to resume the motion of twirling her spindle, then to look towards her bosom for the distaff, although both had been laid aside. She would then cast her eyes about, as if surprised at missing the usual implements of her industry, and appear struck by the black colour of the gown in which they had dressed her, and embarrassed by the number of persons by whom she was surrounded. Then, finally, she would raise her head with a ghastly look, and fix her eyes upon the bed which contained the coffin of her grandson, as if she had at once, and for the first time, acquired sense to comprehend her inexpressible calamity. These alternate feelings of embarrassment, wonder, and grief, seemed to succeed each other more than once upon her torpid features. But she spoke not a word, neither had she shed a tear, nor did one of the family understand, either from look or expression, to what extent she comprehended the uncommon bustle around her. Thus she sat among the funeral assembly, like a connecting link between the surviving mourners and the dead corpse which they bewailed, a being in whom the light of existence was already obscured by the encroaching shadows of death. When Oldbuck entered this house of mourning, he was received by a general and silent inclination of the head, and according to the fashion of Scotland on such occasions, wine and spirits and bread were offered round to the guests. Elspeth, as these refreshments were presented, surprised and startled the whole company by motioning to the person who bore them to stop, Then, taking a glass in her hand, she rose up, and as a smile of dotage played upon her shrivelled features, she pronounced, with a hollow and tremulous voice, "Wishing a' your healths, sirs, and often may we hae such merry meetings." All shrunk from the ominous pledge, and set down the untasted liquor with a degree of shuddering horror, which will not surprise those who know how many superstitions are still common on such occasions among the Scottish vulgar. But as the old woman tasted the liquor, she suddenly exclaimed with a sort of shriek, "What's this? This is wine. How should there be wine in my son's house? Ay," she continued with a suppressed groan, "I mind the sorrowful cause now." And, dropping the glass from her hand, she stood a moment gazing fixedly on the bed in which the coffin of her grandson was deposited, and then, sinking gradually into her seat, she covered her eyes and forehead with her withered and pallid hand. At this moment the clergyman entered the cottage. Mr. Blattergowl, though a dreadful proser, particularly on the subject of augmentations, localities, tines, and overtures in that session of the General Assembly, to which, unfortunately for his auditors, he chanced one year to act as moderator, was nevertheless a good man, in the old Scottish Presbyterian phrase, Godward and manward. No divine was more attentive in visiting the sick and afflicted, in catechizing the youth, in instructing the ignorant, and in reproving the erring. And hence, notwithstanding impatience of his prolixity and prejudices, personal or professional, and notwithstanding, moreover, a certain habitual contempt for his understanding, especially on affairs of genius and taste, on which Blattergowl was apt to be diffuse, from his hope of one day finding his way to a chair of rhetoric or belles lettres. Notwithstanding, I say, all the prejudices excited against him by these circumstances, our friend the Antiquary looked with great regard and respect on the said Blattergowl, though I own he could seldom, even by his sense of decency and the remonstrances of his womankind, be hounded out, as he called it, to hear him preach. But he regularly took shame to himself for his absence when Blattergowl came to Monkbarns to dinner, to which he was always invited of a Sunday, a mode of testifying his respect, which the proprietor probably thought fully as agreeable to the clergyman, and rather more congenial to his own habits. To return from a digression which can only serve to introduce the honest clergyman more particularly to our readers, Mr. Blattergowl had no sooner entered the hut, and received the mute and melancholy salutations of the company whom it contained, than he edged himself towards the unfortunate father, and seemed to endeavour to slide in a few words of condolence or of consolation. But the old man was incapable as yet of receiving either. He nodded, however, gruffly, and shook the clergyman's hand in acknowledgment of his good intentions, but was either unable or unwilling to make any verbal reply. The minister next passed to the mother, moving along the floor as slowly, silently, and gradually as if he had been afraid that the ground would, like unsafe ice, break beneath his feet, or that the first echo of a footstep was to dissolve some magic spell, and plunge the hut, with all its inmates, into a subterranean abyss. The tenor of what he had said to the poor woman could only be judged by her answers, as, half stifled by sobs ill repressed, and by the covering which she still kept over her countenance, she faintly answered at each pause in his speech, "Yes, sir, yes. You're very good, you're very good. Nae doubt, nae doubt. It's our duty to submit. But, oh dear, my poor Steenie, the pride of my very heart, that was sae handsome and comely, and a help to his family, and a comfort to us a', and a pleasure to a' that lookit on him. Oh, my bairn, my bairn, my bairn! what for's thou lying there? And I, what for my left to greet for ye?" There was no contending with this burst of sorrow and natural affection. Oldbuck had repeated recourse to his snuff-box, to conceal the tears which, despite his shrewd and caustic temper, were apt to start on such occasions. The female assistants whimpered, the men held their bonnets to their faces, and spoke apart with each other. The clergyman meantime addressed his ghostly consolation to the aged grandmother. At first she listened, or seemed to listen, to what he said, with the apathy of her usual unconsciousness. But as, in pressing this theme, he approached so near to her ear, that the sense of his words became distinctly intelligible to her, though unheard by those who stood more distant. Her countenance at once assumed that stern and expressive cast which characterized her intervals of intelligence. She drew up her head and body, shook her head in a manner that showed at least impatience, if not scorn of his counsel, and waved her hand slightly, but with a gesture so expressive as to indicate to all who witnessed it a marked and disdainful rejection of the ghostly consolation proffered to her. The minister stepped back as if repulsed, and by lifting gently and dropping his hand, seemed to show at once wonder, sorrow, and compassion for her dreadful state of mind. The rest of the company sympathized, and a stifled whisper went through them, indicating how much her desperate and determined manner impressed them with awe, and even horror. In the meantime the funeral company was completed, by the arrival of one or two persons who had been expected from Fairport. The wine and spirits again circulated, and the dumb show of greeting was anew interchanged. The grandame a second time took a glass in her hand, drank its contents, and exclaimed, with a sort of laugh, "Hi, hi, I tasted wine twice in ae day. When did I that before, think ye, cummers? Never since." And the transient glow vanishing from her countenance, she set the glass down, and sunk upon the settle from whence she had risen to snatch at it. As the general amazement subsided, Mr. Oldbuck, whose heart bled to witness what he considered as the errings of the enfeebled intellect struggling with the torpid chill of age and of sorrow, observed to the clergyman that it was time to proceed with the ceremony. The father was incapable of giving directions, but the nearest relation of the family made a sign to the carpenter, who in such cases goes through the duty of the undertaker, to proceed in his office. The creak of the screw-nails presently announced that the lid of the last mansion of mortality was in the act of being secured above its tenant. The last act which separates us for ever, even from the mortal relies of the person we assemble to mourn, has usually its effect upon the most indifferent, selfish, and hard-hearted. With a spirit of contradiction, which we may be pardoned for esteeming narrow-minded, the fathers of the Scottish Kirk rejected, even on this most solemn occasion, the form of an address to the divinity, lest they should be thought to give countenance to the rituals of Rome or of England. With much better and more liberal judgment, it is the present practice of most of the Scottish clergymen to seize this opportunity of offering a prayer and exhortation suitable to make an impression upon the living, while they are yet in the very presence of the relics of him whom they have but lately seen such as they themselves, and who now is such as they must in their time become. But this decent and praiseworthy practice was not adopted at the time of which I am treating, or at least Mr. Blattergowl did not act upon it, and the ceremony proceeded without any devotional exercise. The coffin, covered with a pall, and supported upon handspikes by the nearest relatives, now only waited the father to support the head, as is customary. 2 or 3 of these privileged persons spoke to him, but he only answered by shaking his hand and his head in token of refusal. With better intention than judgment, the friends, who considered this as an act of duty on the part of the living, and of decency towards the deceased, would have proceeded to enforce their request, had not Oldbuck interfered between the distressed father and his well-meaning tormentors, and informed them that he himself, as landlord and master to the deceased, would carry his head to the grave. In spite of the sorrowful occasion, the hearts of the relatives swelled within them at so marked a distinction on the part of the laird, and old Alison Breck, who was present among other fishwomen, swore almost aloud, "His honour Monkbarns should never want sic warp of oysters in the season," of which fish he was understood to be fond, "if she should gang to sea and dredge for them hersell, in the foulest wind that ever blew." And such is the temper of the Scottish common people, that by this instance of compliance with their customs and respect for their persons, Mr. Oldbuck gained more popularity than by all the sums which he had yearly distributed in the parish for purposes of private or general charity. The sad procession now moved slowly forward, preceded by the beadles or sawleys with their batons. Miserable-looking old men, tottering as if on the edge of that grave to which they were marshalling another, and clad, according to Scottish guise, with threadbare black coats, and hunting caps decorated with rusty crape. Monkbarns would probably have remonstrated against this superfluous expense, had he been consulted, but in doing so, he would have given more offence than he gained popularity by condescending to perform the office of chief mourner. Of this he was quite aware, and wisely withheld rebuke, where rebuke and advice would have been equally unavailing. In truth, the Scottish peasantry are still infected with that rage for funeral ceremonial, which once distinguished the grandees of the kingdom so much, that a sumptuary law was made by the Parliament of Scotland for the purpose of restraining it. And I have known many in the lowest stations, who have denied themselves not merely the comforts, but almost the necessaries of life, in order to save such a sum of money as might enable their surviving friends to bury them like Christians, as they termed it. Nor could their faithful executors be prevailed upon, though equally necessitous, to turn to the use and maintenance of the living the money vainly wasted upon the interment of the dead. The procession to the churchyard, at about half a mile's distance, was made with the mournful solemnity usual on these occasions. The body was consigned to its parent earth, and when the labour of the grave-diggers had filled up the trench, and covered it with fresh sod, Mr. Oldbuck, taking his hat off, saluted the assistants, who had stood by in melancholy silence, and with that adieu dispersed the mourners. The clergyman offered our Antiquary his company to walk homeward, but Mr. Oldbuck had been so much struck with the deportment of the fisherman and his mother, that, moved by compassion, and perhaps also, in some degree, by that curiosity which induces us to seek out even what gives us pain to witness, he preferred a solitary walk by the coast, for the purpose of again visiting the cottage as he passed. Chapter 10th. Volume 2, Chapter 11th of the Antiquary. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Antiquary by Sir Walter Scott, Chapter 11th. What is this secret sin, this untold tale, that art cannot extract, nor penance cleanse? Her muscles hold their place, nor discomposed, nor formed to steadiness, no sudden flushing, and no faltering lip. Mysterious mother. The coffin had been borne from the place where it rested. The mourners, in regular gradation, according to their rank or their relationship to the deceased, had filed from the cottage, while the younger male children were led along to totter after the bier of their brother. and to view with wonder a ceremonial which they could hardly comprehend. The female gossips next rose to depart, and, with consideration for the situation of the parents, carried along with them the girls of the family, to give the unhappy pair time and opportunity to open their hearts to each other and soften their grief by communicating it. But their kind intention was without effect. The last of them had darkened the entrance of the cottage as she went out, and drawn the door softly behind her, when the father, first ascertaining by a hasty glance that no stranger remained, started up, clasped his hands wildly above his head, uttered a cry of the despair which he had hitherto repressed, and, in all the impotent impatience of grief, half rushed, half staggered forward to the bed on which the coffin had been deposited, threw himself down upon it, and, smothering, as it were, his head among the bedclothes, gave vent to the full passion of his sorrow. It was in vain that the wretched mother, terrified by the vehemence of her husband's affliction still more fearful, as agitating a man of hardened manners and a robust frame, suppressed her own sobs and tears, and, pulling him by the skirts of his coat, implored him to rise and remember that, though one was removed, he had still a wife and children to comfort and support. The appeal came at too early a period of his anguish, and was totally unattended to. He continued to remain prostrate, indicating by sobs so bitter and violent that they shook the bed and partition against which it rested, by clenched hands which grasped the bedclothes, and by the vehement and convulsive motion of his legs. How deep and how terrible was the agony of a father's sorrow! "Hoy, what a day is this! What a day is this!" said the poor mother, her womanish affliction, already exhausted by sobs and tears, and now almost lost in terror for the state in which she beheld her husband. "Oh, what an hour is this, and naebody to help a poor lone woman! Hoy, good mother, could you but speak a word to him, would you but bid him be comforted?" To her astonishment, and even to the increase of her fear, her husband's mother heard and answered the appeal. She rose and walked across the floor without support, and without much apparent feebleness, and, standing by the bed on which her son had extended himself, she said, "Rise up, my son, and sorrow not for him that is beyond sin and sorrow and temptation. Sorrow is for those that remain in this vale of sorrow and darkness. I would done a sorrow, and would canna sorrow for any ane. I must need that ye should aye sorrow for me." The voice of his mother, not heard for years as taking part in the active duties of life, or offering advice or consolation, produced its effect upon her son. He assumed a sitting posture on the side of the bed, and his appearance, attitude, and gestures changed from those of angry despair to deep grief and dejection. The grandmother retired to her nook. The mother mechanically took in her hand her tattered Bible, and seemed to read, though her eyes were drowned with tears. They were thus occupied, when a loud knock was heard at the door. "Hey, sirs," said the poor mother, "wha is it that can be coming at the gate now? They canna hae heard of our misfortune, I'm sure." The knock being repeated, she rose and opened the door, saying querulously, "Whatna gates that to disturb a sorrowful house?" A tall man in black stood before her, whom she instantly recognised to be Lord Glenallan. "Is there not," he said, "an old woman lodging in this or one of the neighbouring cottages called Elspeth, who was long resident at Craigburnfoot of Glenallan?" "It's me good mother, my lord," said Margaret, "but she canna see anybody enow. Ohon, we're dreeing a sight weird. We have had a heavy dispensation." "God forbid," said Lord Glenallan, "that I should on light occasion disturb your sorrow. But my days are numbered. Your mother-in-law is in the extremity of age, and if I see her not to-day, we may never meet on this side of time." "And what," answered the desolate mother, "would ye see an auld woman, broken down with age and sorrow and heartbreak? Gentle or semple shall not darken my door the day my bairn's been carried out a corpse." While she spoke thus, indulging the natural irritability of disposition and profession, which began to mingle itself with her grief, when its first uncontrolled bursts were gone by, she held the door about 1/3 part open, and placed herself in the gap, as if to render the visitor's entrance impossible. But the voice of her husband was heard from within. "Wha's that, Maggie? What for are ye staking them out? Let them come in. It does not signify an old rope's end wha comes in or wha gaes out of this house frae this time forward." The woman stood aside at her husband's command, and permitted Lord Glenallan to enter the hut. The dejection exhibited in his broken frame and emaciated countenance formed a strong contrast with the effects of grief, as they were displayed in the rude and weather-beaten visage of the fisherman, and the masculine features of his wife. He approached the old woman as she was seated on her usual settle, and asked her, in a tone as audible as his voice could make it, "Are you Elsbeth of the Craigburnfoot of Glenallan?" "Why is it that asks about the unhallowed residence of that evil woman?" was the answer returned to his query. "The unhappy Earl of Glenallan." "Earl? Earl of Glenallan?" "He who was called William Lord Geraldin," said the Earl, "and whom his mother's death has made Earl of Glenallan." "Open the poll," said the old woman firmly and hastily to her daughter-in-law. "Open the poll wi' speed, that I may see if this be the right Lord Geraldin, the son of my mistress, him that I received in my arms within the hour after he was born, him that has reason to curse me that I did not smother him before the hour was past." The window, which had been shut in order that a gloomy twilight might add to the solemnity of the funeral meeting, was opened as she commanded, and threw a sudden and strong light through the smoky and misty atmosphere of the stifling cabin. Falling in a stream upon the chimney, the rays illuminated, in the way that Rembrandt would have chosen, the features of the unfortunate nobleman, and those of the old sibyl, who now, standing upon her feet and holding him by one hand, peered anxiously in his features, with her light blue eyes, and holding her long and withered forefinger within a small distance of his face, moved it slowly as if to trace the outlines and reconcile what she recollected with that she now beheld. As she finished her scrutiny, she said, with a deep sigh, "It's a sair change. And whase fault is it? But that's written down where it will be remembered. It's written on tablets of brass with a pen of steel, where all is recorded that is done in the flesh. And what," she said after a pause, "what is Lord Geraldin seeking from a poor old creature like me, that's dead already, and only belongs sae far to the living that she isna yet laid in the moulds?" "Nay," answered Lord Glenallan, "in the name of heaven, why was it that you requested so urgently to see me? And why did you back your request by sending a token which you knew well I dared not refuse?" As he spoke thus, he took from his purse the ring which Edie Ochiltree had delivered to him at Glenallan House. The sight of this token produced a strange and instantaneous effect upon the old woman. The palsy of fear was immediately added to that of age, and she began instantly to search her pockets with the tremulous and hasty agitation of one who becomes first apprehensive of having lost something of great importance. Then, as if convinced of the reality of her fears, she turned to the Earl and demanded, "And how came you by it then? How came you by it? I thought I had kept it sae securely. What will the Countess say?" "You know," said the Earl, "at least you must have heard, that my mother is dead." "Dead! Are ye no imposing upon me? Has she left a' at last? Lands and lordship and lineages?" "All," all," said the Earl, "as mortals must leave all human vanities." "I mind now," answered Elspeth. "I heard of it before, but there has been sic distress in our house since, and my memory is sae muckle impaired. But ye are sure your mother, the Lady Countess, is gane home?" The Earl again assured her that her former mistress was no more. "Then," said Elspeth, "it shall burden my mind nae langer. When she lived, wha dared to speak what it would hae displeased her to hae had noised abroad? But she's gane, and I will confess all." Then turning to her son and daughter-in-law, she commanded them imperatively to quit the house, and leave Lord Geraldin, for so she still called him, alone with her. But Maggie Mucklebackit, her first burst of grief being over, was by no means disposed in her own house to pay passive obedience to the commands of her mother-in-law, an authority which is peculiarly obnoxious to persons in her rank of life, and which she was the more astonished at hearing revived, when it seemed to have been so long relinquished and forgotten. "It was an uncouth thing," she said, in a grumbling tone of voice, for the rank of Lord Glenallan was somewhat imposing. "It was an uncouth thing to bid a mother leave her ain house with the tear in her eye, the moment her eldest son had been carried a corpse out of the door o't." The fisherman, in a stubborn and sullen tone, added to the same purpose, "This is nae day for your hard word stories, mother. My lord, if he be a lord, may ca' some other day, or he may speak out what he has gotten to say if he likes it. There's nane here will think it worth their while to listen to him, or you either. But neither for laird or loon, gentle or semple, will I leave my ain house to pleasure onybody on the very day of my poor—" Here his voice choked, and he could proceed no farther, but as he had risen when Lord Glenallan came in, and had since remained standing, he now threw himself doggedly upon his seat, and remained in the sullen posture of one who was determined to keep his word. But the old woman, whom this crisis seemed to repossess in all those powers of mental superiority with which she had once been eminently gifted, arose, and, advancing towards him, said with a solemn voice, "My son, as you would shun hearing of your mother's shame, as you would not willingly be a witness of her guilt, as you would deserve her blessing and avoid her curse, I charge ye, by the body that bore and that nursed ye, to leave me at freedom to speak with Lord Geraldin what nae mortal ears but his ain maun listen to. Obey my words, that when ye lay the moulds on my head, and, oh, that that day were come, ye may remember this hour without the reproach of having disobeyed the last earthly command that ever your mother warred on ye." The terms of this solemn charge revived in the fisherman's heart the habit of instinctive obedience in which his mother had trained him up, and to which he had submitted implicitly, while her powers of exacting it remained entire. The recollection mingled also with the prevailing passion of the moment, for, glancing his eye at the bed on which the dead body had been laid, he muttered to himself, "He never disobeyed me, in reason or out o' reason, and what for should I vex her?" Then, taking his reluctant spouse by the arm, he led her gently out of the cottage, and latched the door behind them as he left it. As the unhappy parents withdrew, Lord Glenallan, to prevent the old woman from relapsing into her lethargy, again pressed her on the subject of the communication which she proposed to make to him. "You'll have it sae enough," she replied. "My mind's clear enough now, and there's not, I think there's not, a chance of my forgetting what I have to say. My dwelling at Craigburnfoot is before my een, as it were a present in reality. The green bank, with its selvage, just where the burn met with the sea, the twa little barks, with their sails furled, lying in the natural cove which it formed, the high cliff that joined it with the pleasure grounds of the house of Glenallan, and hung right ower the stream. Ah, yes, I may forget that I had a husband, and have lost him, that I but ane alive of our 4 or 5 sons, that misfortune upon misfortune was devoured our ill-gotten wealth, that they carried the corpse of my son's eldest born frae the house this morning. But I never can forget the days I spent at bonny Craigburnfoot." "You were a favourite of my mother," said Lord Glenallan, desirous to bring her back to the point from which she was wandering. I was. Ye needna mind me o' that. She brought me up abune my station, and with knowledge mair than my fellows. But, like the tempter of Ide, with the knowledge of good, she taught me the knowledge of evil." "For God's sake, Elspeth," said the astonished Earl, "proceed if you can, to explain the dreadful hints you have thrown out. I well know you are confidant to one dreadful secret, which should split this roof even to hear it named. But speak on farther." "I will," she said, "I will. Just bear with me for a little." And again she seemed lost in recollection, but it was no longer tinged with imbecility or apathy. She was now entering upon the topic which had long loaded her mind, and which doubtless often occupied her whole soul, at times when she seemed dead to all around her. And I may add, as a remarkable fact, that such was the intense operation of mental energy upon her physical powers and nervous system, that notwithstanding her infirmity of deafness, each word that Lord Glenallan spoke during this remarkable conference, although in the lowest tone of horror or agony, fell as full and distinct upon Elspeth's ear as it could have done at any period of her life. She spoke also herself clearly, distinctly, and slowly, as if anxious that the intelligence she communicated should be fully understood, concisely at the same time, and with none of the verbiage or circumlocutory additions natural to those of her sex and condition. In short, her language bespoke a better education, as well as an uncommonly firm and resolved mind, and a character of that sort from which great virtues or great crimes may be naturally expected. The tenor of her communication is disclosed in the following chapter. End chapter 11th. Volume 2, Chapter 12 of the Antiquary. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Antiquary, by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 12. Remorse. She near forsakes us. A bloodhound staunch, she tracks our rapid step through the wild labyrinth of youthful frenzy, unheard, perchance, until old age hath tamed us then in our lair, when time hath chilled our joints, and maimed our hope of combat or of flight. We hear her deep mouth bay, announcing all of wrath, and woe, and punishment that bides us. Old Play. "I need not tell you," said the old woman, addressing the Earl of Glenallan, "that I was the favourite and confidential attendant of Jocelyn, Countess of Glenallan, whom God assoilzie." Here she crossed herself. "And I think, father, you may not have forgotten that I shared her regard for mony years. I returned it by the most sincere attachment, but I fell into disgrace frae a trifling act of disobedience, reported to your mother by ane that thought, and she wasna wrang, that I was a spy upon her actions and yours." "I charge thee, woman," said the Earl, in a voice trembling with passion, "name not her name in my hearing." "I must," returned the penitent firmly and calmly, "or how can ye understand me?" The Earl leaned upon one of the wooden chairs of the hut, drew his hat over his face, clenched his hands together, set his teeth like one who summons up courage to undergo a painful operation, and made a signal to her to proceed. "I say, then," she resumed, "that my disgrace with my mistress was chiefly owing to Miss Eveline Neville, then bred up in Glenallan House, as the daughter of a cousin german and intimate friend of your father, that was gane. There was muckle mystery in her history, but wha dare to inquire farther than the Countess liked to tell? All in Glenallan House loved Miss Neville, all but twa, your mother and mysell. We baith hated her. God, for what reason, since a creature so mild, so gentle, so formed to inspire affection, never walked on this wretched world? It may have been sae, rejoined Elspeth, but your mother hated a' that came of your father's family, a' but himsell. Her reasons related to strife which fell between them soon after her marriage. The particulars are nothing to this purpose. But oh, doubly did she hate Evelyn Neville, when she perceived that there was a growing kindness between you and that unfortunate young lady. Ye may mind that the Countess's dislike didna gang farther at first than just showing a' the Clyde shouther. At least it wasna seen farther. But at the lang run, it brake out into such downright violence that Miss Neville was even fain to seek refuge at Knockwinnock Castle with Sir Arthur's lady, why, Gyn Sainer, was then with the living. You rend my heart by recalling these particulars. But go on, and may my present agony be accepted as additional penance for the involuntary crime. She had been absent some months, continued Elspeth, when I was ae night watching in my hut the return of my husband from fishing, and shedding in private those bitter tears that my proud spirit wrung frae me whenever I thought on my disgrace. The snake was drawn, and the Countess, your mother, entered my dwelling. I thought I had seen a spectre, for even in the height of my favour, this was an honour she had never done me, and she looked as pale and ghastly as if she had risen from the grave. She sat down and wrung the drops from her hair and cloak, for the night was drizzling, and her walk had been through the plantations that were aye loaded with dew. I only mention these things that you may understand how weel that night lives in my memory. And weel it may. I was surprised to see her, but I durst not speak first, more than if I had seen a phantom. Nay, I durst not, my lord, I that I seen mony sights o' terror, and never shook at them. Sae after a silence she said, Elspeth Cheyne, for she always gave me my maiden name. Are not she the daughter of that Reginald Cheyne, who died to save his master, Lord Glenallan, on the field of Sheriffmuir? And I answered her as proudly as herself nearly, as sure as ye are the daughter of that Earl of Glenallan whom my father saved that day by his own death. Here she made a deep pause. And what followed? What followed? For heaven's sake, good woman. But why should I use that word? Yet, good or bad, I command you to tell me. And little I should value earthly command, answered Elspeth, were there not a voice that has spoken to me sleeping and waking that drives me forward to tell this sad tale. Howie, my lord, the Countess said to me, My son loves Evelyn Neville. They are agreed, they are plighted. Should they have a son, my right over Glenallan merges. I sink from that moment from a countess into a miserable stipendiary dowager. I, who brought lands and vassals, and high blood and ancient fame to my husband, I must cease to be mistress when my son has an heir male. But I care not for that. Had he married any but one of the hated Nevilles, I had been patient. But for them, that they and their descendants should enjoy the right and honours of my ancestors, goes through my heart like a two-edged dirk. And this girl, I detest her. And I answered, for my heart kindled at her words, that her hate was equalled by mine. Wretch, exclaimed the Earl, in spite of his determination to preserve silence, wretched woman, what cause of hate could have arisen from a being so innocent and gentle? I hated what my mistress hated, as was the use with the liege vassals of the house of Glenallan. For though, my lord, I married under my degree, yet an ancestor of yours never went to the field of battle but an ancestor of the frail, demented, eyed, useless wretch, why now speaks with you, carried his shield before him. But that was not all," continued the beldam, her earthly and evil passions rekindling as she became heated in her narration. "That was na all. I hated Miss Evelyn Neville for her ain sake. I brought her frae England, and during our whole journey, she gacked and scorned at my northern speech and habit, as her Southland ladies and kimbers had done at the boarding school, as they ca'd it." And, strange as it may seem, she spoke of an affront offered by a heedless schoolgirl without intention, with a degree of inveteracy which, at such a distance of time, a mortal offence would neither have authorized or excited in any well-constituted mind. "Yes, she scorned and jested at me, but let them that scorn the tartan fear the dirk." She paused, and then went on. "But I deny not that I hated her mair than she deserved. My mistress, the Countess, persevered and said, Elspeth Cheyne, this unruly boy will marry with the false English blood. Were days as they have been, I could throw her into the massy moor of Glenallan, and fetter him in the keep of Strathbonnel." Reader's note: Massa Mora, an ancient name for a dungeon, derived from the Moorish language, perhaps as far back as the time of the Crusades. End reader's note. But these times were past, and the authority which the nobles of the land should exercise is delegated to quibbling lawyers and their baser dependents. Hear me, Elspeth Cheyne. If you are your father's daughter, as I am mine, I will find means that they shall not marry. She walks often to that cliff that overhangs your dwelling to look for a lover's boat. You may remember the pleasure ye then took on the sea, my lord. Let him find her 40 fathom lower than he expects. Yes, ye may stare and frown and clench your hand, but, as sure as I am to face the only being I ever feared, and, oh, that I had feared him mair. These were your mother's words. What avails it to me to lie to ye? But I wouldna consent to stain my hand with blood. Then she said, By the religion of our holy church, they are ower sib together. But I expect nothing but that both will become heretics as well as disobedient reprobates. That was her addition to that argument. And then, as a fiend is ever ower busy with brains like mine, that are settled beyond their use and station, I was unhappily permitted to add, but they might be brought to think themselves sae sib as no Christian law will permit their wedlock. Here the Earl of Glenallan echoed her words with a shriek so piercing as almost to rend the roof of the cottage. Ah, then Evelyn Neville was not the daughter, you would say, of your father, continued Elspeth. No, be it a torment or be it a comfort to you, ken the truth, she was nae mair daughter of your father's house than I am. Woman, deceive me not, make me not curse the memory of the parent I have so lately laid in the grave, for sharing in a plot the most cruel, the most infernal. Bethink ye, my Lord Geraldin, ere ye curse the memory of the parent that's gane, is there none of the blood of Glenallan living, whose faults have led to this dreadful catastrophe? Mean you my brother? He too is gone, said the Earl. No, replied the Sibyl. I mean yourself, Lord Geraldin. Had you not transgressed the obedience of a son by wedding Evelyn Neville in secret while a guest at Knockwinnock, our plot might have separated you for a time, but would have left at least your sorrows without remorse to canker them. But your own conduct had put poison in the weapon that we threw, and it pierced you with the mair force because ye cam rushing to meet it. Had your marriage been a proclaimed and acknowledged action, our stratagem to throw an obstacle into your way that couldn't be got o'er, neither would nor could have been practised against ye. Great heaven, said the unfortunate nobleman, it is as if a film fell from my obscured eyes. Yes, I now well understand the doubtful hints of consolation thrown out by my wretched mother, tending indirectly to impeach the evidence of the horrors of which her arts had led me to believe myself guilty." "She could not speak more plainly," answered Elspeth, "without confessing her ain fraud; and she would have submitted to be torn by wild horses rather than unfold what she had done. And if she had still lived, so would I for her sake. They were stout hearts, the race of Glenallan, male and female, and sae were a' that in old times cried their gathering word of Clochnaben. They stood shoulder to shoulder. Nae man parted frae his chief for love of gold or of gain, or of right or of wrong. The times are changed, I hear, now." The unfortunate nobleman was too much wrapped up in his own confused and distracted reflections to notice the rude expressions of savage fidelity, in which, even in the latest ebb of life, the unhappy author of his misfortunes seemed to find a stern and stubborn source of consolation. "Great Heaven!" he exclaimed, "I am then free from a guilt the most horrible with which man can be stained, and the sense of which, however involuntary, has wrecked my peace, destroyed my health, and bowed me down to an untimely grave. Accept," he fervently uttered, lifting his eyes upwards, "accept my humble thanks. If I live miserable, at least I shall not die stained with that unnatural guilt. And thou, proceed if thou hast more to tell, proceed while thou hast voice to speak it, and I have powers to listen." "Yes," answered the beldam, "the hour when you shall hear and I shall speak is indeed passing rapidly away. Death has crossed your brow with his finger, and I find his grasp turning every day colder at my heart. Hinder at me no more with exclamations and groans and accusations, but hear my tale to an end, and then, if ye be indeed sic a lord of Glenallan as I heard of in my day, make your merrymen gather the thorn, and the briar, and the green holland, till they heap them as high as the house riggin, and burn, 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 the auld witch Elspeth, and a' that can put ye in mind that sic a creature ever crawled upon the land." "Go on," said the Earl, "go on. I will not again interrupt you." He spoke in a half suffocated yet determined voice, resolved that no irritability on his part should deprive him of this opportunity of acquiring proofs of the wonderful tale he then heard. But Elspeth had become exhausted by a continuous narration of such unusual length. The subsequent part of her story was more broken, and though still distinctly intelligible in most parts, had no longer the lucid conciseness which the first part of her narrative had displayed to such an astonishing degree. Lord Glenallan found it necessary, when she had made some attempts to continue her narrative without success, to prompt her memory by demanding what proofs she could propose to bring of the truth of a narrative so different from that which she had originally told. "The evidence," she replied, "of Eveline Neville's real birth was in the Countess's possession, with reasons for its being for some time kept private. They may yet be found, if she has not destroyed them, in the left-hand drawer of the ebony cabinet that stood in the dressing-room. These she meant to suppress for the time, until you went abroad again, when she trusted, before your return, to send Miss Neville back to her ain country, or to get her settled in marriage." "But did you not show me letters of my father's, which seemed to me, unless my senses altogether failed me in that horrible moment, to avow his relationship to the unhappy—" "We did, and, with my testimony, how could you doubt the fact, or her either? But we suppressed the true explanation of these letters, and that was, that your father thought it right the young lady should pass for his daughter for a while, on account of some family reasons that were among them." "But wherefore, when you learned our union, was this dreadful artifice persisted in?" "It wasna," she replied, "till Lady Glenallan had communicated this fause tale, that she suspected ye had actually made a marriage, nor even then did you avow it sae as to satisfy her, whether the ceremony had in verity passed atween ye or no. But ye remember, ye cannot but remember, Will, what passed in that awful meeting. Woman, you swore upon the Gospels to the fact which you now disavow. I did, and I would hae taken a yet more holy pledge on it, if there had been ane. I would not hae spared the blood of my body, or the guilt of my soul, to serve the house of Glenallan. Wretch, do you call that horrid perjury, attended with consequences yet more dreadful, do you esteem that of service to the house of your benefactors? I served her, while I was then the head of Glenallan, as she required me to serve her. The cause was between God and her conscience, the manner between God and mine. She's gane to her account, and I maun follow. Have I told ye a'? No, answered Lord Glenallan, you have yet more to tell. You have to tell me of the death of the angel whom your perjury drove to despair, stained, as she thought herself, with a crime so horrible. Speak truth. Was that dreadful, was that horrible incident? He could scarcely articulate the words. Was it as reported, or was it an act of yet further, though not more atrocious cruelty, inflicted by others? I understand ye, said Elspeth, but report spoke truth. Our false witness was indeed the cause, but the deed was her ain distracted act. On that fearful disclosure, when ye rushed frae the Countess's presence and saddled your horse, and left the castle like a fire float, the Countess hadna yet discovered your private marriage. She hadna found out that the union, which she had framed this awful tale to prevent, had even taken place. Ye fled from the house as if the fire of heaven was about to fly upon it, and Miss Neville, atween reason and the want o't, was put under seward. But the ward slept, and the prisoner waked. The window was open. The way was before her. There was the cliff, and there was the sea. Oh, when will I forget that? And thus died, said the Earl, even so as was reported. No, my lord. I had gone out to the cove. The tide was in, and it flowed, as ye'll remember, to the foot of that cliff. It was a great convenience that for my husband's trade. Where am I wandering? I saw a white object dart frae the top of the cliff, like a sea maw through the mist, and then a heavy flash and sparkle of the water showed me it was a human creature that had fallen into the waves. I was bold and strong, and familiar with the tide. I rushed in and grasped her gown, and drew her out and carried her on my shoulders. I could have carried twice sick then. Carried her to my hut, and laid her on my bed. Neighbours came and brought help, but the words she uttered in her ravings, when she got back the use of speech, were such that I was fain to send them away, and get up word to Glenallan House. The Countess sent down her Spanish servant, Teresa. If ever there was a fiend on earth in human form, that woman was ane. She and I were to watch the unhappy lady, and let no other person approach. God knows what Teresa's part was to hae been. She told it not to me, but heaven took the conclusion in its ain hand. The poor lady, she took the pangs of travail before her time, bore a male child, and died in the arms of me, of her mortal enemy. Ay, ye may weep. She was a sightly creature to see to. But think ye, if I didna mourn her then, that I can mourn her now? Na, I left Teresa with the dead corpse and new-born babe, till I gaed up to take the Countess's commands what was to be done. Late as it was, I kyed her up, and she garred me kie up your brother. My brother? Yes, Lord Geraldin, even your brother, that some said she aye wished to be your heir. At any rate, he was the person most concerned in the succession and inheritance of the house of Glenallan. And is it possible to believe then that my brother, out of avarice to grasp at my inheritance, would lend himself to such a base and dreadful stratagem? Your mother believed it, said the old beldam, with a fiendish laugh. It was nae plot of my making. but what they did or said I will not say, because I did not hear. Lying inside, they consulted in the black wainscot dressing-room, and when your brother passed through the room where I was waiting, it seemed to me, and I've often thought sae since syne, that the fire of hell was in his cheek and een. But he had left some of it with his mother, at ony rate. She entered the room like a woman demented, and the first words she spoke were, Elspeth Cheyne, did you ever pull a new budded flower? I answered, as ye may believe, that I often had. Then said she, you will ken the better how to blight the spurious and heretical blossom that has sprung forth this night to disgrace my mother's noble house. See here. And she gave me a golden bodkin. Nothing but gold must shed the blood of Glenallan. This child is already as one of the dead, and since thou and Teresa alone ken that it lives, let it be dealt upon as ye will answer to me. And she turned away in her fury, and left me with the bodkin in my hand. Here it is. That and the ring of Miss Neville are I have preserved of my ill-gotten gear. For muckle was the gear I got, and will I keep it the secret, but no further gowd or gear either. Her long and bony hand held out to Lord Glenallan a gold bodkin, down which in fancy he saw the blood of his infant trickling. Wretch, had you the heart? I kenna if I could ha' had it or no. I returned to my cottage without feeling the ground that I trode on, but Teresa and the child were gane. All that was alive was gane, nothing left but the lifeless corpse. And did you never learn my infant's fate? I could but guess. I told ye your mother's purpose, and I ken Teresa was a fiend. She was never more seen in Scotland, and I have heard that she returned to her ain land. A dark curtain has fallen over the past, and the few that witnessed ony part of it could only surmise something of seduction and suicide. You yourself— I know it all, answered the Earl. Ye indeed know all that I can say, and now, Ere Glenallan, can ye forgive me? Ask forgiveness of God, and not of man, said the Earl, turning away. And how shall I ask it of poor and unstained what is denied to me by a sinner like mysell? If I hae sinned, hae I not suffered? Hae I had a day's peace, or an hour's rest since these lying wet locks of hair first lay upon my pillow at Craigburnfoot? Has not my house been burned with my bairn in the cradle? Have not my boats been wrecked, when I the others weathered the gale? Have not I that were near and dear to me dreed penance for my sin? Has not the fire had its share of them? The winds had their part, the sea had her part, and I— she added, with a lengthened groan, looking first upwards towards heaven, and then bending her eyes on the floor. "Hoy that the earth would take her part, that's been lang wearying to be joined to it." Lord Glenallan had reached the door of the cottage, but the generosity of his nature did not permit him to leave the unhappy woman in this state of desperate reprobation. "May God forgive thee, wretched woman," he said, "as sincerely as I do. Turn for mercy to him who can alone grant mercy, and may your prayers be heard as if they were mine own. I will send a religious man." Nae priest, she ejaculated, and the door of the cottage, opening as she spoke, prevented her from proceeding. Chapter 12. Volume 2, Chapter 13th of the Antiquary. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Antiquary, by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 13th. Still in his dead hand, clenched, remain the strings that thrill his father's heart, e'en as the limb, lopped off and laid in grave, retains, they tell us, strange commerce with the mutilated stump, whose nerves are twinging still in maimed existence. Old play. The Antiquary, As we informed the reader in the end of the 31st chapter, chapter 10th, volume 2, had shaken off the company of worthy Mr. Blattergowl, although he offered to entertain him with an abstract of the ablest speech he had ever known in the Teen Court, delivered by the procurator for the church in the remarkable case of the parish of Gatherham. Resisting this temptation, our senior preferred a solitary path, which again conducted him to the cottage of Mucklebackit. When he came in front of the fisherman's hut, he observed a man working intently, as if to repair a shattered boat which lay upon the beach, and going up to him was surprised to find it was Mucklebackit himself. "I'm glad," he said in a tone of sympathy, "I'm glad, Saunders, that you feel yourself able to make this exertion." "And what would ye have me to do?" answered the fisher gruffly, "unless I wanted to see 4 children starve, because ane is drowned. It's weel with you gentles that can sit in the house with handkerchers at your een when ye lose a friend. But the like o' us, man, to our work again, if our hearts were beaten as hard as my hammer." Without taking more notice of Oldbuck, he proceeded in his labour, and the Antiquary, to whom the display of human nature under the influence of agitating passions was never indifferent, stood beside him, in silent attention, as if watching the progress of the work. He observed more than once the man's hard features, as if by the force of association, prepare to accompany the sound of the saw and hammer with his usual symphony of a rude tune, hummed or whistled, and as often a slight twitch of convulsive expression showed, that, ere the sound was uttered, a cause for suppressing it rushed upon his mind. At length, when he had patched a considerable rent, and was beginning to mend another, his feelings appeared altogether to derange the power of attention necessary for his work. The piece of wood which he was about to nail on was at first too long, then he sawed it off too short, then chose another equally ill adapted for the purpose. At length, throwing it down in anger, after wiping his dim eye with his quivering hand, he exclaimed, "There's a curse either on me or on this old black bitch of a boat, that I have hauled up high and dry, and patched and clouted sae mony years, that she might drown my poor Steenie at the end of them, and be damned to her." And he flung his hammer against the boat, as if she had been the intentional cause of his misfortune. Then recollecting himself, he added, "Yet what needs ane be angry at her, that has neither soul nor sense? Though I'm no that muckle better mysell. She's but a rickle o' auld rotten deals nailed together, and warped with the wind and the sea, and I'm a dour carlie, battered by foul weather at sea and land, till I'm maist at senseless as hersell. She maun be mended though again, the morning tide. That's a thing o' necessity." Thus speaking, he went to gather together his instruments, and attempt to resume his labour, but Oldbuck took him kindly by the arm. "Come, come," he said, "Saunders, there's no work for you this day. I'll send down Shavings the carpenter to mend the boat, and he may put the day's work into my account. And you had better not come out to-morrow, but stay to comfort your family under this dispensation, and the gardener will bring you some vegetables and meal from Monkbarns." "I thank ye, Monkbarns," answered the poor fisher. "I am a plain-spoken man, and hae little to say for mysell. I might hae learned fair fashions frae my mother lang syne, but I never saw muckle good they did her. However, I thank ye. You are aye kind and neighbourly, whatever folk says o' your being near and close. And I often said, in thae times, when they were ganging to rise up the poor folk against the gentles, I often said, ne'er a man should steer a hair touching to Monkbarns, while Steenie and I could wag a finger. And so said Steenie too. And, Monkbarns, when ye laid his head in the grave, and mony thanks for the respect, ye saw the moles laid on an honest lad that lick it you will, though he had made little phrase about it." Oldbuck, beaten from the pride of his affected cynicism, would not willingly have had any one by on that occasion to quote to him his favourite maxims of the Stoic philosophy. The large drops fell fast from his own eyes, as he begged the father, who was now melted at recollecting the bravery and generous sentiments of his son, to forbear useless sorrow, and led him by the arm towards his own home, where another scene awaited our Antiquary. As he entered, the first person whom he beheld was Lord Glenallan. Mutual surprise was in their countenances as they saluted each other, with haughty reserve on the part of Mr. Oldbuck, and embarrassment on that of the Earl. "My Lord Glenallan, I think," said Mr. Oldbuck. "Yes, much changed from what he was when he knew Mr. Oldbuck." "I do not mean," said the Antiquary, "to intrude upon your lordship. I only came to see this distressed family." "And you have found one, sir, who has still greater claims on your compassion." "My compassion? Lord Glenallan cannot need my compassion. If Lord Glenallan could need it, I think he would hardly ask it." "Our former acquaintance," said the Earl, "is of such ancient date, my lord, was of such short duration, and was connected with circumstances so exquisitely painful, that I think we may dispense with renewing it." So saying, the Antiquary turned away, and left the hut. But Lord Glenallan followed him into the open air, and, in spite of a hasty "Good morning, my lord," requested a few minutes' conversation, and the favour of his advice in an important manner. "Your lordship will find many more capable to advise you, my lord, and by whom your intercourse will be deemed an honour. For me, I am a man retired from business and the world, and not very fond of raking up the past events of my useless life. And forgive me if I say, I have particular pain in reverting to that period of it, when I acted like a fool, and your lordship, like—" He stopped short. "Like a villain, you would say," said Lord Glenallan, "for such I must have appeared to you." My lord, I have no desire to hear your shrift," said the Antiquary. "But, sir, if I can show you that I am more sinned against than sinning, that I have been a man miserable beyond the power of description, and who looks forward at this moment to an untimely grave as to a haven of rest, you will not refuse the confidence which, accepting your appearance at this critical moment as a hint from heaven, I venture thus to press on you." "Assuredly, my lord, I shall shun no longer the continuation of this extraordinary interview." "I must then recall to you our occasional meetings upwards of 20 years since at Knockwinnock Castle, and I need not remind you of a lady who was then a member of that family, the unfortunate Miss Evelyn Neville, my lord. I remember it well." "Towards whom you entertained sentiments very different from those with which I before and since have regarded her sex. Her gentleness, her docility, her pleasure in the studies which I pointed out to her, attached my affections more than became my age, though that was not then much advanced, or the solidity of my character. But I need not remind your lordship of the various modes in which you indulged your gaiety at the expense of an awkward and retired student, embarrassed by the expression of feelings so new to him, and I have no doubt that the young lady joined you in the well-deserved ridicule. It is the way of womankind. I have spoken at once to the painful circumstances of my addresses and their rejection, that your lordship may be satisfied everything is full in my memory, and may, so far as I am concerned, tell your story without scruple or needless delicacy." "I will," said Lord Glenallan, "but first let me say, you do injustice to the memory of the gentlest and kindest, as well as to the most unhappy of women, to suppose she could make a jest of the honest affection of a man like you. Frequently did she blame me, Mr. Oldbuck, for indulging my levity at your expense. May I now presume you will excuse the gay freedoms which then offended you? My state of mind has never since laid me under the necessity of apologizing for the inadvertencies of a light and happy temper." "My lord, you are fully pardoned," said Mr. Oldbuck. "You should be aware that, like all others, I was ignorant at the time that I placed myself in competition with your lordship, and understood that Miss Neville was in a state of dependence which might make her prefer a competent independence and the hand of an honest man, But I am wasting time. I would I could believe that the views entertained towards her by others were as fair and honest as mine." "Mr. Oldbuck, you judge harshly." "Not without cause, my lord. When I only, of all the magistrates of this county, having neither, like some of them, the honour to be connected with your powerful family, nor, like others, the meanness to fear it, when I made some inquiry into the manner of Miss Neville's death, I shake you, my lord, but I must be plain. I do own I had every reason to believe that she had met most unfair dealing, and had either been imposed upon by a counterfeit marriage, or that very strong measures had been adopted to stifle and destroy the evidence of a real union. And I cannot doubt in my own mind that this cruelty on your lordship's part, whether coming of your own free will, or proceeding from the influence of the late Countess, hurried the unfortunate young lady to the desperate act by which her life was terminated." "You are deceived, Mr. Oldbuck, into conclusions which are not just, however naturally they flow from the circumstances. Believe me, I respected you even when I was most embarrassed by your active attempts to investigate our family misfortunes. You showed yourself more worthy of Miss Neville than I, by the spirit with which you persisted in vindicating her reputation, even after her death. But the firm belief that your well-meant efforts could only serve to bring to light a story too horrible to be detailed, induced me to join my unhappy mother in schemes to remove or destroy all evidence of the legal union which had taken place between Evelyn and myself. And now let us sit down on this bank, for I feel unable to remain longer standing, and have the goodness to listen to the extraordinary discovery which I have this day made." They sat down accordingly, and Lord Glenallan briefly narrated his unhappy family history, his concealed marriage, the horrible invention by which his mother had designed to render impossible that union which had already taken place. He detailed the arts by which the Countess, having all the documents relative to Miss Neville's birth in her hands, had produced those only relating to a period during which, for family reasons, his father had consented to own that young lady as his natural daughter, and showed how impossible it was that he could either suspect or detect the fraud put upon him by his mother, and vouched by the oaths of her attendants, Teresa and Elsbeth. "I left my paternal mansion," he concluded, "as if the furies of hell had driven me forth, and travelled with frantic velocity I knew not whither. Nor have I the slightest recollection of what I did or whither I went, until I was discovered by my brother. I will not trouble you with an account of my sick bed and recovery, or how, long afterwards, I ventured to inquire after the sharer of my misfortunes, and heard that her despair had found a dreadful remedy for all the ills of life. The first thing that roused me to thought was hearing of your inquiries into this cruel business, and you will hardly wonder that, believing what I did believe, I should join in those expedients to stop your investigation, which my brother and mother had actively commenced. The information which I gave them concerning the circumstances and witnesses of our private marriage enabled them to baffle your zeal. The clergymen, therefore, and witnesses, as persons who had acted in the matter only to please the powerful heir of Glenallan, were accessible to his promises and threats, and were so provided for that they had no objections to leave this country for another. For myself, Mr. Oldbuck, pursued this unhappy man, from that moment I considered myself as blotted out of the book of the living, and as having nothing left to do with this world. My mother tried to reconcile me to life by every art, even by intimations which I can now interpret as calculated to produce a doubt of the horrible tale she herself had fabricated. But I construed all she said as the fictions of maternal affection. I will forbear all reproach. She is no more, and, as her wretched associate said, she knew not how the dart was poisoned, or how deep it must sink, when she threw it from her hand. But, Mr. Oldbuck, if ever, during these 20 years, there crawled upon the earth a living being deserving of your pity, I have been that man. My food has not nourished me, My sleep has not refreshed me. My devotions have not comforted me. All that is cheering and necessary to man has been to me converted into poison. The rare and limited intercourse which I have held with others has been most odious to me. I felt as if I were bringing the contamination of unnatural and inexpressible guilt among the gay and the innocent. There have been moments when I had thoughts of another description, to plunge into the adventures of war, or to brave the dangers of the traveller in foreign and barbarous climates, to mingle in political intrigue, or to retire to the stern seclusion of the anchorites of our religion. All these are thoughts which have alternately passed through my mind, but each required an energy which was mine no longer, after the withering stroke I had received. I vegetated on as I could in the same spot, fancy, feeling, judgment, and health gradually decaying, like a tree whose bark has been destroyed, when first the blossoms fade, then the boughs, until its state resembles the decayed and dying trunk that is now before you. Do you now pity and forgive me?" "My lord," answered the Antiquary, much affected, "my pity, my forgiveness, you have not to ask, for your dismal story is of itself not only an ample excuse for whatever appeared mysterious in your conduct, but a narrative that might move your worst enemies, and I, my lord, was never of the number, to tears and to sympathy. But permit me to ask what you now mean to do, and why you have honoured me, whose opinion can be of little consequence, with your confidence on this occasion." "Mr. Oldbuck," answered the Earl, "as I could never have foreseen the nature of that confession which I have heard this day, I need not say that I had no formed plan of consulting you, or any one, upon affairs the tendency of which I could not even have suspected. But I am without friends, unused to business, and, by long retirement, unacquainted alike with the laws of the land and the habits of the living generation. And when most unexpectedly I find myself immersed in the matters of which I know least, I catch, like a drowning man, at the first support that offers. You are that support, Mr. Oldbuck. I have always heard you mentioned as a man of wisdom and intelligence. I have known you myself as a man of a resolute and independent spirit. And there is one circumstance," said he, "which ought to combine us in some degree, our having paid tribute to the same excellence of character in poor Evelyn. You offered yourself to me in my need, and you were already acquainted with the beginning of my misfortunes. To you, therefore, I have recourse for advice, for sympathy, for support." "You shall seek none of them in vain, my lord," said Oldbuck, "so far as my slender ability extends, and I am honoured by the preference, whether it arises from choice or is prompted by chance. But this is a matter to be ripely considered. May I ask what are your principal views at present?" "To ascertain the fate of my child," said the Earl, "be the consequences what they may, and to do justice to the honour of Evelyn, which I have only permitted to be suspected, to avoid discovery of the yet more horrible taint to which I was made to believe it liable." "And the memory of your mother?" "Must bear its own burden," answered the Earl with a sigh. "Better that she were justly convicted of deceit, should that be found necessary, than that others should be unjustly accused of crimes so much more dreadful." "Then, my lord," said Oldbuck, "our first business must be to put the information of the old woman, Elspeth, into a regular and authenticated form." "That," said Lord Glenallan, "will be at present, I fear, impossible. She has exhausted herself, and surrounded by her distressed family. To-morrow, perhaps, when she is alone, and yet I doubt, from her imperfect sense of right and wrong, whether she would speak out in any one's presence but my own. I am too sorely fatigued." "Then, my lord," said the Antiquary, whom the interests of the moment elevated above points of expense and convenience, which had generally more than enough of weight with him, "I would propose to your lordship, instead of returning, fatigued as you are, so far as to Glenallan House, or taking the more uncomfortable alternative of going to a bad inn at Fairport, to alarm all the busybodies of the town, I would propose, I say, that you should be my guest at Monkbarns for this night. By to-morrow these poor people will have renewed their out-of-doors vocation, for sorrow with them affords no respite from labour, and we will visit the old woman Elspeth alone, and take down her examination." After a formal apology for the encroachment, Lord Glenallan agreed to go with him, and underwent with patience, in their return home, the whole history of John of the Girnel, a legend which Mr. Oldbuck was never known to spare any one who crossed his threshold. The arrival of a stranger of such note, with 2 saddle horses and a servant in black, which servant had holsters on his saddle-bow, and a coronet upon the holsters, created a general commotion in the house of Monkbarns. Jenny Rintherout, scarce recovered from the hysterics which she had taken on hearing of poor Steenie's misfortune, chased about the turkeys and poultry, cackled and screamed louder than they did, and ended by killing one half too many. Miss Griselda made many wise reflections on the hot-headed wilfulness of her brother, who had occasioned such devastation, by suddenly bringing in upon them a Papist nobleman, and she ventured to transmit to Mr. Blattergowl some hint of the unusual slaughter which had taken place in the basse cour, which brought the honest clergyman to inquire how his friend Monkbarns had got home, and whether he was not the worse of being at the funeral, at a period so near the ringing of the bell for dinner, that the Antiquary had no choice left but to invite him to stay and bless the meat. Miss M'Intyre had on her part some curiosity to see this mighty peer, of whom all had heard, as an Eastern caliph or sultan is heard of by his subjects, and felt some degree of timidity at the idea of encountering a person, of whose unsocial habits and stern manners so many stories were told, that her fear kept at least pace with her curiosity. The aged housekeeper was no less flustered and hurried in obeying the numerous and contradictory commands of her mistress, concerning preserves, pastry, and fruit, the mode of marshalling and dishing the dinner, the necessity of not permitting the melted butter to run to oil, and the danger of allowing Juno, who, though formally banished from the parlour, failed not to maraud about the out-settlements of the family, to enter the kitchen. The only inmate of Monkbarns who remained entirely indifferent on this momentous occasion was Hector M'Intyre, who cared no more for an earl than he did for a commoner, and who was only interested in the unexpected visit, as it might afford some protection against his uncle's displeasure, if he harboured any, for his not attending the funeral, and still more against his satire upon the subject of his gallant but unsuccessful single combat with the phoca or seal. To these, the inmates of his household, Oldbuck presented the Earl of Glenallan, who underwent, with meek and subdued civility, the prosing speeches of the honest divine, and the lengthened apologies of Miss Griselda Oldbuck, which her brother in vain endeavoured to abridge. Before the dinner hour, Lord Glenallan requested permission to retire a while to his chamber. Mr. Oldbuck accompanied his guest to the green room, which had been hastily prepared for his reception. He looked around with an air of painful recollection. "I think," at length he observed, "I think, Mr. Oldbuck, that I have been in this apartment before." "Yes, my lord," answered Oldbuck, "upon occasion of an excursion hither from Knockwinnock, and since we are upon a subject so melancholy, you may perhaps remember whose taste supplied these lines from Chaucer, which now form the motto of the tapestry." "I guess," said the Earl, "though I cannot recollect." "She excelled me, indeed, in literary taste and information, as in everything else. And it is one of the mysterious dispensations of Providence, Mr. Oldbuck, that a creature so excellent in mind and body should have been cut off in so miserable a manner, merely from her having formed a fatal attachment to such a wretch as I am." Mr. Oldbuck did not attempt an answer to this burst of the grief which lay ever nearest to the heart of his guest, but pressing Lord Glenallan's hand with one of his own, and drawing the other across his shaggy eyelashes, as if to brush away a mist that intercepted his sight, he left the Earl at liberty to arrange himself previous to dinner. End chapter 13th. Volume 2, Chapter 14th of the Antiquary. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Antiquary by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 14th. Life, with you, glows in the brain, and dances in the arteries. 'Tis like the wine some joyous guest hath quaffed, that glads the heart and elevates the fancy. Mine is the poor residuum of the cup, vapid and dull and tasteless, only soiling, with its base dregs, the vessel that contains it. Old play. Now, only think what a man my brother is, Mr. Blattergowl, for a wise man and a learned man, to bring this yerl into our house without speaking a word to a body. And there's the distress of thy mucklebackets, we canna get a fin of fish, and we hae nae time to send ower to Fairport for beef, and the mutton's new killed. And that silly Fliskmahoy, Jenny Rintherout, has ta'en the excise, and done nothing but laugh and greet the squirrel at the tail o' the guffaw for 2 days successfully. And now we maun ask that strange man, that's as grand in his grave as the Earl himsell, to stand at the sideboard. And I canna gang into the kitchen to direct onything, for he's hovering over there, making some pow saudie for my lord, for he doesna eat like either folk neither. Reader's note: Paucity, miscellaneous mess. And how to sort that strange servant man at dinner time, I'm sure Mr. Blattergowl, altogether, it passes my judgment. Truly, Miss Griselda, replied the divine, Monkbarns was inconsiderate. He should have taken a day to see the invitation, as I do with the titulars, condescendents, in the process of valuation and sale. But the great man could not have come on a sudden to ony house in this parish, where he could have been better served with vivers. That I must say, and also that the steam from the kitchen is very gratifying to my nostrils. And if ye have ony household affairs to attend to, Mrs. Griselda, never make a stranger of me. I can amuse myself very well with the larger copy of Erskine's Institutes. And taking down from the window-seat that amusing folio, The Scottish Cook upon Littleton, he opened it, as if instinctively, at the 10th title of Book 2nd, of Teens or Tithes, and was presently deeply wrapped up in an abstruse discussion concerning the temporality of benefices. The entertainment, about which Miss Oldbuck expressed so much anxiety, was at length placed upon the table, and the Earl of Glenallan, for the first time since the date of his calamity, sat at a stranger's board, surrounded by strangers. He seemed to himself like a man in a dream, or one whose brain was not fully recovered from the effects of an intoxicating potion. Relieved, as he had that morning been, from the image of guilt which had so long haunted his imagination, he felt his sorrows as a lighter and more tolerable load, but was still unable to take any share in the conversation that passed around him. It was indeed of a cast very different from that which he had been accustomed to. The bluntness of Oldbuck, the tiresome apologetic harangues of his sister, the pedantry of the divine, and the vivacity of the young soldier, which savoured much more of the camp than of the court, were all new to a nobleman who had lived in a retired and melancholy state for so many years, that the manners of the world seemed to him equally strange and unpleasing. Miss M'Intyre alone, from the natural politeness and unpretending simplicity of her manners, appeared to belong to that class of society to which he had been accustomed in his earlier and better days. Nor did Lord Glenallan's deportment less surprise the company. Though a plain but excellent family dinner was provided, for, as Mr. Blattergowl had justly said, it was impossible to surprise Miss Griselda when her larder was empty. And though the Antiquary boasted his best port, and assimilated it to the Falernian of Horace. Lord Glenallan was proof to the allurements of both. His servant placed before him a small mess of vegetables, that very dish, the cooking of which had alarmed Miss Griselda, arranged with the most minute and scrupulous neatness. He ate sparingly of these provisions, and a glass of pure water, sparkling from the fountainhead, completed his repast. Such, his servant said, had been his lordship's diet for very many years, unless upon the high festivals of the church, or when company of the first rank were entertained at Glenallan House, when he relaxed a little in the austerity of his diet, and permitted himself a glass or two of wine. But at Monkbarns no anchorite could have made a more simple and scanty meal. The Antiquary was a gentleman, as we have seen, in feeling, but blunt and careless in expression, from the habit of living with those before whom he had nothing to suppress. He attacked his noble guest without scruple on the severity of his regimen. "A few half-cold greens and potatoes, a glass of ice-cold water to wash them down. Antiquity gives no warrant for it, my lord. This house used to be accounted a hospitium, a place of retreat for Christians, but your lordship's diet is that of a heathen, Pythagorean, or Indian Brahmin, nay, more severe than either, if you refuse these fine apples." "I am a Catholic, you are aware," said Lord Glenallan, wishing to escape from the discussion, "and you know that our church lays down many rules of mortification," proceeded the dauntless Antiquary, "but I never heard that they were quite so rigorously practised. Bear witness my predecessor, John of the Girnel, or the jolly abbot, who gave his name to this apple, my lord." And as he pared the fruit, in spite of his sister's "Oh fie, Monkbarns!" and the prolonged cough of the minister, accompanied by a shake of his huge wig, the Antiquary proceeded to detail the intrigue which had given rise to the fame of the abbot's apple, with more slyness and circumstantiality than was at all necessary. His jest, as may readily be conceived, missed fire, for this anecdote of conventual gallantry failed to produce the slightest smile on the visage of the Earl. Oldbuck then took up the subject of Ossian, Macpherson, and Macrib. But Lord Glenallan had never so much as heard of any of the three, so little conversant had he been with modern literature. The conversation was now in some danger of flagging, or of falling into the hands of Mr. Blattergowl, who had just pronounced the formidable word teind free, when the subject of the French Revolution was started, a political event on which Lord Glenallan looked with all the prejudiced horror of a bigoted Catholic and zealous aristocrat. Oldbuck was far from carrying his detestation of its principles to such a length. "There were many men in the first Constituent Assembly," he said, "who held some Whiggish doctrines, and were for settling the Constitution with a proper provision for the liberties of the people. And if a set of furious madmen were now in possession of the government, it was," he continued, "what often happened in great revolutions, where extreme measures are adopted in the fury of the moment, and the state resembles an agitated pendulum, which swings from side to side for some time ere it can acquire its due and perpendicular station. Or it might be likened to a storm or hurricane, which, passing over a region, does great damage in its passage, yet sweeps away stagnant and unwholesome vapours, and repays, in future health and fertility, its immediate desolation and ravage." The Earl shook his head, but having neither spirit nor inclination for debate, he suffered the argument to pass uncontested. This discussion served to introduce the young soldier's experiences, and he spoke of the actions in which he had been engaged with modesty, and at the same time with an air of spirit and zeal which delighted the Earl, who had been bred up, like others of his house, in the opinion that the trade of arms was the first duty of man, and believed that to employ them against the French was a sort of holy warfare. "What would I give," said he apart to Oldbuck, as they rose to join the ladies in the drawing-room, What would I give to have a son of such spirit as that young gentleman! He wants something of address and manner, something of polish, which, mixing in good society, would soon give him. But with what zeal and animation he expresses himself! How fond of his profession! How loud in the praise of others! How modest when speaking of himself!" "Hector is much obliged to you, my lord," replied his uncle, gratified, yet not so much so as to suppress his consciousness of his own mental superiority over the young soldier. "I believe in my heart nobody ever spoke half so much good of him before, except perhaps the sergeant of his company, when was wielding a Highland recruit to enlist with him. He is a good lad notwithstanding, although he be not quite the hero your lordship supposes him, and although my commendations rather attest the kindness than the vivacity of his character. In fact, his high spirit is a sort of constitutional vehemence, which attends him in everything he sets about, and is often very inconvenient to his friends. I saw him to-day engaged in an animated contest with a phoca, or seal, selg, our people more properly call them, retaining the Gothic guttural g, with as much vehemence as if he had fought against de Maurier. Marry, my lord, the phoca had the better, as the said de Maurier had of some other folks. And he'll talk with equal, if not superior rapture of the good behaviour of a pointer bitch, as of the plan of a campaign." "He shall have full permission to sport over my grounds," said the Earl, "if he is so fond of that exercise." "You will bind him to you, my lord," said Monkbarns, "body and soul. Give him leave to crack off his birding piece at a poor covey of partridges or moorfowl, and he's yours for ever. I will enchant him by the intelligence. But, oh, my lord, that you could have seen my phoenix Lovel, the very prince and chieftain of the youth of his age, and not destitute of spirit neither. I promise you, he gave my termagant kinsman a quid pro quo, a Rowland for his Oliver, as the vulgar say, alluding to the two celebrated paladins of Charlemagne." After coffee, Lord Glenallan requested a private interview with the Antiquary, and was ushered to his library. "I must withdraw you from your own amiable family," he said, "to involve you in the perplexities of an unhappy man. You are acquainted with the world, from which I have long been banished, for Glenallan House has been to me rather a prison than a dwelling, although a prison which I had neither fortitude nor spirit to break from." "Let me first ask your lordship," said the Antiquary, "what are your own wishes and designs in this matter?" "I wish most especially," answered Lord Glenallan, "to declare my luckless marriage, and to vindicate the reputation of the unhappy Eveline, that is, if you see a possibility of doing so without making public the conduct of my mother." "Sum cuique tributuo," said the Antiquary. "Do right to every one. The memory of that unhappy young lady has too long suffered, and I think it might be cleared without further impeaching that of your mother, than by letting it be understood in general that she greatly disapproved and bitterly opposed the match. All, forgive me, my lord, all who ever heard of the late Countess of Glenallan will learn that without much surprise." "But you forget one horrible circumstance, Mr. Oldbuck," said the Earl, in an agitated voice. "I am not aware of it," replied the Antiquary. "The fate of the infant, its disappearance with the confidential attendant of my mother, and the dreadful surmises which may be drawn from my conversation with Elspeth." "If you would have my free opinion, my lord," answered Mr. Oldbuck, "and will not catch too rapidly at it as matter of hope, I would say that it is very possible the child yet lives. For thus much I ascertained, by my former inquiries concerning the event of that deplorable evening, that a child and woman were carried that night from the cottage at the Craigburnfoot, in a carriage and four, by your brother Edward Geraldin Neville, whose journey towards England with these companions I traced for several stages. I believe then it was a part of the family compact to carry a child whom you meant to stigmatize with illegitimacy, out of that country where chance might have raised protectors and proofs of its rights. But I now think that your brother, having reason like yourself to believe the child stained with shame yet more indelible, had nevertheless withdrawn it, partly from regard to the honour of his house, partly from the risk to which it might have been exposed in the neighbourhood of the Lady Glenallan. As he spoke, the Earl of Glenallan grew extremely pale, and had nearly fallen from his chair. The alarmed Antiquary ran hither and thither, looking for remedies, but his museum, though sufficiently well filled with a vast variety of useless matters, contained nothing that could be serviceable on the present or any other occasion. As he posted out of the room to borrow his sister's salts, he could not help giving a constitutional growl of chagrin and wonder at the various incidents which had converted his mansion, first into a hospital for wounded duellists, and now into the sick chamber of a dying nobleman. "And yet," said he, "I have always kept aloof from the soldiery and the peerage. My conubentium has only next to be made a lying-in hospital, and then, I trow, the transformation will be complete." When he returned with the remedy, Lord Glenallan was much better. The new and unexpected light which Mr. Oldbuck had thrown upon the melancholy history of his family had almost overpowered him. "You think, then, Mr. Oldbuck, for you are capable of thinking, which I am not, you think, then, that it is possible, that is, not impossible, my child may yet live?" "I think," said the Antiquary, "it is impossible that it could come to any violent harm through your brother's means. He was known to be a gay and dissipated man, but not cruel nor dishonourable. Nor is it possible that, if he had intended any foul play, he would have placed himself so forward in the charge of the infant, as I will prove to your lordship he did." So saying, Mr. Oldbuck opened a drawer of the cabinet of his ancestor Aldobrand, and produced a bundle of papers tied with a black riband, and labelled "Examinations, etc., taken by Jonathan Oldbuck, J.P., upon the 18th of February, 17." A little under was written, in a small hand, "Eu Evelina." The tears dropped fast from the Earl's eyes, as he endeavoured in vain to unfasten the knot which secured these documents. "Your lordship," said Mr. Oldbuck, "had better not read these at present. Agitated as you are, and having much business before you, you must not exhaust your strength. Your brother's succession is now, I presume, your own, and it will be easy for you to make inquiry among his servants and retainers, so as to hear where the child is, if, fortunately, it shall be still alive." "I dare hardly hope it," said the Earl, with a deep sigh. "Why should my brother have been silent to me?" "Nay, my lord, why should he have communicated to your lordship the existence of a being whom you must have supposed the offspring of—" "Most true. There is an obvious and a kind reason for his being silent. If anything, indeed, could have added to the horror of the ghastly dream that has poisoned my whole existence, it must have been the knowledge that such a child of misery existed." "Then," continued the Antiquary, "although it would be rash to conclude, at the distance of more than 20 years, that your son must needs be still alive because he was not destroyed in infancy, I own I think you should instantly set on foot inquiries." "It shall be done," replied Lord Glenallan, catching eagerly at the hope held out to him, the first he had nourished for many years. "I will write to a faithful steward of my father, who acted in the same capacity under my brother Neville. But, Mr. Oldbuck, I am not my brother's heir." "Indeed! I am sorry for that, my lord. It is a noble estate, and the ruins of the old castle of Neville's Burgh alone, which are the most superb relics of Anglo-Norman architecture in that part of the country, are a possession much to be coveted. I thought your father had no other son or near relative?" "He had not, Mr. Oldbuck," replied Lord Glenallan, "but my brother adopted views in politics and a form of religion, alien from those which had been always held by our house. Our tempers had long differed, nor did my unhappy mother always think him sufficiently observant to her. In short, there was a family quarrel, and my brother, whose property was at his own free disposal, availed himself of the power vested in him to choose a stranger for his heir. It is a matter which never struck me as being of the least consequence, for if worldly possessions could alleviate misery, I have enough and to spare. But now I shall regret it, if it throws any difficulty in the way of our inquiries, and I bethink me that it may, for in case of my having a lawful son of my body, and my brother dying without issue, my father's possessions stood entailed upon my son. It is not therefore likely that this heir, be he who he may, will afford us assistance in making a discovery which may turn out so much to his own prejudice. And in all probability the steward your lordship mentions is also in his service, said the Antiquary. It is most likely. And the man being a Protestant, how far it is safe to entrust him? I should hope, my lord, said Oldbuck gravely, that a Protestant may be as trustworthy as a Catholic. I am doubly interested in the Protestant faith, my lord. My ancestor, Aldobrand Oldenbuck, printed the celebrated Confession of Augsburg, as I can show by the original edition now in this house. I have not the least doubt of what you say, Mr. Oldbuck, replied the Earl, nor do I speak out of bigotry or intolerance, but probably the Protestant steward will favour the Protestant heir rather than the Catholic, if indeed my son has been bred in his father's faith, or, alas, if indeed he yet lives. We must look close into this, said Oldbuck, before committing ourselves. I have a literary friend at York, with whom I have long corresponded on the subject of the Saxon horn that is preserved in the minster there. We interchanged letters for 6 years, and have only as yet been able to settle the first line of the inscription. I will write forthwith to this gentleman, Dr. Dryasdust, and be particular in my inquiries concerning the character, etc., of your brother's heir, of the gentleman employed in his affairs, and what else may be likely to further your lordship's inquiries. In the meantime, your lordship will collect the evidence of the marriage, which I hope can still be recovered? Unquestionably, replied the Earl. The witnesses, who were formerly withdrawn from your research, are still living. My tutor, who solemnized the marriage, was provided for by living in France, and has lately returned to this country as an emigrant, a victim of his zeal for loyalty, legitimacy, and religion. That's one lucky consequence of the French Revolution, my lord. You must allow that, at least, said Oldbuck. But no offence. I will act as warmly in your affairs as if I were of your own faith in politics and religion. And take my advice. If you want an affair of consequence properly managed, put it into the hands of an antiquary, for as they are eternally exercising their genius and research upon trifles, it is impossible they can be baffled in affairs of importance. Use makes perfect, and the corps that is most frequently drilled upon the parade will be most prompt in its exercise upon the day of battle. And, talking upon that subject, I would willingly read to your lordship, in order to pass away the time betwixt and supper. I beg I may not interfere with family arrangements, said Lord Glenallan, but I never taste anything after sunset. Nor I either, my lord, answered his host, notwithstanding it is said to have been the custom of the ancients. But then I dine differently from your lordship, and therefore am better enabled to dispense with those elaborate entertainments which my womankind, that is my sister and niece, my lord, are apt to place on the table, for the display rather of their own housewifery than the accommodation of our wants. However, a broiled bone, or a smoked haddock, or an oyster, or a slice of bacon of our own curing, with a toast and a tankard, or something or other of that sort, to close the orifice of the stomach before going to bed, does not fall under my restriction, nor, I hope, under your lordship's. My no supper is literal, Mr. Oldbuck, but I will attend you at your meal with pleasure." "Well, my lord," replied the Antiquary, "I will endeavour to entertain your ears at least, since I cannot banquet your palate. What I am about to read to your lordship relates to the upland glens." Lord Glenallan, though he would rather have recurred to the subject of his own uncertainties, was compelled to make a sign of rueful civility and acquiescence. The Antiquary, therefore, took out his portfolio of loose sheets, and after premising that the topographical details here laid down were designed to illustrate a slight essay upon castrametation, which had been read with indulgence at several societies of antiquaries, he commenced as follows: "The subject, my lord, is the hill fort of Quickensbog, with the site of which your lordship is doubtless familiar. It is upon your store farm of Mantanner, in the barony of Clochnaben." "I think I have heard the names of these places," said the Earl, in answer to the Antiquary's appeal. "Heard the name? And the farm brings him 600 a year, O Lord!" Such was the scarce subdued ejaculation of the Antiquary. But his hospitality got the better of his surprise, and he proceeded to read his essay with an audible voice, in great glee at having secured a patient, and, as he fondly hoped, an interested hearer. Quickensbog may at first seem to derive its name from the plant quicken, by which Scottice we understand couch-grass, dog-grass, or the triticum repens of Linnaeus, and the common English monosyllable bog, by which we mean in popular language a marsh or morass, in Latin palus. But it may confound the rash adopters of the more obvious etymological derivations to learn that the couch-grass or dog-grass, or to speak scientifically, the triticum repens of Linnaeus, does not grow within a quarter of a mile of this castrum or hill fort, whose ramparts are uniformly clothed with short verdant turf, and that we must seek a bog or palus at a still greater distance, the nearest being that of Girdlemere, a full half-mile distant. The last syllable, bog, is obviously, therefore, a mere corruption of the Saxon burg, where we find in the various transmutations of burg, burrow, brogue, bruff, buff, and boff, which last approaches very near the sound in question, since, supposing the word to have been originally borg, which is the genuine Saxon spelling, a slight change, such as modern organs too often make upon ancient sounds, will produce first bogue and then Elisa H, or compromising and sinking the guttural, agreeable to the common vernacular practice, you have either boff or bog, as it happens. The word quickens requires in like manner to be altered, decomposed as it were, and reduced to its original and genuine sound, ere we can discern its real meaning. By the ordinary exchange of the qua into wa, familiar to the rudest tyro who has opened a book of old Scottish poetry, we gain either Wilkins or Wickensborg. But we may suppose, by way of question, as if those who imposed the name, struck with the extreme antiquity of the place, had expressed it in an interrogation, to whom did this fortress belong? Or it might be Wachensburg, from the Saxon wachen, to strike with the hand, as doubtless the skirmishes near a place of such apparent consequence must have legitimated such a derivation, etc., etc., etc. I will be more merciful to my readers than Oldbuck was to his guest, for, considering his opportunities of gaining patient attention from a person of such consequence as Lord Glenallan were not many, he used, or rather abused, the present to the uttermost. End chapter 14th. Volume 2, Chapter 15th of the Antiquary. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Antiquary by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 15th. Crabbed age and youth cannot live together. Youth is full of pleasance, age is full of care. Youth like summer morn, age like winter weather. Youth like summer brave, age like winter bear. Shakespeare. In the morning of the following day, the Antiquary, who was something of a sluggard, was summoned from his bed a full hour earlier than his custom by Caxon. "What's the matter now?" he exclaimed, yawning and stretching forth his hand to the huge gold repeater, which, bedded upon his India silk handkerchief, was laid safe by his pillow. "What's the matter now, Caxon? It can't be 8 o'clock yet." "Na, sir, but my lord's man sought me out, for he fancies me your honour's valet de sham, and sae I am, there's nae doubt o't, baith your honour's and the minister's. At least ye hae nae other than I ken of. And I gie help to Sir Arthur too, but that's mair in the way of my profession." "Well, well, never mind that," said the Antiquary. "Happy is he that is his own valet de sham, as you call it. But why disturb my morning's rest?" "Why, sir, the great man's been up since peep o' day, and he's steered the town to get away an express to fetch his carriage, and it will be here briefly, and he would like to see your honour afore he gaes away." "Gadso!" ejaculated Oldbuck. "These great men use one's house and time as if they were their own property." "Well, it's once and a way. Has Jenny come to her senses yet, Caxon?" "Troth, sir, but just middling," replied the barber. "She's been in a swither about the jocolate this morning, and was like to hae toomed it a' out into the slop basin, and drank it herself in her ecstasies. But she's won over with it, with the help o' Miss M'Intyre. Then all my womankind are on foot and scrambling, and I must enjoy my quiet bed no longer, if I would have a well-regulated house. Lend me my gown, and what are the news at Fairport?" "Why, sir, what can they be about but this grand news of my lord?" answered the old man, "that hasna been ower the door stane, they threep to me, for this 20 years, this grand news of his coming to visit your honour." "Ah," said Monkbarns, "and what do they say of that, Caxon?" "'Deed, sir, they hae various opinions. Thae fellows that are the democraws, as they ca' them, that are agin the king and the law, and hair powter, and dressing in gentlemen's wigs, a wheen blackguards, they say he's come down to speak with your honour about bringing down his hill lads and Highland tenantry to break up the meetings of the Friends o' the People. And when I said your honour never meddled with the like o' sic things, where there was like to be strikes and bloodshed, they said, if ye didna, your novoy did, and that he was weel kenned to be a kingsman that wad fight knee deep, and that ye were the head and he was the hand, and that the earl was to bring out the men and the siller." "Come," said the Antiquary, laughing, "I am glad the war is to cost me nothing but counsel." "Na, na," said Caxon, "naebody thinks your honour wad either fight yoursell, or gie ony feck o' siller to ony side o' the question." "Humph! Well, that's the opinion of the democraws, as you call them. What say the rest of Fairport?" "In troth," said the candid reporter, "I canna say it's muckle better. Captain Coquet of the Volunteers, that's him that's to be the new collector, and some of the other gentlemen of the Blue and High the Blue Club, are just saying it's no right to let popists that hae sae mony French friends as the Earl of Glenallan gang through the country, and but your honour will maybe be angry." "Not I, Caxon," said Oldbuck. "Fire away as if you were Captain Coquet's whole platoon, I can stand it." "Weel, then, they say, sir, that as you didn't encourage the petition about the peace, and win a petition in favour of the new tax, and as you were against bringing in the yeomanry at the mill mob, but just for settling the folk with the constables, they say you're no a good friend to government, and that they sort of meetings between sic a powerful man as the Earl and sic a wise man as you, wha they think they should be looked after, and some say you should both be shanked aif till Edinburgh Castle." "On my word," said the Antiquary, "I am infinitely obliged to my neighbours for their good opinion of me. And so I, that have never interfered with their bickerings, but to recommend quiet and moderate measures, am given up on both sides, as a man very likely to commit high treason either against king or people. Give me my coat, Caxon, give me my coat. It's lucky I live not in their report. Have you heard anything of Taffril and his vessel?" Caxon's countenance fell. "Na, sir, and the wind's hyping high, and this is a fearful coast to cruise on in thae eastern gales. The headlands rin sae far out, that a veshel's in bade afore I could sharp a razor, and then there's nae harbour or city of refuge on our coast. High's crags and breakers. A veshel that rins ashore with us flees asunder like the powther when I shake the pluff, and it's as ill to gather on o't again. I tell my daughter thae things when she grows wearied for a letter frae Lieutenant Taffril. It's aye an apology for him. Ye sudna blame him, says I. Honey, for ye little ken what may have happened. Ay, ay, Caxon, thou art as good a comforter as a valet de chambre. Give me a white stock, man. Do you think I can go down with a handkerchief about my neck when I have company?" "Dear sir, the captain says a three-nooked handkercher is the maist fashionable overlay, and that stocks belong to your honour and me that are old world folk. I beg pardon for mentioning us twa together, but it was what he said." "The captain's a puppy, and you are a goose, Caxon." "It's very like it may be sae," replied the acquiescent barber. "I'm sure your honour kens best." Before breakfast, Lord Glenallan, who appeared in better spirits than he had evinced in the former evening, went particularly through the various circumstances of evidence which the exertions of Oldbuck had formerly collected, and pointing out the means which he possessed of completing the proof of his marriage, expressed his resolution instantly to go through the painful task of collecting and restoring the evidence concerning the birth of Eveline Neville, which Elspeth had stated to be in his mother's possession. "And yet, Mr. Oldbuck," he said, "I feel like a man who receives important tidings ere he is yet fully awake, and doubt whether they refer to actual life, or are not rather a continuation of his dream. This woman, this Elspeth, she is in the extremity of age, and approaching in many respects to dotage. Have I not is it a hideous question? Have I not been hasty in the admission of her present evidence, against that which she formerly gave me to a very, very different purpose?" Mr. Oldbuck paused a moment, and then answered with firmness, "No, my lord, I cannot think you have any reason to suspect the truth of what she has told you last, from no apparent impulse but the urgency of conscience. Her confession was voluntary, disinterested, distinct, consistent with itself and with all the other known circumstances of the case. I would lose no time, however, in examining and arranging the other documents to which she is referred, and I also think her own statement should be taken down, if possible, in a formal manner. We thought of setting about this together, but it will be a relief to your lordship, and moreover have a more impartial appearance, were I to attempt the investigation alone in the capacity of a magistrate. I will do this, at least I will attempt it, so soon as I shall see her in a favourable state of mind to undergo an examination." Lord Glenallan wrung the Antiquary's hand in token of grateful acquiescence. "I cannot express to you," he said, "Mr. Oldbuck, how much your countenance and cooperation in this dark and most melancholy business gives me relief and confidence. I cannot enough applaud myself for yielding to the sudden impulse which impelled me, as it were, to drag you into my confidence, and which arose from the experience I had formerly of your firmness in discharge of your duty as a magistrate, and as a friend to the memory of the unfortunate. Whatever the issue of these matters may prove, and I would fain hope there is a dawn breaking on the fortunes of my house, though I shall not live to enjoy its light. But whatsoever be the issue, you have laid my family and me under the most lasting obligation." "My lord," answered the Antiquary, I must necessarily have the greatest respect for your lordship's family, which I am well aware is one of the most ancient in Scotland, being certainly derived from Aymer de Geraldin, who sat in Parliament at Perth in the reign of Alexander the Second, and who, by the less vouched, yet plausible tradition of the country, is said to have been descended from the Marmor of Clochnaben. Yet, with all my veneration for your ancient descent, I must acknowledge that I find myself still more bound to give your lordship what assistance is in my limited power, from sincere sympathy with your sorrows, and detestation at the frauds which have so long been practised upon you. But, my lord, the matin meal is, I see, now prepared. Permit me to show your lordship the way through the intricacies of my cenobitium, which is rather a combination of cells, jostled oddly together, and piled one upon the top of the other, than a regular house. I trust you will make yourself some amends for the spare diet of yesterday. But this was no part of Lord Glenallan's system, having saluted the company with the grave and melancholy politeness which distinguished his manners. His servant placed before him a slice of toasted bread, with a glass of fair water, being the fare on which he usually broke his fast. While the morning's meal of the young soldier and the old Antiquary was dispatched in much more substantial manner, the noise of wheels was heard. "Your lordship's carriage, I believe," said Oldbuck, stepping to the window. "On my word, a handsome quadriga; for such, according to the best scholium, was the vox signata of the Romans, for a chariot, which, like that of your lordship, was drawn by 4 horses." "And I will venture to say," cried Hector, eagerly gazing from the window, "that 4 handsomer bays never were put in harness. What fine forehands, what capital chargers they would make! Might I ask if they are of your lordship's own breeding?" I rather believe so," said Lord Glenallan, "but I have been so negligent on my domestic matters, that I am ashamed to say I must apply to Calvert," looking at the domestic. "They are of your lordship's own breeding," said Calvert, "got by Mad Tom out of Gemina and Yarico, your lordship's brood mares." "Are there more of the set?" said Lord Glenallan. "2, my lord, one rising 4, the other 5 off this grass, both very handsome." "Then let Dawkins bring them down to Monkbarns to-morrow," said the Earl. "I hope Captain M'Intyre will accept them, if they are at all fit for service." Captain M'Intyre's eyes sparkled, and he was profuse in grateful acknowledgments, while Oldbuck, on the other hand, seizing the Earl's sleeve, endeavoured to intercept a present which boded no good to his corn-chest and hay-loft. My lord, much obliged, but Hector is a pedestrian, and never mounts on horseback in battle. He is a Highland soldier, moreover, and is dressed ill adapted for cavalry service. Even Macpherson never mounted his ancestors on horseback, though he has the impudence to talk of their being car-borne. And that, my lord, is what is running in Hector's head. It is the vehicular, not the equestrian exercise, which he envies. Sunt quos circulo poverum Olympicum collegis juvat. His noodle is running on a curricle, which he has neither money to buy, nor skill to drive if he had it, and I assure your lord that the present of 2 such quadrupeds would prove a greater scrape than any of his duels, whether with human foe or with my friend the phoca. "You must command us all at present, Mr. Oldbuck," said the Earl politely, "but I trust you will not ultimately prevent my gratifying my young friend in some way that may afford him pleasure." "Anything useful, my lord," said Oldbuck, "but no curriculum. I protest he might as rationally propose to keep a quadriga at once. And now I think of it, what is that old post-chaise from Fairport come jiggling here for? I did not send for it." "I did, sir," said Hector, rather sulkily, for he was not much gratified by his uncle's interference to prevent the Earl's intended generosity, nor particularly inclined to relish either the disparagement which he cast upon his skill as a charioteer, or the mortifying allusion to his bad success in the adventures of the duel and the seal. "You did, sir?" echoed the Antiquary, in answer to his concise information. "And pray, what may be your business with the post-chaise? Is this splendid equipage, this biga, as I may call it, to serve for an introduction to a quadriga or a curriculum?" "Really, sir," replied the young soldier, "if it be necessary to give you such a specific explanation, I am going to Fairport on a little business." "Will you permit me to inquire into the nature of that business, Hector?" answered his uncle, who loved the exercise of a little brief authority over his relative. "I should suppose any regimental affairs might be transacted by your worthy deputy, the sergeant, an honest gentleman, who is so good as to make Monkbarns his home since his arrival among us. I should, I say, suppose that he may transact any business of yours without your spending a day's pay on 2 dog-horses, and such a combination of rotten wood, cracked glass, and leather, such a skeleton of a post-chaise as that before the door. It is not regimental business, sir, that calls me, and, since you insist upon knowing, I must inform you Caxon has brought word this morning that old Ochiltree the beggar is to be brought up for examination to-day, previous to his being committed for trial, and I am going to see that the poor old fellow gets fair play, that's all." "Ay? I heard something of this, but could not think it serious. And pray, Captain Hector, who are so ready to be every man's second on all occasions of strife, civil or military, by land, by water, or on the sea-beach, what is your especial concern with old Edie Ochiltree?" "He was a soldier in my father's company, sir," replied Hector, "and besides, when I was about to do a very foolish thing one day, he interfered to prevent me, and gave me almost as much good advice, sir, as you could have done yourself." "And with the same good effect, I dare be sworn for it, eh, Hector? Come, confess it was thrown away." "Indeed it was, sir, but I see no reason that my folly should make me less grateful for his intended kindness." "Bravo, Hector! That's the most sensible thing I ever heard you say. But always tell me your plans without reserve. Why, I will go with you myself, man. I am sure the old fellow is not guilty, and I will assist him in such a scrape much more effectually than you can do. Besides, it will save 3 half-a-guinea, my lad, a consideration which I heartily pray you to have more frequently before your eyes." Lord Glenallan's politeness had induced him to turn away and talk with the ladies, when the dispute between the uncle and nephew appeared to grow rather too animated to be fit for the ear of a stranger. But the Earl mingled again in the conversation, when the placable tone of the Antiquary expressed amity. Having received a brief account of the mendicant, and of the accusation brought against him, which Oldbuck did not hesitate to ascribe to the malice of Dousterswivel, Lord Glenallan asked whether the individual in question had not been a soldier formerly. He was answered in the affirmative. "Had he not," continued his lordship, "a coarse blue coat or gown with a badge? Was he not a tall, striking-looking old man, with grey beard and hair, who kept his body remarkably erect, and talked with an air of ease and independence which formed a strong contrast to his profession?" "All this is an exact picture of the man," refumed Oldbuck. "Why, then," continued Lord Glenallan, "although I fear I can be of no use to him in his present condition, yet I owe him a debt of gratitude for being the first person who brought me some tidings of the utmost importance. I would willingly offer him a place of comfortable retirement when he is extricated from his present situation." "I fear, my lord," said Oldbuck, "he would have difficulty in reconciling his vagrant habits to the acceptance of your bounty. At least I know the experiment has been tried without effect. To beg from the public at large he considers as independence, in comparison to drawing his whole support from the bounty of an individual. He is so far a true philosopher as to be a contemner of all ordinary rules of hours and times. When he is hungry he eats, when thirsty he drinks, when weary he sleeps, and with such indifference with respect to the means and appliances about which we make a fuss, that I suppose he was never ill-dined or ill-lodged in his life. Then he is, to a certain extent, the oracle of the district through which he travels, their genealogist, their newsman, their master of the revels, their doctor at a pinch, or their divine. I promise you, he has too many duties, and is too zealous in performing them, to be easily bribed to abandon his calling. But I should be truly sorry if they sent the poor light-hearted old man to lie for weeks in a jail. I am convinced the confinement would break his heart." Thus finished the conference. Lord Glenallan, having taken leave of the ladies, renewed his offer to Captain M'Intyre of the freedom of his manors for sporting, which was joyously accepted. "I can only add," he said, "that if your spirits are not liable to be damped by dull company, Glenallan House is at all times open to you. On 2 days of the week, Friday and Saturday, I keep my apartment, which will be rather a relief to you, as you will be left to enjoy the society of my almoner, Mr. Gladsmore, who is a scholar and a man of the world." Hector, his heart exulting at the thoughts of ranging through the preserves of Glenallan House, and over the well-protected moors of Clochnaben, nay, joy of joys, the deer forest of Strathbonnel, made many acknowledgments of the honour and gratitude he felt. Mr. Oldbuck was sensible of the Earl's attention to his nephew. Miss M'Intyre was pleased because her brother was gratified, and Miss Griselda Oldbuck looked forward with glee to the potting of whole bags of moorfowl and black game, of which Mr. Blattergowl was a professed admirer. Thus, which is always the case when a man of rank leaves a private family where he has studied to appear obliging, all were ready to open in praise of the Earl as soon as he had taken his leave, and was wheeled off in his chariot by the 4 admired bays. But the panegyric was cut short, for Oldbuck and his nephew deposited themselves in the Fairport hack, which, with one horse trotting, and the other urged to a canter, creaked, jiggled, and hobbled towards that celebrated seaport, in a manner that formed a striking contrast to the rapidity and smoothness with which Lord Glenallan's equipage had seemed to vanish from their eyes. Chapter 15. Volume 2, Chapter 16th of the Antiquary. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Antiquary, by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 16th. Yes, I love justice well as you do, but since the good dame's blind, she shall excuse me, if, time and reason fitting, I prove dumb. The breath I utter now shall be no means to take away from me my breath in future. Old Play. By dint of charity from the townspeople, in aid of the load of provisions he had brought with him into durance, Edie Ochiltree had passed a day or two's confinement without much impatience, regretting his want of freedom the less, as the weather proved broken and rainy. "The prison," he said, "wasna sae doom's bad a place as it was ca'd. Ye had aye a good roof ower your head to fend aff the weather, and if the windows werena glazed, it was the mair airy and pleasant for the summer season. And there were folks enow to crack with, and he had bread enough to eat, and what need he fish himself about the rest o't?" The courage of our philosophical mendicant began, however, to abate, when the sunbeams shone fair on the rusty bars of his grated dungeon, and a miserable linnet, whose cage some poor debtor had obtained permission to attach to the window, began to greet him with his whistle. "You're in better spirits than I am," said Edie, addressing the bird, "for I can neither whistle nor sing for thinking o' the bonny burnsides and green shies that I should have been daundering beside in weather like this. But hae, there's some crumbs to ye, and ye are sae merry. In troth, ye hae some reason to sing, and ye kent it, for your cage comes by nae foot to your ain, and I may thank mysell that I am closed up in this weary place." Ochiltree's soliloquy was disturbed by a peace officer, who came to summon him to attend the magistrate. So he set forth in awful procession between two poor creatures, neither of them so stout as he was himself, to be conducted into the presence of inquisitorial justice. The people, as the aged prisoner was led along by his decrepit guards, exclaimed to each other, "Eh, See sic a grey-haired man as that is, to have committed a highway robbery, with aye fit in the grave." And children congratulated the officers, objects of their alternate dread and sport, Puggy Orrock and Jock Ormston, on having a prisoner as old as themselves. Thus marshalled forward, Edie was presented, by no means for the first time, before the worshipful Bailie Littlejohn, who, contrary to what his name expressed, was a tall portly magistrate, on whom corporation crusts had not been conferred in vain. He was a zealous loyalist of that zealous time, somewhat rigorous and peremptory in the execution of his duty, and a good deal inflated with the sense of his own power and importance, otherwise an honest, well-meaning, and useful citizen. Bring him in," he exclaimed. "Upon my word, these are awful and unnatural times. The very bedesmen and retainers of his Majesty are the first to break his laws. Here has been an old blue gown committing robbery. I suppose the next will reward the royal charity which supplies him with his garb, pension, and begging license, by engaging in high treason, or sedition at least. But bring him in." Edie made his obeisance, and then stood, as usual, firm and erect, with the side of his face turned a little upward, as if to catch every word which the magistrate might address to him. To the first general questions, which respected only his name and calling, the mendicant answered with readiness and accuracy. But when the magistrate, having caused his clerk to take down these particulars, began to inquire whereabout the mendicant was on the night when Dousterswivel met with his misfortune, Edie demurred to the motion. "Can you tell me now, Bailie, you that understands the law, what good would it do me to answer any o' your questions?" "Good? No good, certainly, my friend, except that giving a true account of yourself, if you are innocent, may entitle me to set you at liberty. But it seems more reasonable to me now that you, Bailie, or anybody that has anything to say against me, should prove my guilt, and not to be bidding me prove my innocence." "I don't sit here," answered the magistrate, "to dispute points of law with you. I ask you, if you choose to answer my question, whether you were at Ringan Aikwood, the foresters, upon the day I have specified?" "Really, sir, I dinna feel myself called on to remember," replied the cautious bedesman. "Or whether, in the course of that day or night," continued the magistrate, "you saw Stephen or Steenie Mucklebackit. You knew him, I suppose?" "Hoy, brawly did I ken Steenie, puir fellow," replied the prisoner, "but I canna condescend on any particular time I have seen him lately." "Were you at the ruins of St. Ruth any time in the course of that evening?" "Bailie Littlejohn," said the mendicant, "if it be your honour's pleasure, we'll cut a lang tale short, and I'll just tell ye, I am no minded to answer any o' thae questions. I am ower old a traveller to let my tongue bring me into trouble." "Write down," said the magistrate, "that he declines to answer all interrogatories, in respect to that, by telling the truth, he might be brought to trouble." "Na, said Ochiltree, "I'll no hae that set down as ony part of my answer, but I just meant to say that in a' my memory and practice I never saw ony good come o' answering idle questions." "Write down," said the Bailie, "that being acquainted with judicial interrogatories by long practice, and having sustained injury by answering questions put to him on such occasions, the declarant refuses." "Na, Bailie," reiterated Edie, "you are no to come in on me on that gate neither." "Dictate the answer yourself then, friend," said the magistrate, "and the clerk will take it down from your own mouth." Ay," said Edie, "that's what I ca' fair play. I'se do that without loss of time. Sae, neighbour, ye may just write down that Edie Ochiltree, the declarant, stands up for the liberty. Nay, I mauna say that neither, I am nae a liberty boy. I have fought again them in the riots in Dublin. Besides, I have ate the king's bread mony a day. Stay, let me see. Ay, write that Edie Ochiltree, the blue gown, stands up for the prerogative. See that ye spell that word right, it's a lang ane. For the prerogative of the subjects of land, and winna answer a single word that sall be asked at him this day, unless he sees a reason for it. put down that young man." "Then, Edie," said the magistrate, "since you will give no information on the subject, I must send you back to prison till you shall be delivered in due course of law." "Aweel, sir, if it's Heaven's will and man's will, nae doubt I maun submit," replied the mendicant. "I hae nae great objection to the prison, only that a body canna win out o't, and if it would please ye as well, Bailie, I would give you my word to appear for the lords at the circuit, or in any other court ye like, on any day ye are pleased to appoint." "I rather think, my good friend," answered Bailie Littlejohn, "your word might be a slender security where your neck may be in some danger. I am apt to think you would suffer the pledge to be forfeited. If you could give me sufficient security, indeed—" At this moment the Antiquary and Captain M'Intyre entered the apartment. "Good morning to you, gentlemen," said the magistrate. "You find me toiling in my usual vocation, looking after the iniquities of the people, labouring for the Respublica, Mr. Oldbuck, serving the king, our master, Captain M'Intyre, for I suppose you know I have taken up the sword." "It is one of the emblems of justice, doubtless," answered the Antiquary, "but I should have thought the scales would have suited you better, Bailie, especially as you have them ready in the warehouse." "Very good, Monkbarns, excellent. But I do not take the sword up as justice, but as a soldier. Indeed, I should rather say the musket and bayonet. There they stand at the elbow of my gouty chair, for I am scarce fit for drill yet. A slight touch of our old acquaintance podagra. I can keep my feet, however, while one sergeant puts me through the manual. I should like to know, Captain M'Intyre, if he follows the regulations correctly. He brings us but awkwardly to the present." And he hobbled towards his weapon to illustrate his doubts and display his proficiency. "I rejoice we have such zealous defenders, Bailie," replied Mr. Oldbuck, "and I dare say Hector will gratify you by communicating his opinion on your progress in this new calling. Why, you rival the Hecate of the ancients. My good sir, a merchant on the mart, a magistrate in the town-house, a soldier on the links. Quid non pro patria? But my business is with the justice, so let commerce and war go slumber." "Well, my good sir," said the Bailie, "and what commands have you for me?" "Why, here is an old acquaintance of mine, called Edie Ochiltree, whom some of your myrmidons have mewed up in jail on account of an alleged assault on that fellow Dousterswivel, of whose accusation I do not believe one word." The magistrate here assumed a very grave countenance. "You ought to have been informed that he is accused of robbery, as well as assault, a very serious matter indeed. It is not often such criminals come under my cognizance." "And," replied Oldbuck, "you are tenacious of the opportunity of making the very most of such as occur. But is this poor old man's case really so very bad?" "It is rather out of rule," said the Bailie. "But as you are in the commission, Monkbarns, I have no hesitation to show you Dousterswivel's declaration, and the rest of the precognition." And he put the papers into the Antiquary's hands, who assumed his spectacles, and sat down in a corner to peruse them. The officers in the meantime had directions to remove their prisoner into another apartment, but before they could do so, M'Intyre took an opportunity to greet old Edie, and to slip a guinea into his hand. "Lord bless your honour," said the old man, "it's a young soldier's gift, and it should surely thrive with an iodine. I'se no refuse it, though it's beyond my rules, for if they seek me up here, my friends are like enough to forget me. Out of sight, out of mind, is a true proverb, and it wouldn't be creditable for me, that am the king's bedesman, and entitled to beg by word of mouth, to be fishing for bawbees out at the jail window with the fit of a stocking and a string." As he made this observation, he was conducted out of the apartment. Mr. Dousterswivel's declaration contained an exaggerated account of the violence he had sustained, and also of his loss. "But what I should have liked to have asked him," said Monkbarns, "would have been his purpose in frequenting the ruins of St. Ruth, so lonely a place, at such an hour, and with such a companion as Edie Ochiltree. There is no road lies that way, and I do not conceive a mere passion for the picturesque would carry the German thither in such a night of storm and wind. depend upon it, he has been about some roguery, and in all probability hath been caught in a trap of his own setting. Nec lex justitior ulla. The magistrate allowed there was something mysterious in that circumstance, and apologized for not pressing Dousterswivel, as his declaration was voluntarily omitted. But for the support of the main charge, he showed the declaration of the Aikewoods concerning the state in which Dousterswivel was found, and establishing the important fact that the mendicant had left the barn in which he was quartered, and did not return to it again. Two people belonging to the Fairport undertaker, who had that night been employed in attending the funeral of Lady Glenallan, had also given declarations that being sent to pursue two suspicious persons who left the ruins of St. Ruth as the funeral approached, and who, it was supposed, might have been pillaging some of the ornaments prepared for the ceremony, they had lost and regained sight of them more than once, owing to the nature of the ground, which was unfavourable for riding, but had at length fairly lodged them both in Mucklebackit's cottage. And one of the men added that he, the declarant, having dismounted from his horse and gone close up to the window of the hut, he saw the old Blue Gown and young Steenie Mucklebackit, with others, eating and drinking in the inside, and also observed the said Steenie Mucklebackit show a pocket-book to the others. And declarant has no doubt that Ochiltree and Steenie Mucklebackit were the persons whom he and his comrade had pursued, as above mentioned. And being interrogated why he did not enter the said cottage, declares he had no warrant so to do, and that as Mucklebackit and his family were understood to be rough-handed folk, he, the declarant, had no desire to meddle or make with their affairs. Causa scientia patet. All which he declares to be truth, etc. What do you say to that body of evidence against your friend? Said the magistrate, when he had observed the Antiquary had turned the last leaf. Why, were it in the case of any other person, I own I should say it looked prima facie a little ugly, but I cannot allow anybody to be in the wrong for beating Dousterswivel. Had I been an hour younger, or had but one single flash of young warlike genius, Bailie, I should have done it myself long ago. He is nebulo nebulonum, an impudent, fraudulent, mendacious quack, that has cost me £100 by his roguery, and my neighbour Sir Arthur, God knows how much. And besides, Bailie, I do not hold him to be a sound friend to government. Indeed, said Bailie Littlejohn, if I thought that, it would alter the question considerably. Right, for in beating him, observed Oldbuck, the bedesman must have shown his gratitude to the king by thumping his enemy, and in robbing him, he would only have plundered an Egyptian, whose wealth it is lawful to spoil. Now, suppose this interview in the ruins of St. Ruth had relation to politics, and the story of hidden treasure and so forth was a bribe from the other side of the water for some great man, or the funds destined to maintain a seditious club? My dear sir, said the magistrate, catching at the idea, you hit my very thoughts. How fortunate should I be if I could become the humble means of sifting such a matter to the bottom. Don't you think we had better call out the volunteers and put them on duty? Not just yet, while podagra deprives them of an essential member of their body. But will you let me examine Ochiltree? Certainly, but you'll make nothing of him. He gave me distinctly to understand he knew the danger of a judicial declaration on the part of an accused person, which, to say the truth, has hanged many an honester man than he is. Well, but Bailie, continued Oldbuck, you have no objection to let me try him? None in the world, Monkbarns. I hear the sergeant below. I'll rehearse the manual in the meanwhile. Baby, carry my gun and bayonet down to the room below. It makes less noise there when we ground arms. And so exit the martial magistrate, with his maid behind him bearing his weapons. A good squire, that wench, for a gouty companion, observed Oldbuck. Hector, my lad, hook on, hook on. Go with him, boy. Keep him employed, man, for half an hour or so. Butter him with some warlike terms, praised his dress and address. Captain M'Intyre, who, like many of his profession, looked down with infinite scorn on those citizen soldiers who had assumed arms without any professional title to bear them, rose with great reluctance, observing that he should not know what to say to Mr. Littlejohn, and that to see an old gouty shopkeeper attempting the exercise and duties of a private soldier was really too ridiculous. "It may be so, Hector," said the Antiquary, who seldom agreed with any person in the immediate proposition which was laid down. "It may possibly be so in this and some other instances, but at present the country resembles the suitors in a small debt court, where parties plead in person, for lack of cash to retain the professed heroes of the bar. I am sure in the one case we never regret the want of the acuteness and eloquence of the lawyers, and so I hope, in the other, we may manage to make shift with our hearts and muskets, though we shall lack some of the discipline of you martinets." "I have no objection, I am sure, sir, that the whole world should fight if they please, if they will but allow me to be quiet," said Hector, rising with dogged reluctance. "Yes, you are a very quiet personage indeed," said his uncle, "whose ardour for quarrelling cannot pass so much as a poor phoca sleeping upon the beach." But Hector, who saw which way the conversation was tending, and hated all allusions to the foil he had sustained from the fish, made his escape before the Antiquary concluded the sentence. End chapter 16th. Volume 2, Chapter 17th of the Antiquary. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Antiquary, by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 17th. Well, well, at worst, 'tis neither theft nor coinage, granting I knew all that you charge me with. What though the tomb hath borne a second birth, and given the wealth to one that knew not on't, yet fair exchange was never robbery, far less pure bounty. Old Play. The Antiquary, in order to avail himself of the permission given him to question the accused party, chose rather to go to the apartment in which Ochiltree was detained, than to make the examination appear formal, by bringing him again to the magistrate's office. He found the old man seated by a window which looked out on the sea, and as he gazed on that prospect, large tears found their way, as if unconsciously, to his eye, and from thence trickled down his cheeks and white beard. His features were, nevertheless, calm and composed, and his whole posture and mien indicated patience and resignation. Oldbuck had approached him without being observed, and roused him out of his musing by saying kindly, "I am sorry, Edie, to see you so much cast down about this matter." The mendicant started, dried his eyes very hastily with the sleeve of his gown, and endeavouring to recover his usual tone of indifference and jocularity, answered, but with a voice more tremulous than usual, "I might weel hae judged, Monkbarns, it was you, or the like o' ye, was coming in to disturb me, for it's aye great advantage of prisons and courts o' justice, that ye may greet your ain ata ye like, and none o' the folk that's concerned about them will ever ask you what it's for." "Well, Edie," replied Oldbuck, "I hope your present cause of distress is not so bad but it may be removed." "And I had hoped, Monkbarns," answered the mendicant, in a tone of reproach, "that ye had kenned me better than to think that this bit trifling trouble of my ain would bring tears into my auld een, that I seen far different kind of distress. Na, na, but here's been the puir lass, Caxon's daughter, seeking comfort, and has gotten unco little. There's been no speerings at Traffels Gunbrig since the last gale, and folk report on the quay that a king's ship has struck on the reef of Rattray, and all hands lost. God forbid! For sure as ye live, Monkbarns, the poor lad Lovel, that ye like sae weel, must have perished." "God forbid, indeed!" echoed the Antiquary, turning pale. "I would rather Monkbarns' house were on fire. My poor dear friend and coadjutor! I will down to the quay instantly." "I'm sure you learned nothing more than I told you, sir," said Ochiltree, "for the officer folk here were very civil, that is, for the like of them, and looked up a' their letters and authorities, and could throw no light on't either ae way or another." "It can't be true, it shall not be true," said the Antiquary, "and I won't believe it, if it were. Taffril's an excellent seaman, and Lovel, my poor Lovel, has all the qualities of a safe and pleasant companion by land or by sea. One, Edie, whom, from the ingenuousness of his disposition, I would choose, did I ever go a sea voyage, which I never do unless across the ferry, flagellum mecum solvere facellum, to be the companion of my risk, as one against whom the elements could nourish no vengeance. No, Edie, it is not, it cannot be true. It is a fiction of the idle jade Rumour, whom I wish hanged with her trumpet about her neck, that serves only with its screech-owl tones to fright honest folks out of their senses. Let me know how you got into this scrape of your own. Are ye asking me as a magistrate, Monkbarns, or is it just for your ain satisfaction?" "For my own satisfaction solely," replied the Antiquary. "Put up your pocket-book, and your Kirrievine pen then, for I dinna speak had ye'en high writing materials in your hands. They're to scour to unlearned folk like me. Od, ane of the clerks in the neist room will clink down in black and white as muckle as wad hang a man, before ane kens what he's saying." Monkbarns complied with the old man's humour, and put up his memorandum book. Edie then went with great frankness through the part of the story already known to the reader, informing the Antiquary of the scene which he had witnessed between Dousterswivel and his patron in the ruins of St. Ruth, and frankly confessing that he could not resist the opportunity of decoying the adept once more to visit the tomb of Misticot, with the purpose of taking a comic revenge upon him for his quackery. He had easily persuaded Steenie, who was a bold, thoughtless young fellow, to engage in the frolic along with him, and the jest had been inadvertently carried a great deal farther than was designed. Concerning the pocket-book, he explained that he had expressed his surprise and sorrow as soon as he found it had been inadvertently brought off, and that publicly, before all the inmates of the cottage, Steenie had undertaken to return it the next day, and had only been prevented by his untimely fate. The Antiquary pondered a moment, and then said, "Your account seems very probable, Edie, and I believe it from what I know of the parties, but I think it likely that you know a great deal more than you have thought it proper to tell me, about this matter of the treasure trove. I suspect you have acted the part of the lar familiaris in Plautus, a sort of brownie, Edie, to speak to your comprehension, who watched over hidden treasures. I do bethink me you were the first person we met when Sir Arthur made his successful attack upon Misticot's grave, and also that when the labourers began to flag, you, Edie, were again the first to leap into the trench, and to make the discovery of the treasure. Now you must explain all this to me, unless you would have me use you as ill as Euclio does Staphyla in the Aulularia." "Lord's sake, sir," replied the mendicant, "what do I ken about your Aulularia? It's more like a dog's language than a man's." "You knew, however, of the box of treasure being there?" continued Oldbuck. "Dear sir," answered Edie, assuming a countenance of great simplicity, "what likelihood is there o' that? Do you think sae poor an old creature as me would hae kenned to sic a thing without getting some good o't? And you what weel I sought nine and gait nine, like muckle Scotsman. What concern could I have with it?" "That's just what I want you to explain to me," said Oldbuck, "for I am positive you knew it was there." "Your honour is a positive man, Monkbarns, and for a positive man I must needs allow you're often in the right." "You allow then, Edie, that my belief is well founded?" Edie nodded acquiescence. "Then please to explain to me the whole affair from beginning to end," said the Antiquary. "If it were a secret of mine, Monkbarns," replied the beggar, "ye sudna ask twice, for I have aye said ahint your back, that for a' the nonsense maggots that ye whiles take into your head, ye are the maist wise and discreet of all our country gentles. But I'se e'en be open hearted with ye, and tell ye that this is a friend's secret, and that they suld draw me with wild horses, or saw me asunder, as they did the children of Ammon, sooner than I would speak a word more about the matter, excepting this, that there was nae ill intended, but muckle good, and that the purpose was to serve them that are worth 20 o' me. For there's nae law, I trow, that makes it a sin to ken where their foes' siller is, if we didna pit hand to it oursell." Oldbuck walked once or twice up and down the room in profound thought, endeavouring to find some plausible reason for transactions of a nature so mysterious, but his ingenuity was totally at fault. He then placed himself before the prisoner. "This story of yours, friend Edie, is an absolute enigma, and would require a second Oedipus to solve it. Who Oedipus was, I will tell you some other time if you remind me. However, whether it be owing to the wisdom or to the maggots with which you compliment me, I am strongly disposed to believe that you have spoken the truth, the rather that you have not made any of those obtestations of the superior powers which I observe you and your comrades always make use of when you mean to deceive folks." Here Edie could not suppress a smile. "If, therefore, you will answer me one question, I will endeavour to procure your liberation." "If you'll let me hear the question," said Edie, with the caution of a canny Scotchman, "I'll tell you whether I'll answer it or no." "It is simply," said the Antiquary, "did Dousterswivel know anything about the concealment of the chest of bullion?" "He, the ill-farred loon," answered Edie, with much frankness of manner, "there wad hae been little speerings o't had Doustersnivel kenned it was there. It wad hae been butter in the black dog's house." "I thought as much," said Oldbuck. "Well, Edie, if I procure your freedom, you must keep your day, and appear to clear me of the bail bond. For these are not times for prudent men to incur forfeitures, unless you can point out another Aulum Auri Plenum Quadrilibrum, another Search number 1. "Ay," said the beggar, shaking his head, "I doubt the bird flown that laid thae golden eggs, for I wouldna call her goose, though that's the guide it stands in the story book. But I'll keep my day, Monkbarns. Ye's no loss a penny by me, and troth I would fain be out again, now the weather's fine, and then I hae the best chance of hearing the first news o' my friends." "Well, Edie, as the bouncing and thumping beneath has somewhat ceased, I presume Bailie Littlejohn has dismissed his military preceptor, and has retired from the labours of Mars to those of Themis. I will have some conversation with him, but I cannot and will not believe any of those wretched news you were telling me." "God send your honour may be right," said the mendicant, as Oldbuck left the room. The Antiquary found the magistrate, exhausted with the fatigues of the drill, reposing in his gouty chair, humming the air, "How merrily we live that soldiers be," and between each bar comforting himself with a spoonful of mock turtle soup. He ordered a similar refreshment for Oldbuck, who declined it, observing, that not being a military man, he did not feel inclined to break his habit of keeping regular hours for meals. "Soldiers like you, Bailie, must snatch their food as they find means and time, but I am sorry to hear ill news of young Taffril's brig." "Ah, poor fellow," said the Bailie, "he was a credit to the town, much distinguished on the 1st of June." "But," said Oldbuck, "I am shocked to hear you talk of him in the preterite tense." "Troth, I fear there may be too much reason for it, Monkbarns, and yet let us hope the best. The accident is said to have happened in the Rattray Reef of rocks, about 20 miles to the northward, near Dinternallen Bay. I have sent to inquire about it, and your nephew run out himself, as if he had been flying to get the Gazette of a victory." Here Hector entered, exclaiming as he came in, I believe it's all a damned lie. I can't find the least authority for it, but general rumour." "And pray, Mr. Hector," said his uncle, "if it had been true, whose fault would it have been that Lovel was on board?" "Not mine, I am sure," answered Hector. "It would have been only my misfortune." "Indeed," said his uncle, "I should not have thought of that." "Why, sir, with all your inclination to find me in the wrong," replied the young soldier, "I suppose you will own my intention was not to blame in this case. I did my best to hit Lovel, and if I had been successful, 'tis clear my scrape would have been his, and his scrape would have been mine." "And whom or what do you intend to hit now, that you are lugging with you that leathern magazine there, marked gunpowder?" "I must be prepared for Lord Glenallan's moors on the 12th, sir," said M'Intyre. "Ah, Hector, thy great chasse, as the French call it, would take place best. Omni cum Proteus pecus agitaret, viscera montes. Could you meet but with a martial phoca, instead of an unwarlike heath-bird? The devil take the seal, sir, or phoca, if you choose to call it so. It's rather hard one can ever hear the end of a little piece of folly like that." "Well, well," said Oldbuck, "I am glad you have the grace to be ashamed of it. As I detest the whole race of Nimrods, I wish them all as well matched. Nay, never start off at a jest, man. I have done with the phoca, though I dare say the bailie could tell us the value of sealskins just now." "They are up," said the magistrate, "they are well up. The fishing has been unsuccessful lately." "We can bear witness to that," said the tormenting Antiquary, who was delighted with the hank this incident had given him over the young sportsman. "One word more, Hector, and we'll hang a sealskin on thy recreant limbs. Aha, my boy, come, never mind it, I must go to business. Bailie, a word with you. You must take bail, moderate bail, you understand, for old Ochiltree's appearance." "You don't consider what you ask," said the bailie. "The offence is assault and robbery." "Hush, not a word about it," said the Antiquary. "I gave you a hint before. I will possess you more fully hereafter. I promise you there is a secret." "But, Mr. Oldbuck, if the state is concerned, who do the whole drudgery business here, really have a title to be consulted, and until I am—" "Hush, hush," said the Antiquary, winking and putting his finger to his nose. "You shall have the full credit, the entire management, whenever matters are ripe. But this is an obstinate old fellow, who will not hear of two people being as yet let into his mystery, and he has not fully acquainted me with the clue to Dousterswivel's devices. Ah, so we must tip that fellow the alien act, I suppose? To say truth, I wish you would." "Say no more," said the magistrate. "It shall forthwith be done. He shall be removed tanquam suspect. I think that's one of your own phrases, Monkbarns." "It is classical, Bailie. You improve." "Why, public business has of late pressed upon me so much, that I have been obliged to take my foreman into partnership. I have had two several correspondences with the Under Secretary of State, one on the proposed tax on Riga hempseed, and the other on putting down political societies. So you might as well communicate to me as much as you know of this old fellow's discovery of a plot against the state." "I will, instantly, when I am master of it," replied Oldbuck. "I hate the trouble of managing such matters myself. Remember, however, I did not say decidedly a plot against the state. I only say I hope to discover, by this man's means, a foul plot." "If it be a plot at all, there must be treason in it, or sedition at least," said the bailie. "Will you bail him for 400 merks?" 400 merks of an old blue gown! Think on the Act 1701, regulating bail bonds. Strike off a cipher from the sum. I am content to bail him for 40 merks. Well, Mr. Oldbuck, everybody in Fairport is always willing to oblige you; and besides, I know that you are a prudent man, and one that would be as unwilling to lose 40 as 400 merks. So I will accept your bail. Meo periculo. What say you to that law phrase again? I had it from a learned counsel. I will vouch it, my lord. He said meo periculo. And I will vouch for Edie Ochiltree, meo periculo, in like manner, said Oldbuck. So let your clerk draw out the bail bond, and I will sign it. When this ceremony had been performed, the Antiquary communicated to Edie the joyful tidings that he was once more at liberty, and directed him to make the best of his way to Monkbarns House, to which he himself returned with his nephew, after having perfected their good work. End chapter 17th. Volume 2, Chapter 18th of the Antiquary. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Antiquary by Sir Walter Scott, Chapter 18th. Full of wise saws and modern instances. As you like it. I wish to heaven, Hector, said the Antiquary, next morning after breakfast, you would spare our nerves, and not be keeping snapping that arquebus of yours. Well, sir, I'm sorry to disturb you, said his nephew, still handling his fowling-piece, but it's a capital gun. It's a Joe Manton, that cost 40 guineas. A fool and his money are soon parted, nephew. There is a Joe Miller for your Joe Manton, answered the Antiquary. I'm glad you have so many guineas to throw away. Every one has their fancy, uncle. You are fond of books. Ay, Hector, said the uncle, and if my collection were yours, you would make it fly to the gunsmith, the horse-market, the dog-breaker. Coemptus undique nobilis libros, mutari loricis iberis. I could not use your books, my dear uncle, said the young soldier. That's true, and you will do well to provide for their being in better hands. But don't let the faults of my head fall on my heart. I would not part with a cordery that belonged to an old friend, to get a set of horses like Lord Glenallan's. I don't think you would, lad, I don't think you would, said his softening relative. I love to tease you a little sometimes. It keeps up the spirit of discipline and habit of subordination. You will pass your time happily here, having me to command you, instead of captain or colonel or a knight in arms, as Milton has it. And instead of the French, he continued, relapsing into his ironical humour, you have the gens homina ponti, for, as Virgil says, sternit se somna diversin littera foci, which might be rendered, here foci slumber on the beach, within our Highland Hector's reach. Nay, if you grow angry, I have done. Besides, I see old Edie in the courtyard, with whom I have business. Good-bye, Hector. Do you remember how she splashed into the sea like her master Proteus? Et se hactu dedit aquor in altum? M'Intyre, waiting, however, till the door was shut, then gave way to the natural impatience of his temper. My uncle is the best man in the world, and in his way the kindest, but rather than hear any more about the cursed phoca, as he's pleased to call it, I would exchange for the West Indies, and never see his face again. Miss M'Intyre, gratefully attached to her uncle, and passionately fond of her brother, was on such occasions the usual envoy of reconciliation. She hastened to meet her uncle on his return, before he entered the parlour. Well now, Miss Womankind, what is the meaning of that imploring countenance? Has Juno done any more mischief? No, uncle, but Juno's master is in such fear of your joking him about the seal. I assure you he feels it much more than you would wish. It's very silly of him, to be sure, but then you can turn everybody so sharply into ridicule. Well, my dear, answered Oldbuck, propitiated by the compliment, I will rein in my satire, and, if possible, speak no more of the phoca. I will not even speak of sealing the letter, but say umph, and give a nod to you when I want the waxlight. I am not monitoribus asper, but, heaven knows, the most mild, quiet, and easy of human beings, whom sister, niece, and nephew guide just as best pleases them. With this little panegyric on his own docility, Mr. Oldbuck entered the parlour, and proposed to his nephew a walk to the Mussel Crag. "I have some questions to ask of a woman at Mucklebackit's cottage," he observed, "and I would willingly have a sensible witness with me. So, for fault of a better, Hector, I must be contented with you." "There's old Edie, sir, or Caxon, could not they do better than me?" answered M'Intyre, feeling somewhat alarmed at the prospect of a long tete-a-tete with his uncle. "Upon my word, young man, you turn me over to pretty companions. I am quite sensible of your politeness," replied Mr. Oldbuck. "No, sir, I intend the old blue gown shall go with me, not as a competent witness, for he is at present, as our friend Bailie Littlejohn says, blessings on his learning, tanquam suspectus, and you are suspicione major, as our law has it." "I wish I were a major, sir," said Hector, catching only the last, and, to a soldier's ear, the most impressive word in the sentence. "But without money or interest, there is little chance of getting the step." "Well, well, most doughty son of Priam," said the Antiquary, "be ruled by your friends, and there's no saying what may happen. Come away with me, and you shall see what may be useful to you, should you ever sit upon a court-martial, sir." "I have been on many a regimental court-martial, sir," answered Captain M'Intyre, "but here's a new cane for you." "Much obliged, much obliged." "I bought it from our drum major," added M'Intyre, "who came into our regiment from the Bengal army, when it came down the Red Sea. It was cut on the banks of the Indus, I assure you." "Upon my word, 'tis a fine rattan, and well replaces that which the pah, what was I going to say?" The party, consisting of the Antiquary, his nephew, and the old beggar, now took the sands towards Mussel Crag, the former in the very highest mood of communicating information, and the others under a sense of former obligation, and some hope for future favours, decently attentive to receive it. The uncle and nephew walked together, the mendicant about a step and a half behind, just near enough for his patron to speak to him by a slight inclination of his neck, and without the trouble of turning round. Petrie, in his essay on good breeding, dedicated to the magistrates of Edinburgh, recommends, upon his own experience, as tutor in a family of distinction, this attitude to all lead captains, tutors, dependents, and bottle-holders of every description. Thus escorted, the Antiquary moved along, full of his learning, like a lordly man of war, and every now and then yawing to starboard and larboard to discharge a broadside upon his followers. "And so it is your opinion," said he to the mendicant, "that this windfall, this arca auri, as Plautus has it, will not greatly avail Sir Arthur in his necessities?" "Unless he could find 10 times as much," said the beggar, "and that I am sair doubtful of. I heard Puggy Orrick, and the t'other thief of a sheriff officer, or messenger, speaking about it, and things are ill life when the like of them can speak crouchly about ony gentleman's affairs. I doubt Sir Arthur will be in stane ways for debt, unless there's swift help and certain." "You speak like a fool," said the Antiquary. "Nephew, it is a remarkable thing that, in this happy country, no man can be legally imprisoned for debt." "Indeed, sir," said M'Intyre, "I never knew that before. That part of our law would suit some of our mess well." "And if they arena confined for debt," said Ochiltree, "what is it that tempts sae mony poor creatures to bide in the toll-booth of Fairport yonder? They aye say they were put there by their creditors. Weel, they maun like it better than I do, if they're there of free will." "A very natural observation, Edie, and many of your betters would make the same, but it is founded entirely upon ignorance of the feudal system. Hector, be so good as to attend, unless you are looking out for another Hector compelled himself to give attention to this hint. "And you, Edie, it may be useful to you, rerum cognoscere causas." the nature and origin of warrant for caption, haud alienum a scoliolae studiis. You must know then once more that nobody can be arrested in Scotland for debt." "I haena muckle concern with that, Monkbarns," said the old man, "for naebody would trust a bodo to a gaberlunzie." "I prithee, peace, man. As a compulsator, therefore, of payment, that being a thing to which no debtor is naturally inclined, as I have too much reason to warrant from the experience I have had with my own, we had first the letters of 4 forms, a sort of gentle invitation, by which our sovereign lord, the king, interesting himself, as a monarch should, in the regulation of his subjects' private affairs, at first by mild exhortation, and afterwards by letters of more strict enjoinment and more hard compulsion. What do you see extraordinary about that bird, Hector? It's but a sea-maw." "It's a pictarnie, sir," said Edie. "Well, what and if it were, what does that signify at present? But I see you are impatient, so I will waive the letters of 4 forms, and come to the modern process of diligence. You suppose, now, a man's committed to prison because he cannot pay his debt? Quite otherwise. The truth is, the king is so good as to interfere at the request of the creditor, and to send the debtor his royal command to do him justice within a certain time, 15 days or 6, as the case may be. Well, the man resists and disobeys. What follows? Why, that he be lawfully and rightfully declared a rebel to our gracious sovereign, whose command he has disobeyed, and that by 3 blasts of a horn at the market-place of Edinburgh, the metropolis of Scotland. And he is then legally imprisoned, not on account of any civil debt, but because of his ungrateful contempt of the royal mandate. What say you to that, Hector? There's something you never knew before." The doctrine of Monkbarns on the origin of imprisonment for civil debt in Scotland may appear somewhat whimsical, but was referred to, and admitted to be correct, by the bench of Supreme Scottish Court on 5th December 1828, and in the case of Thome v. Black. In fact, the Scottish law is in this particular more jealous of the personal liberty of the subject than any other code in Europe. "No, uncle, but I own, if I wanted money to pay my debts, I would rather thank the king to send me some, than to declare me a rebel for not doing what I could not do." "Your education has not led you to consider these things," replied his uncle. "You are incapable of estimating the elegance of the legal fiction, and the manner in which it reconciles that duress, which, for the protection of commerce, it has been found necessary to extend towards refractory debtors, with the most scrupulous attention to the liberty of the subject." "I don't know, sir," answered the unenlightened Hector, "but if a man must pay his debt, or go to jail, it signifies but little whether he goes as a debtor or a rebel, I should think. But you say this command of the king's gives a license of so many days. Now, egad, were I in the scrape, I would beat a march and leave the king and the creditor to settle it among themselves before they came to extremities." "So would I," said Edie. "I would gie them leg bail to a certainty." "True," replied Monkbarns, "but those whom the law suspects of being unwilling to abide her formal visit, she proceeds with by means of a shorter and more unceremonious call, as dealing with persons on whom patience and favour would be utterly thrown away." "Ay," said Ochiltree, "that will be what they ca' the fuggy warrants. Hae some skill in them. There's border warrants, too, in the south country, unco rash uncanny things. I was taken up on ane at St. James's Fair, and keeping in the old kirk at Kelso the hale day and night, and a cold gousty place it was, I'se assure ye. But what a wife's this, with her creel on her back? It's poor Maggie herself, I'm thinking." It was so. The poor woman's sense of her loss, if not diminished, was become at least mitigated by the inevitable necessity of attending to the means of supporting her family, and her salutation to Oldbuck was made in an odd mixture between the usual language of solicitation with which she plied her customers, and the tone of lamentation for her recent calamity. "How's it with ye the day, Monkbarns? I havena had the grace yet to come down to thank your honour for the credit ye did poor Steenie, we've layin his head in a rath grave, puir fallow." Here she whimpered, and wiped her eyes with the corner of her blue apron. "But the fishing comes on not that ill, though the good man hasna had the heart to gang to see himsell. At weel, I wad fain to tell him it would do him good to put hand to work, but I'm maist feared to speak to him. And it's an uncouth thing to hear ane I speak that gate to a man. However, I hae some dainty caller headies, and they sall be but 3 shillings the dozen, for I hae nae pith to drive a bargain in now, and maun just take what ony Christian body will give, wi' few words and nae flyting." "What shall we do, Hector?" said Oldbuck, pausing. "I got into disgrace with my womankind for making a bad bargain with her before. These maritime animals, Hector, are unlucky to our family." "Pooh, sir, what would you do? Give poor Maggie what she asks, or allow me to send a dish of fish up to Monkbarns." And he held out the money to her, but Maggie drew back her hand. "Na, na, captain, you're ower young and ower free o' your siller. You should never take a fishwife's first boat, and troth I think maybe a flight with ye, the old housekeeper at Monkbarns, or Miss Grizzle, would do me some good. And I want to see what that hellicate queen Jenny Ritherout's doing. Folk said she wasna weel. She'll be vexing herself about Steenie, the silly taupie, as if he would ever look at ower his shoulder at the like o' her. Weel, Monkbarns, they're broad collar haddies, and they'll bid me uncool little indeed at the house, if you want crappit heads the day." And so on she paced with her burden, grief, gratitude for the sympathy of her betters, and the habitual love of traffic and of gain, chasing each other through her thoughts. "And now that we are before the door of their hut," said Ochiltree, "I would fain ken, Monkbarns, what has garred ye plague yourself with me at this length. I tell you sincerely, I hae nae pleasure in ganging here. I downa bide to think how the young hae fa'en on a' sides of me, and left me an useless old stump, with hardly a green leaf on't." "This old woman," said Oldbuck, "sent you on a message to the Earl of Glenallan, did she not?" "Ay," said the surprised mendicant, "how ken ye that sae weel?" "Lord Glenallan told me himself," answered the Antiquary, "so there is no delation, no breach of trust on your part, and as he wishes me to take her evidence down on some important family matters, I chose to bring you with me, because in her situation, hovering between dotage and consciousness, it is possible that your voice and appearance may awaken trains of recollection which I should otherwise have no means of exciting. The human mind— What are you about, Hector?" "I was only whistling for the dog, sir," replied the captain. "She always rows too wide. I knew I should be troublesome to you." "Not at all, not at all," said Oldbuck, resuming the subject of his disquisition. "The human mind is to be treated like a skein of ravelled silk, where you must cautiously secure one free end before you can make any progress in disentangling it." "I ken nothing about that," said the gaberlunzie, "but mine old acquaintance be hersell, or anything like hersell, she may come to wind us of hern. It's fearsome baith to see and hear her, when she wampishes about her arms, and gets to her English, and speaks as if she were a prent book, let a be an old fisher's wife. But indeed she had a grand education, and was muckle taken out afore she married an unco bit beneath hersell. She's older than me by half a score years, but I mind weel enough they made as muckle work about her making a half-mirk marriage with Seaman Mucklebackit, this Saunders's father, as if she had been ane o' the gentry. But she got into favour again, and then she lost it again, as I heard her son say, when he was a muckle child. And then they got muckle siller, and left the Countess's land, and settled here. But things never throve with them. Howsomever, she's a weel-educate woman, and an she wint for English, as I heard her do at another time, she may come to fickle us all." End chapter 18th. Volume 2, Chapter 19th of the Antiquary. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Antiquary by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 19th. Life ebbs from such old age, unmarked and silent, as the slow neap tide leaves yon stranded galley. Late she rocked merrily at the least impulse that wind or wave could give, but now her keel is settling on the sand. Her mast has taken an angle with the sky, from which it shifts not. Each wave receding shakes her less and less, till, bedded on the strand, she shall remain useless as motionless. Old Play. As the Antiquary lifted the latch of the hut, he was surprised to hear the shrill, tremulous voice of Elspeth chanting forth an old ballad in a wild and doleful recitative. The herring loves the merry moonlight, the mackerel loves the wind, but the oyster loves the dredging sighing, for they come of a gentle kind. A diligent collector of these legendary scraps of ancient poetry, his foot refused to cross the threshold when his ear was thus arrested, and his hand instinctively took pencil and memorandum book. From time to time the old woman spoke as if to the children. "Ho, hi, hinnies, whisht, whisht, and I'll begin a bonnier een than that. Now hold your tongue, baith wife and carlie, and listen, great and small, and I will sing of Glenallan's Earl that fought on the Red Harlaw. The cronachs cried on Benachie, and on the Don and I, and Highland and Lawland may mournful be for the sair field of Harlaw. I dinna mind the neist verse weel, my memory's failed, and there's unco thoughts come o'er me. God keep us frae temptation." Here her voice sunk in indistinct muttering. "It's a historical ballad," said Oldbuck eagerly, "a genuine and undoubted fragment of minstrelsy. Percy would admire its simplicity. Ritson could not impugn its authenticity." "Ay, but it's a sad thing," said Ochiltree, "to see human nature sae far o'ertaken as to be skirling at old songs on the back of a loss like hers." "Hush, hush," said the Antiquary, "she has gotten the thread of the story again." And as he spoke, she sung, "They saddled 100 milk-white steeds, they had bridled 100 black, with a chafron of steel on each horse's head, and a good knight upon his back." "Chafron!" exclaimed the Antiquary, equivalent perhaps to chevron. "The word's worth $1." And down it went in his red book. "They hadna ridden a mile but barely 10, when Donald came ranking down the brae wi' 20,000 men. Their tartans they were waving wide, their glaives were glancing clear, their pibrochs rung frae side to side, would deafen ye to hear. The great Earl in his stirrups stood that Highland host to see. Now here a knight that's stout and good may prove a jeopardy. What wouldst thou do, my squire so gay, that rides beside my rein? Were you Glenallan's Earl the day, and I were Roland Chine? To turn the rein were sin and shame, to fight were wondrous peril. What would you do now, Roland Chine, were you Glenallan's Earl? Ye maun ken, honeys, that this Roland Chine, for as poor and old as I sit in the chimney nook, was my forbear, and an awful man he was that day in the fight, but specially after Earl had fa'en, for he blamed himself for the counsel he gave, to fight before Mar came up with Mearns, and Aberdeen, and Angus." Her voice rose and became more animated as she recited the warlike counsel of her ancestor. "Were I Glenallan's Earl this tide, and ye were Roland Chine, the spurs should be in my horse's side, and the bridle upon his mane. If they hae 20,000 blades, and we twice 10 times 10, yet they hae but their tartan plaids, and we are mail-clad men. My horse shall ride through ranks sae rude, as through the moorland fern, then ne'er let the gentle Norman blood grow cauld for Highland kern." "Do you hear that, nephew?" said Oldbuck. "You observe your Gaelic ancestors were not held in high repute formerly by the Lowland warriors." "I hear," said Hector, "a silly old woman sing a silly old song. I am surprised, sir, that you, who will not listen to Ossian's songs of Selma, can be pleased with such trash. I vow I have not seen or heard a worse halfpenny ballad. I don't believe you could match it in any pedlar's pack in the country. I should be ashamed to think that the honour of the Highlands could be affected by such doggerel." And, tossing up his head, he snuffed the air indignantly. Apparently the old woman heard the sound of their voices, for ceasing her song, she called out, "Come in, sirs, come in. Good will never halted at the doorstein." They entered, and found to their surprise Elspeth alone, sitting ghastly on the hearth, like the personification of old age in the hunter's song of the owl, wrinkled, tattered, vile, dim-eyed, discoloured, torpid. Reader's note: see Mrs. Grant on the Highland Superstitions, Volume 2, page 260, for this fine translation from the Gaelic. End reader's note. "They're a' out," she said as they entered, "but an ye will sit a blink, somebody will be in. If ye hae business with my good daughter or my son, they'll be in bide by ye. I never speak on business mysell. Bairns, gie them seats. The bairns are aye gane out, I trow," looking around her. "I was crooning to keep them quiet a wee while since, but they hae croppen out some gait. Sit down, sirs, they'll be in bide thee." And she dismissed her spindle from her hand to twirl upon the floor, and soon seemed exclusively occupied in regulating its motion, as unconscious of the presence of the strangers as she appeared indifferent to their rank or business there. "I wish," said Oldbuck, "she would resume that canticle, or legendary fragment. I always suspected there was a skirmish of cavalry before the main battle of the Harlaw." "If your honour pleases," said Edie, "had you not better proceed to the business that brought us aye here? It's engaged to get ye the sang ony time." "I believe you are right, Edie. Do manus. I submit. But how shall we manage? She sits there, the very image of dotage. Speak to her, Edie. Try if you can make her recollect having sent you to Glenallan House." Edie rose accordingly, and crossing the floor, placed himself in the same position which he had occupied during his former conversation with her. "I'm fain to see you're looking sae weel, cummer. The mair that the black ox has tramped on you since I was aneath your roof tree." "Ay," said Elspeth, but rather from a general idea of misfortune than any exact recollection of what had happened. "There has been distress among us of late. I wonder how younger folk bide it. I bide it ill. I canna hear the wind whistle and the sea roar, but I think I see the cobble wumbled keel up, and some of them struggling in the waves. Ay, sirs, sic weary dreams as folk hae between sleeping and waking, before they win to the lang sleep and the sound. I could amaist think whiles my son, or Elstine, my oe, was dead, and that I had seen the burial. Isna that a queer dream for a daft old carline? What for should ony o' them die before me? It's out of the course o' nature, ye ken." "I think you'll make very little of this stupid old woman," said Hector, who still nourished, perhaps, some feelings of the dislike excited by the disparaging mention of his countrymen in her lay. "I think you'll make but little of her, sir, and it's wasting our time to sit here and listen to her dotage." "Hector," said the Antiquary, indignantly, "if you do not respect her misfortunes, respect at least her old age and grey hairs. This is the last stage of existence, so finely treated by the Latin poet, omni membrorum damno major dementia, quae nec nomina servorum nec vultus agnescit amici, cum queis proterita quae navit nocta, nec illos, quos genuit, quos eduxit. That's Latin, said Elspeth, rousing herself as if she had attended to the lines, which the Antiquary recited with great pomp of diction. That's Latin. And she cast a wild glance around her. Has their priests found me out at last? You see, nephew, her comprehension is almost equal to your own of that fine passage. I hope you think, sir, that I knew it to be Latin as well as she did. Why, as to that, but stay, she's about to speak. I'll have no priest, none, said the beldam, with impotent vehemence. As I have lived, I will die. None shall say that I betrayed my mistress, though it were to save my soul. That bespoke a foul conscience, said the mendicant. I wish she would make a clean breast, and it were but for her sake. And he again assailed her. Here, good wife, I do your errand to the Earl. To what Earl? I ken nae Earl. I ken the Countess ance. I wish to heaven I had never kenned her. For by that acquaintance, neighbour, there cam, and she counted her withered fingers as she spoke, first pride, then malice, then revenge, then false witness, and murder trilled at the door-pin, if he couldna ben. And werena thy pleasant guests, think ye, to take up their quarters in ae woman's heart? I trow there was wrothful company. But cummer, continued the beggar, it wasna the Countess of Glenallan I meant, but her son, him that was Lord Geraldin. I mind it now, she said. I saw him know that lang syne, and we had a heavy speech together. Ay, sirs, the comely young lord is turned as old and frail as I am. It's muckle that sorrow and heartbreak, and crossing of true love, will do with young blood. But sooner his mother hae looked to that hersell. We were but to do her bidding, ye ken. I'm sure there's naebody can blame me. He wasna my son, and she was my mistress. Ye ken how the rhyme says. I have maist forgotten how to sing, or else the tune's left my old head. He turned him right and round again, said, scorn nigh at my mother. Light loves I may get mony a ane, but minnie ne'er another. Then he was but of the half-blood, ye ken, and hers was the right Glenallan after I. Na, I might never mind doing and suffering for the Countess Jocelyn. Never will I mean for that. Then drawing her flax from the distaff, with the dogged air of one who is resolved to confess nothing, she resumed her interrupted occupation. I had heard, said the mendicant, taking his cue from what Oldbuck had told him of the family history. I ha' heard, cummer, that some ill tongue suld hae come between the Earl, that's Lord Geraldin, and his young bride. Ill tongue, she said in hasty alarm, and what had she to fear frae an ill tongue? She was good and fair enough, at least a body said sae. But had she keepit her ain tongue aye other folk, she might have been living like a lady for a' that's come and gone yet. But I heard say, good wife, continued Ochiltree, there was a clatter in the country, that her husband and her were ower sib when they married. What durst speak o' that? Said the old woman hastily. Why durst say they were married? What kenned o' that? Not the Countess, not I. If they wedded in secret, they were severed in secret. They drank of the fountains of their ain deceit. No, wretched beldam, exclaimed Oldbuck, who could keep silence no longer. They drank the poison that you and your wicked mistress prepared for them. Ay, she replied, I hae thought it would come to this. It's but to sit in silent when they examine me. There's nae torture in our days, and if there is, let them rend me. It's ill o' the vassal's mouth that betrays the bread it eats. Speak to her, Edie, said the Antiquary. She knows your voice and answers to it most readily. We shall make nothing mair out of her, said Ochiltree. When she has clinked herself down that way, and folded her arms, she wouldna speak a word, they say, for weeks together. And besides, to my thinking, her face is sair changed since we come in. However, I'se try her ance more to satisfy your honour. So you cannot keep in mind, cummer, that your old mistress, the Countess Jocelyn, has been removed?" "Removed!" she exclaimed, for that name never failed to produce its usual effect upon her. "Then we minna follow. I maun ride when she is in the saddle. Tell them to let Lord Geraldin ken we're on before them. Bring my hood and scarf. Ye wouldna had me gang in the carriage with my lady, and my hair in this fashion." She raised her shrivelled arms, and seemed busied like a woman who puts on her cloak to go abroad, then dropped them slowly and stiffly, and the same idea of a journey still floating apparently through her head, she proceeded, in a hurried and interrupted manner, "Call Miss Neville. What do you mean by Lady Geraldin? I said Eveline Neville, not Lady Geraldin. There's nae Lady Geraldin. Tell her that, and bid her change her wet gown, and no look sae pale. Bairn, what should ye do with a bairn? Maidens hae nane, I trow. Teresa, Teresa, my lady calls us. Bring a candle. The grand staircase is aye mirk as a Yule midnight. We are coming, my lady." With these words she sunk back on the settle, and from thence sidelong to the floor. Edie ran to support her, but hardly got her in his arms before he said, "It's aye ower. She's passed away, even with that last word." "Impossible," said Oldbuck, hastily advancing, as did his nephew. But nothing was more certain. She had expired with the last hurried word that left her lips, and all that remained before them were the mortal relics of the creature who had so long struggled with an internal sense of concealed guilt, joined to all the distresses of age and poverty. "God grant that she be gane to a better place," said Edie, as he looked on the lifeless body. "But oh, there was something lying hard and heavy at her heart. I hae seen mony a vine dee, baith in the field of battle, and a fair strae death at hame. But I would rather see them aye ower again, as sic a fearful flitting as hers." "We must call in the neighbours," said Oldbuck, when he had somewhat recovered his horror and astonishment, "and give warning of this additional calamity. I wish she could have been brought to a confession, and, though of far less consequence, I could have wished to transcribe that metrical fragment, but Heaven's will must be done." They left the hut accordingly, and gave the alarm in the hamlet, whose matrons instantly assembled to compose the limbs and arrange the body of her who might be considered as the mother of their settlement. Oldbuck promised his assistance for the funeral. "Your honour," said Alison Breck, who was next in age to the deceased, "suld send down something to us for keeping up our hearts at the Lykewake, for I Saunders Gin, poor man, was drunken out at the burial of Steenie, and will no get money to sit dry-lipped aside the corpse. Elspeth was unco clever in her young days, as I can mind right weel, but there was aye a word o' her no being that chancy. And some to speak ill of the dead. Mair by token, ane's cummer and neighbour, but there was queer things said about a lady and a bairn or she left the Craigburn foot. And sae, in good troth, it will be a poor like wake, unless your honour sends us something to keep us cracking." "You shall have some whiskey," answered Oldbuck, "the rather that you have preserved the proper word for that ancient custom of watching the dead. You observe, Hector, this is genuine Teutonic, from the Gothic leichnam, a corpse. It is quite erroneously called late wake, though Brand favours that modern corruption and derivation." "I believe," said Hector to himself, "my uncle would give away Monkbarns to any one who would come to ask it in genuine Teutonic. Not a drop of whiskey would the old creatures have got, had their president asked it for the use of the late wake." While Oldbuck was giving some farther directions and promising assistance, a servant of Sir Arthur's came riding very hard along the sands, and stopped his horse when he saw the Antiquary. There had something, he said, very particular happened at the castle. He could not, or would not, explain what, and Miss Wardour had sent him off express to Monkbarns, to beg that Mr. Oldbuck would come to them without a moment's delay. "I am afraid," said the Antiquary, "his course also is drawing to a close. What can I do?" "Do, sir!" exclaimed Hector, with his characteristic impatience. "Get on the horse, and turn his head homeward. You will be at Knockwinnock Castle in 10 minutes." "He is quite a free goer," said the servant, dismounting to adjust the girths and stirrups. "He only pulls a little if he feels a dead weight on him." "I should soon be a dead weight off him, my friend," said the Antiquary. "What the devil, nephew, are you weary of me? Or do you suppose me weary of my life, that I should get on the back of such a Bucephalus as that? No, no, my friend, if I am to be at Knockwinnock to day, it must be by walking quietly forward on my own feet, which I will do with as little delay as possible. Captain M'Intyre may ride that animal himself, if he pleases." "I have little hope I could be of any use, uncle, but I cannot think of their distress without wishing to show sympathy at least, so I will ride on before, and announce to them that you are coming. I'll trouble you for your spurs, my friend." "You will scarce need them, sir," said the man, taking them off at the same time, and buckling them upon Captain M'Intyre's heels. "He's very frank to the road." Oldbuck stood astonished at this last act of temerity. "Are you mad, Hector?" he cried, "or have you forgotten what is said by Quintus Curtius, with whom, as a soldier, you must needs be familiar? Nobilis equus umbra quidem virga regitur, ignavus ni calcari quidem excitari potest," which plainly shows that spurs are useless in every case, and, I may add, dangerous in most. But Hector, who cared little for the opinion of either Quintus Curtius or of the Antiquary upon such a topic, only answered with a heedless never fear, sir." With that he gave his able horse the head, and, bending forward, struck his armed heels against the panting sides of his poor jade, up to the rowel-head, and starting so, he seemed in running to devour the way, staying no longer question. "There they go, well matched," said Oldbuck, looking after them as they started, "a mad horse and a wild boy, the two most unruly creatures in Christendom, and all to get half an hour sooner to a place where nobody wants him, for I doubt Sir Arthur's griefs are beyond the cure of our light horsemen. It must be the villainy of Dousterswivel, for whom Sir Arthur has done so much, for I cannot help observing that with some natures Tacitus's maxim holdeth good, beneficia el usca laeta sunt dum videntur exsolvi possa, ubi multum adivenera pro gratia odium reditur. From which a wise man might take a caution, not to oblige any man beyond the degree in which he may expect to be requited, lest he should make his debtor a bankrupt in gratitude. Murmuring to himself such scraps of cynical philosophy, our Antiquary paced the sands towards Knockwinnock. But it is necessary we should outstrip him, for the purpose of explaining the reasons of his being so anxiously summoned thither. Reader's Note, Note H. Battle of Harlaw. The great battle of Harlaw, here informally referred to, might be said to determine whether the Gaelic or the Saxon race should be predominant in Scotland. Donald, Lord of the Isles, who had at that period the power of an independent sovereign, laid claim to the earldom of Ross during the regency of Robert, Duke of Albany. To enforce this supposed right, he ravaged the north with a large army of Highlanders and Islesmen. He was encountered at Harlaw, in the Garioch, by Alexander, Earl of Mar, at the head of the northern nobility and gentry of Saxon and Norman descent. The battle was bloody and indecisive, but the invader was obliged to retire in consequence of the loss he sustained, and afterwards was compelled to make submission to the regent, and renounce his pretensions to Ross, so that all the advantages of the field were gained by the Saxons. The Battle of Harlaw was fought 24th July, 1411. Note I. Elspeth's death. The concluding circumstance of Elspeth's death is taken from an incident said to have happened at the funeral of John, Duke of Roxburgh. All who were acquainted with that accomplished nobleman must remember that he was not more remarkable for creating and possessing a most curious and splendid library, than for his acquaintance with the literary treasures it contained. In arranging his books, fetching and replacing the volumes which he wanted, and carrying on all the necessary intercourse which a man of letters holds with his library, it was the Duke's custom to employ not a secretary or librarian, but a livery servant called Archie, whom habit had made so perfectly acquainted with the library that he knew every book, as a shepherd does the individuals of his flock, by what is called head mark, and could bring his master whatever volume he wanted, and afford all the mechanical aid the Duke required in his literary researches. To secure the attendance of Archie, there was a bell hung in his room, which was used on no occasion except to call him individually to the Duke's study. His Grace died in St. James's Square, London, in the year 1804. The body was to be conveyed to Scotland, to lie in state at his mansion of Fleurs, and to be removed from thence to the family burial place at Bowden. At this time Archie, who had been long attacked by a liver complaint, was in the very last stage of that disease. Yet he prepared himself to accompany the body of the master, whom he had so long and so faithfully waited upon. The medical persons assured him he could not survive the journey. It signified nothing, he said, whether he died in England or Scotland. He was resolved to assist in rendering the last honours to the kind master, from whom he had been inseparable for so many years, even if he should expire in the attempt. The poor invalid was permitted to attend the Duke's body to Scotland, but when they reached Fleur, he was totally exhausted, and obliged to keep his bed, in a sort of stupor which announced speedy dissolution. On the morning of the day fixed for removing the dead body of the Duke to the place of burial, the private bell by which he was wont to summon his attendant to his study was rung violently. This might easily happen in the confusion of such a scene, although the people of the neighbourhood prefer believing that the bell sounded of its own accord. Ring, however, it did, and Archie, roused by the well-known summons, rose up in his bed, and faltered, in broken accents, "Yes, my Lord Duke, yes, I will wait on your Grace instantly." And with these words on his lips, he is said to have fallen back and expired. End reader's note. End chapter 19th. Volume 2, Chapter 20th of the Antiquary. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Antiquary by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 20th. So, while the goose, of whom the fable told, incumbent, brooded o'er her eggs of gold, with hand outstretched, impatient to destroy, stole on her secret nest the cruel boy, whose grip rapacious changed her splendid dream, for wings vain fluttering, and for dying scream. The Loves of the Seaweeds. From the time that Sir Arthur Wardour had become possessor of the treasure found in Misticot's grave, he had been in a state of mind more resembling ecstasy than sober sense. Indeed, at one time his daughter had become seriously apprehensive for his intellect, for, as he had no doubt that he had the secret of possessing himself of wealth to an unbounded extent, his language and carriage were those of a man who had acquired the philosopher's stone. He talked of buying contiguous estates, that would have led him from one side of the island to the other, as if he were determined to brook no neighbour save the sea. He corresponded with an architect of eminence upon a plan of renovating the castle of his forefathers on a style of extended magnificence that might have rivalled that of Windsor, and laying out the grounds on a suitable scale. Troops of liveried menials were already, in fancy, marshalled in his halls, and, for what may not unbounded wealth authorize its possessor to aspire to? The coronet of a marquis, perhaps of a duke, was glittering before his imagination. His daughter, to what matches might she not look forward? Even an alliance with the blood royal was not beyond the sphere of his hopes. His son was already a general, and he himself whatever ambition could dream of in its wildest visions. In this mood, if any one endeavoured to bring Sir Arthur down to the regions of common life, his replies were in the vein of ancient pistol. A fight go for the world, and worldlings base, I speak of Africa and golden joys. The reader may conceive the amazement of Miss Wardour, when, instead of undergoing an investigation concerning the addresses of Lovel, as she had expected from the long conference of her father with Mr. Oldbuck, upon the morning of the fated day when the treasure was discovered, the conversation of Sir Arthur announced an imagination heated with the hopes of possessing the most unbounded wealth. But she was seriously alarmed when Dousterswivel was sent for to the castle, and was closeted with her father, his mishap condoled with, his part taken, and his loss compensated. All the suspicions which she had long entertained respecting this man became strengthened, by observing his pains to keep up the golden dreams of her father, and to secure for himself, under various pretexts, as much as possible out of the windfall which had so strangely fallen to Sir Arthur's share. Other evil symptoms began to appear, following close on each other. Letters arrived every post, which Sir Arthur, as soon as he had looked at the directions, flung into the fire, without taking the trouble to open them. Miss Wardour could not help suspecting that these epistles, the contents of which seemed to be known to her father by a sort of intuition, came from pressing creditors. In the meanwhile, the temporary aid which he had received from the treasure dwindled fast away. By far the greater part had been swallowed up by the necessity of paying the bill of £600, which had threatened Sir Arthur with instant distress. Of the rest, some part was given to the adept, some wasted upon extravagances, which seemed to the poor knight fully authorized by his full-blown hopes, and some went to stop, for a time, the mouths of such claimants as, being weary of fair promises, had become of opinion with Harpagon, that it was necessary to touch something substantial. At length circumstances announced but too plainly that it was all expended within 2 or 3 days after its discovery, and there appeared no prospect of a supply. Sir Arthur, naturally impatient, now taxed Dousterswivel anew with breach of those promises through which he had hoped to convert all his lead into gold. But that worthy gentleman's turn was now served, and as he had grace enough to wish to avoid witnessing the fall of the house which he had undermined, he was at the trouble of bestowing a few learned terms of art upon Sir Arthur, that at least he might not be tormented before his time. He took leave of him, with assurances that he would return to Knockwinnock the next morning, with such information as would not fail to relieve Sir Arthur from all his distresses. "For, since I have consulted in such matters, I have never," said Mr. Herman Dousterswivel, "approached so near de arcanum, what you call de great mystery, de pancesta, de polycresta. I do know as much of it as Palazzo de Taranta or Basilius, and either I will bring you in 2 or 3 days de number 3 of Mr. Mishdigoat, or you shall call me one knave myself, and never look me in de face again, no more at all." The adept departed with this assurance, in the firm resolution of making good the latter part of the proposition, and never again appearing before his injured patron. Sir Arthur remained in a doubtful and anxious state of mind. The positive assurances of the philosopher, with the hard words pancresta, basilius, and so forth, produced some effect on his mind. But he had been too often deluded by such jargon to be absolutely relieved of his doubt, and he retired for the evening into his library, in the fearful state of one who, hanging over a precipice, and without the means of retreat, perceives the stone on which he rests gradually parting from the rest of the crag, and about to give way with him. The visions of hope decayed, and there increased in proportion that feverish agony of anticipation, with which a man educated in a sense of consequence, and possessed of opulence, the supporter of an ancient name, and the father of two promising children, foresaw the hour approaching which should deprive him of all the splendour which time had made familiarly necessary to him, and send him forth into the world to struggle with poverty, with rapacity, and with scorn. Under these dire forebodings, his temper, exhausted by the sickness of delayed hope, became peevish and fretful, and his words and actions sometimes expressed a reckless desperation, which alarmed Miss Wardour extremely. We have seen, on a former occasion, that Sir Arthur was a man of passions lively and quick, in proportion to the weakness of his character in other respects. He was unused to contradiction, and if he had been hitherto, in general, good-humoured and cheerful, it was probably because the course of his life had afforded no such frequent provocation as to render his irritability habitual. On the third morning after Dousterswivel's departure, the servant, as usual, laid on the breakfast table the newspaper and letters of the day. Miss Wardour took up the former to avoid the continued ill humour of her father, who had wrought himself into a violent passion because the toast was over-browned. "I perceive how it is," was his concluding speech on this interesting subject. "My servants, who have had their share of my fortune, begin to think there is little to be made of me in future. But while I am the scoundrel's master, I will be so, and permit no neglect, no, nor endure a hair's breadth diminution of the respect I am entitled to exact from them." "I am ready to leave your honour's service this instant," said the domestic upon whom the fault had been charged, "as soon as you order payment of my wages." Sir Arthur, as if stung by a serpent, thrust his hand into his pocket, and instantly drew out the money which it contained, but which was short of the man's claim. "What money have you got, Miss Wardour?" he said, in a tone of affected calmness, but which concealed violent agitation. Miss Wardour gave him her purse. He attempted to count the bank notes which it contained, but could not reckon them. After twice miscounting the sum, he threw the whole to his daughter, and saying, in a stern voice, "Pay the rascal, and let him leave the house instantly," he strode out of the room. The mistress and servant stood alike astonished at the agitation and vehemence of his manner. "I am sure, ma'am, if I had thought I was particularly wrong, I wouldna hae made ony answer when Sir Arthur challenged me. I have been long in his service, and he has been a kind master, and you a kind mistress, and I would like ill ye should think I would start for a hasty word. I am sure it was very wrong of me to speak about wages to his honour, when maybe he has something to vex him. I had nae thoughts of leaving the family in this way." "Go downstairs, Robert," said his mistress. "Something has happened to fret my father. Go downstairs, and let Alick answer the bell." When the man left the room, Sir Arthur re-entered, as if he had been watching his departure. "What's the meaning of this?" he said hastily, as he observed the notes lying still on the table. "Is he not gone? Am I neither to be obeyed as a master or a father?" "He's gone to give up his charge to the housekeeper, sir. I thought there was not such instant haste." "There is haste, Miss Wardour," answered her father, interrupting her. "What I do henceforth in the house of my forefathers must be done speedily, or never." He then sat down, and took up with a trembling hand the basin of tea prepared for him, protracting the swallowing of it, as if to delay the necessity of opening the post-letters which lay on the table, and which he eyed from time to time as if they had been a nest of adders ready to start into life and spring upon him. "You will be happy to hear," said Miss Wardour, willing to withdraw her father's mind from the gloomy reflections in which he appeared to be plunged, "you will be happy to hear, sir, that Lieutenant Taffril's gun-brig has got safe into Leith Roads. I observed there had been apprehensions for his safety. I am glad we did not hear them until they were contradicted. And what is Taffril and his gun-brig to me?" "Sir," said Miss Wardour, in astonishment, for Sir Arthur, in his ordinary state of mind, took a fidgety sort of interest in all the gossip of the day and country. "I say," he repeated in a higher and still more impatient key, "what do I care who is saved or lost? It's nothing to me, I suppose." "I did not know you were busy, Sir Arthur, and thought, as Mr. Taffril is a brave man, and from our own country, you would be happy to hear—" "Oh, I am happy as possible, and to make you happy too, you shall have some of my good news in return." And he caught up a letter. "It does not signify which I open first, they are all to the same tune." He broke the seal hastily, ran the letter over, and then threw it to his daughter. "Ay, I could not have lighted more happily. This places the copestone." Miss Wardour, in silent terror, took up the letter. Read it aloud," said her father. "It cannot be read too often. It will serve to break you in for other good news of the same kind." She began to read with a faltering voice. "Dear Sir, he dares me to, you see, this impudent drudge of a writer's office, who, a 12-month since, was not fit company for my second table. I suppose I shall be dear knight with him by and by. Dear Sir," resumed Miss Wardour, but interrupting herself, "I see the contents are unpleasant, sir, and will it vex you my reading them aloud?" "If you will allow me to know my own pleasure, Miss Wardour, I entreat you to go on. I presume, if it were unnecessary, I should not ask you to take the trouble. Having been of late taken into copartnery," continued Miss Wardour, reading the letter, "by Mr. Gilbert Greenhorn, son of your late correspondent and man of business, Girnigo Greenhorn, Esquire, writer to the Signet, whose business I conducted as Parliament House clerk for many years, which business will in future be carried on under the firm of Greenhorn and Grinderson, which I memorandum for the sake of accuracy in addressing your future letters. And having had of late favours of yours directed to my aforesaid partner, Gilbert Greenhorn, in consequence of his absence at the Lamberton races, have the honour to reply to your said favours. You see, my friend is methodical, and commences by explaining the causes which have procured me so modest and elegant a correspondent. Go on, I can bear it." And he laughed that bitter laugh which is perhaps the most fearful expression of mental misery. Trembling to proceed, and yet afraid to disobey, Miss Wardour continued to read. "I am for myself and partner sorry we cannot oblige you by looking out for the sums you mention, or applying for a suspension in the case of Goldiebirds bond, which would be more inconsistent, as we have been employed to act as the said Goldiebirds procurators and attorneys, in which capacity we have taken out a charge of horning against you, as you must be aware by the schedule left by the messenger, for the sum of 4,756 pounds, 5 shilling and 6 pence, 1/4 of a penny sterling, which, with annual rents and expenses effering, we presume will be settled during the currency of the charge, to prevent further trouble. Same time, I am under the necessity to observe our own account, amounting to 769 pounds, 10 shillings and 6 pence, is also due, and settlement would be agreeable, but as we hold your rights, title deeds, and documents in hypothec, shall have no objection to give reasonable time, say till the next money term. I am for myself and partner concerned to add that Messrs. Goldiebirds' instructions to us are to proceed peremptorie and sine mora, of which I have the pleasure to advise you, to prevent future mistakes, reserving to ourselves otherwise to age as accords. I am, for self and partner, dear sir, your obliged humble servant, Gabriel Grinderson, for Greenhorn and Grinderson. Ungrateful villain, said Miss Wardour. Why, no. It's in the usual rule, I suppose. The blow could not have been perfect if dealt by another hand. It's all just as it should be, answered the poor baronet, his affected composure sorely belied by his quivering lip and rolling eye. But here's a postscript I did not notice. Come, finish the epistle. I have to add, not for self but partner, that Mr. Greenhorn will accommodate you by taking your service of plate, or the bay horses, if sound in wind and limb, at a fair appreciation, in part payment of your account. God confound him, said Sir Arthur, losing all command of himself at this condescending proposal. His grandfather shod my father's horses, and this descendant of a scoundrelly blacksmith proposes to swindle me out of mine. But I will write him a proper answer. And he sat down and began to write with great vehemence, then stopped and read aloud. Mr. Gilbert Greenhorn, in answer to 2 letters of a late date, I received a letter from a person calling himself Grinderson, and designing himself as your partner. When I address any one, I do not usually expect to be answered by deputy. I think I have been useful to your father, and friendly and civil to yourself, and therefore am now surprised, and yet, said he, stopping short, why should I be surprised at that or anything else? Or why should I take up my time in writing to such a scoundrel? I shan't be always kept in prison, I suppose. And to break that puppy's bones when I get out shall be my first employment. In prison, sir? Said Miss Wardour, faintly. Ay, in prison, to be sure. Do you make any question about that? Why, Mr. What's-his-name's fine letter for self and partner seems to be thrown away on you, or else you have got 4,000 so many £100, with a due proportion of shillings, pence, and halfpence, to pay that aforesaid demand, as he calls it. Ay, sir. Oh, if I had the means. But where's my brother? Why does he not come, and so long in Scotland? He might do something to assist us. Who, Reginald? I suppose he's gone with Mr. Gilbert Greenhorn, or some such respectable person, to the Lamberton races. I have expected him this week past, but I cannot wonder that my children should neglect me, as well as every other person. But I should beg your pardon, my love, who never either neglected or offended me in your life. And kissing her cheek as she threw her arms around his neck, he experienced that consolation which a parent feels, even in the most distressed state, in the assurance that he possesses the affection of a child. Miss Wardour took the advantage of this revulsion of feeling to endeavour to soothe her father's mind to composure. She reminded him that he had many friends. I had many once, said Sir Arthur, but of some I have exhausted their kindness with my frantic projects, others are unable to assist me, others are unwilling. It is all over with me. I only hope Reginald will take example by my folly. Should I not send to Monkbarns, sir? Said his daughter. To what purpose? He cannot lend me such a sum, and would not if he could, for he knows I am otherwise drowned in debt, and he would only give me scraps of misanthropy and quaint ends of Latin. But he is shrewd and sensible, and was bred to business, and I am sure always loved this family. Yes, I believe he did. It is a fine pass we are come to, when the affection of an Oldbuck is of consequence to a Wardour. But when matters come to extremity, as I suppose they presently will, it may be as well to send for him. And now go take your walk, my dear. My mind is more composed than when I had this cursed disclosure to make. You know the worst, and may daily or hourly expect it. Go take your walk. I would willingly be alone for a little while. When Miss Wardour left the apartment, her first occupation was to avail herself of the half permission granted by her father by dispatching to Monkbarns the messenger, who, as we have already seen, met the Antiquary and his nephew on the sea-beach. Little recking, and indeed scarce knowing, where she was wandering, chance directed her into the walk beneath the Briery bank, as it was called, a brook which in former days had supplied the castle moat with water, here descended through a narrow dell, up which Miss Wardour's taste had directed a natural path, which was rendered neat and easy of ascent, without the air of being formerly made and preserved. It suited well the character of the little glen, which was overhung with thickets and underwood, chiefly of larch and hazel, intermixed with the usual varieties of the thorn and briar. In this walk had passed that scene of explanation between Miss Wardour and Lovel, which was overheard by old Edie Ochiltree. With a heart softened by the distress which approached her family, Miss Wardour now recalled every word and argument which Lovel had urged in support of his suit, and could not help confessing to herself, it was no small subject of pride to have inspired a young man of his talents with a passion so strong and disinterested. That he should have left the pursuit of a profession in which he was said to be rapidly rising, to bury himself in a disagreeable place like Fairport, and brood over an unrequited passion, might be ridiculed by others as romantic, but was naturally forgiven as an excess of affection by the person who was the object of his attachment. Had he possessed an independence, however moderate, or ascertained a clear and undisputed claim to the rank in society he was well qualified to adorn, she might now have had it in her power to offer her father, during his misfortunes, an asylum and an establishment of her own. These thoughts, so favourable to the absent lover, crowded in, one after the other, with such a minute recapitulation of his words, looks, and actions, as plainly intimated that his former repulse had been dictated rather by duty than inclination. Isabella was musing alternately upon this subject and upon that of her father's misfortunes, when, as the path winded round a little hillock, covered with brushwood, the old Blue-Gown suddenly met her. With an air as if he had something important and mysterious to communicate, he doffed his bonnet, and assumed the cautious step and voice of one who would not willingly be overheard. "I hae been wishing muckle to meet with your ladyship, for ye ken I darena come to the house for Dousterswivel." "I heard indeed," said Miss Wardour, dropping an alms into the bonnet, "I heard that you had done a very foolish, if not a very bad thing, Edie, and I was sorry to hear it." "What, my bonny leddy, foolish? Hae the words fools, and how should auld Edie Ochiltree be aye wise? And aye for the evil, let them wha deal with Dousterswivel tell whether he got a grain mair than his deserts." "That may be true, Edie, and yet," said Miss Wardour, "you may have been very wrong." "Weel, weel, we'se no dispute that enow. It's about yourself I'm going to speak. Div ye ken what's hanging over the house of Knockwinnock?" "Great distress, I fear, Edie," answered Miss Wardour, "but I am surprised it is already so public." "Public! Sweep clean the messenger will be there the day with a' his tackle. I ken it frae ane o' his concurrents, as they ca' them, that's warned to meet him, and they'll be about their work belike. Where they clip, there needs nae kame. They shear close enough." "Are you sure this bad hour, Edie, is so very near? Come, I know it will." "It's e'en as I tell ye, leddy, but dinna be cast down, there's a heaven ower your head there, as weel as in that fearful night atween the Ballyburghness and the Halket-head. D'ye think he, wad rebuked the waters, couldna protect you against the wrath of men, though they be armed with human authority?" "It is indeed all we have to trust to." "Ye dinna ken, ye dinna ken. When the night's darkest, the dawn's nearest. If I had a good horse, or could ride him when I had him, I reckon there would be help yet. I trusted I had gotten a cast with the Royal Charlotte, but she's coupit yonder, it's like at Kittlebrig." There was a young gentleman on the books, and he behooved to drive, and Tom sang that suld hae mair sense, he behooved to let him, and the daft callant couldna take the turn at the corner of the brig. I'd hoid, he took the curbstone, and he's whelmed her as I'd whelmel a tomb bicker. It was a luck I hadna gotten on the top o' her, sae I came down atween hope and despair to see if you would send me on." "And, Edie, where would you go?" said the young lady. "To Tannenberg, my leddy," which was the first stage from Fairport, but a good deal nearer to Knockwinnock, "and that without delay. It's all on your ain business." "Our business, Edie? Alas, I give you all the credit for your good meaning, but—" "There's nae buts about it, my leddy, for gang I maun," said the persevering Blue Gown. "But what is it that you would do at Tannenberg, or how can your going there benefit my father's affairs?" "Indeed, my sweet lady," said the gaberlunzie, "you maun just trust that bit secret to auld Edie's grey pow, and ask nae questions about it. Certainly, if I would hae wared my life for ye yon night, I can hae nae reason to play an ill plisky tie in the day o' your distress." "Well, Edie, follow me then," said Miss Wardour, "and I will try to get you sent to Tannenberg." "Make haste then, my bonny leddy, make haste, for the love of goodness." And he continued to exhort her to expedition until they reached the castle. Chapter 20th. Volume 2, Chapter 21st of the Antiquary. The Sleeperbox recording is in the public domain. The Antiquary, by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 21st. Let those go see who will, I like it not. For, say he was a slave to rank and pomp, and all the nothings he is now divorced from by the hard doom of stern necessity, yet it is sad to mark his altered brow, where vanity adjusts her flimsy veil, or the deep wrinkles of repentant anguish. Old Play. When Miss Wardour arrived in the court of the castle, she was surprised by the first glance that the visit of the officers of the law had already taken place. There was confusion, and gloom, and sorrow, and curiosity among the domestics, while the retainers of the law went from place to place, making an inventory of the goods and chattels falling under their warrant of distress, or poinding, as it is called in the law of Scotland. Captain M'Intyre flew to her as, struck dumb with the melancholy conviction of her father's ruin, she paused upon the threshold of the gateway. "Dear Miss Wardour," he said, "do not make yourself uneasy. My uncle is coming immediately, and I am sure he will find some way to clear the house of these rascals." "Alas, Captain M'Intyre, I fear it will be too late." "No," answered Edie, impatiently. "Could I but get to Tannenberg, in the name of heaven, captain, contrive some way to get me on, and you'll do this poor ruined family the best day's doing that has been done them since Red Hand's days. For sure as e'er an old saw came true, Knockwinnock house and land will be lost in one this day." "Why, what good can you do, old man?" said Hector. But Robert, the domestic with whom Sir Arthur had been so much displeased in the morning, as if he had been watching for an opportunity to display his zeal, stepped hastily forward, and said to his mistress, "If you please, ma'am, this old man Ochiltree is very skeely and old farrant about money things, as the diseases of cows and horses and sic like, and I'm sure he disna want to be as Tannenberg the day for naething, since he insists on this gate, and if your ladyship pleases, I'll drive him there in the tax cart in an hour's time. I would fain be of some use. I could bite my very tongue out when I think on this morning." "I am obliged to you, Robert," said Miss Wardour, "and if you really think it has the least chance of being useful—" "In the name of God," said the old man, "yoke the cart, Robbie, and if I am no in some use, less or mair, I gie ye leave to fling me ower Kittlebrig as you come back again. But, oh man, haste ye, for time's precious this day." Robert looked at his mistress as she retired into the house, and seeing he was not prohibited, flew to the stable yard, which was adjacent to the court, in order to yoke the carriage, For though an old beggar was the personage least likely to render effectual assistance in a case of pecuniary distress, yet there was among the common people of Edie's circle a general idea of his prudence and sagacity, which authorized Robert's conclusion that he would not so earnestly have urged the necessity of this expedition, had he not been convinced of its utility. But so soon as the servant took hold of the horse to harness him for the taxed cart, an officer touched him on the shoulder. "My friend, you must let that beast alone. He's down in the schedule." "What?" said Robert. "Am I not to take my master's horse to go my young lady's errand?" "You must remove nothing here," said the man of office, "or you will be liable for all consequences." "What the devil, sir?" said Hector, who, having followed to examine Ochiltree more closely on the nature of his hopes and expectations, already began to bristle like one of the terriers of his own native mountains, and sought but a decent pretext for venting his displeasure. "Have you the impudence to prevent the young lady's servant from obeying her orders?" There was something in the air and tone of the young soldier which seemed to argue that his interference was not likely to be confined to mere expostulation, and which, if it promised finally the advantages of a process of battery and deforcement, would certainly commence with the unpleasant circumstances necessary for founding such a complaint. The legal officer, confronted with him of the military, grasped with one doubtful hand the greasy bludgeon which was to enforce his authority, and with the other produced his short official baton, tipped with silver, and having a movable ring upon it. "Captain M'Intyre, sir, I have no quarrel with you, but if you interrupt me in my duty, I will break the wand of peace, and declare myself divorced." "And who the devil cares," said Hector, totally ignorant of the words of judicial action, "whether you declare yourself divorced or married? And as to breaking your wand, or breaking the peace, or whatever you call it, all I know is, that I will break your bones if you prevent the lad from harnessing the horses to obey his mistress's orders." "I take all who stand here to witness," said the messenger, "that I showed him my blazon, and explained my character. He that will to Cupar, maun to Cupar." And he slid his enigmatical ring from one end of the baton to the other, being the appropriate symbol of his having been forcibly interrupted in the discharge of his duty. Honest Hector, better accustomed to the artillery of the field than to that of law, saw his mystical ceremony with great indifference, and with like unconcern beheld the messenger sit down to write out an execution of deforcement. But at this moment, to prevent the well-meaning, hot-headed Highlander from running the risk of a severe penalty, the Antiquary arrived puffing and blowing, with his handkerchief crammed under his hat, and his wig upon the end of his stick. "What the deuce is the matter here?" he exclaimed, hastily adjusting his headgear. "I have been following you in fear of finding your idle loggerhead knocked against one rock or other, and here I find you parted with your Bucephalus, and quarrelling with Sweepclean. A messenger, Hector, is a worse foe than a phoca, whether it be the phoca barbata or the phoca vitulina of your late conflict." "Damn the phoca, sir," said Hector, "whether it be the one or the other. I say, damn them both particularly. I think you would not have me stand quietly by and see a scoundrel like this, because he calls himself a king's messenger. Forsooth, I hope the king has many better for his meanest errands. Insult a young lady of family and fashion like Miss Wardour." "Rightly argued, Hector," said the Antiquary, "but the king, like other people, has now and then shabby errands, and in your ear must have shabby fellows to do them. But even supposing you unacquainted with the statutes of William the Lion, in which capita quarto verso quinto, this crime of deforcement is termed despectus domini regis, a contempt, to wit, of the king himself, in whose name all legal diligence issues. Could you not have inferred, from this information I took so much pains to give you to-day, that those who interrupt officers, who come to execute letters of caption, are tanquam participes criminis rebellionis, seeing that he who aids a rebel is himself, quodammodo, an accessory to rebellion. But I'll bring you out of this scrape." He then spoke to the messenger, who, upon his arrival, had laid aside all thoughts of making a good by-job out of the deforcement, and accepted Mr. Oldbuck's assurances that the horse and tax-cart should be safely returned in the course of 2 or 3 hours. "Very well, sir," said the Antiquary. "Since you are disposed to be so civil, you shall have another job in your own best way, a little cast of state politics, a crime punishable per legem Julium, Mr. Sweepclean. Hark thee hither." And after a whisper of 5 minutes, he gave him a slip of paper, on receiving which the messenger mounted his horse, and, with one of his assistants, rode away pretty sharply. The fellow who remained seemed to delay his operations purposely, proceeded in the rest of his duty very slowly, and with the caution and precision of one who feels himself overlooked by a skilful and severe inspector. In the meantime Oldbuck, taking his nephew by the arm, led him into the house, and they were ushered into the presence of Sir Arthur Wardour, who, in a flutter between wounded pride, agonized apprehension, and vain attempts to disguise both under a show of indifference, exhibited a spectacle of painful interest. "Happy to see you, Mr. Oldbuck. Always happy to see my friends in fair weather or foul," said the poor baronet, struggling not for composure, but for gaiety, an affectation which was strongly contrasted by the nervous and protracted grasp of his hand, and the agitation of his whole demeanour. "I am happy to see you. You are riding, I see. I hope in this confusion your horses are taken good care of. I always like to have my friends' horses looked after. Egad, they will have all my care now, for you see they are like to leave me none of my own. Mr. Oldbuck?" This attempt at a jest was attended by a hysterical giggle, which poor Sir Arthur intended should sound as an indifferent laugh. "You know I never ride, Sir Arthur," said the Antiquary. "I beg your pardon, but sure I saw your nephew arrive on horseback a short time since. We must look after officers' horses, and his was as handsome a grey charger as I have seen." Sir Arthur was about to ring the bell, when Mr. Oldbuck said, "My nephew came on your own grey horse, Sir Arthur." "Mine?" said the poor baronet. "Mine, was it? Then the sun had been in my eyes. Well, I'm not worthy having a horse any longer, since I don't know my own when I see him." "Good heaven," thought Oldbuck, "how is this man altered from the formal stolidity of his usual manner? He grows wanton under adversity. Sed peruntae mille figurae." He then proceeded aloud. "Sir Arthur, we must necessarily speak a little on business." "To be sure," said Sir Arthur, "but it was so good that I should not know the horse I have ridden these 5 years. "Sir Arthur," said the Antiquary, "don't let us waste time which is precious. We shall have, I hope, many better seasons for jesting. Decepera in loco, as the maxim of Horace. I more than suspect this has been brought on by the villainy of Dousterswivel." "Don't mention his name, sir," said Sir Arthur, and his manner entirely changed from a fluttered affectation of gaiety to all the agitation of fury. His eyes sparkled, his mouth foamed, his hands were clenched. "Don't mention his name, sir," he vociferated, "unless you would see me go mad in your presence. That I should have been such a miserable dolt, such an infatuated idiot, such a beast endowed with thrice a beast's stupidity, to be led and driven and spur-galled by such a rascal, and under such ridiculous pretences. Mr. Oldbuck, I could tear myself when I think of it." "I only meant to say," answered the Antiquary, "that this fellow is like to meet his reward, and I cannot but think we shall frighten something out of him that may be a service to you. He has certainly had some unlawful correspondence on the other side of the water." Has he indeed? Then damn the household goods, horses, and so forth. I will go to prison, a happy man, Mr. Oldbuck. I hope in heaven there's a reasonable chance of his being hanged." "Why, pretty fair," said Oldbuck, willing to encourage this diversion, in hopes it might mitigate the feelings which seemed like to overset the poor man's understanding. "Honester men have stretched a rope, or the law has been sadly cheated. But this unhappy business of yours, can nothing be done? Let me see the charge." He took the papers, and as he read them, his countenance grew hopelessly dark and disconsolate. Miss Wardour had by this time entered the apartment, and fixing her eyes on Mr. Oldbuck, as if she meant to read her fate in his looks, easily perceived, from the change in his eye, and the dropping of his nether jaw, how little was to be hoped. "We are then irremediably ruined, Mr. Oldbuck," said the young lady. "Irremediably? I hope not. But the instant demand is very large, and others will doubtless pour in." "I never doubt that, Monkbarns," said Sir Arthur. "Where the slaughter is, the eagles will be gathered together. I am like a sheep which I have seen fall down a precipice, or drop down from sickness. If you had not seen a single raven or hooded crow for a fortnight before, he will not lie on the heather 10 minutes before half a dozen will be picking out his eyes." And he drew his hand over his own, and tearing at his heartstrings, before the poor devil has time to die. "But that damned, long-scented vulture, that dogged me so long, you have got him fast, I hope?" "Fast enough," said the Antiquary. "The gentleman wished to take the wings of the morning, and bolt in the the coach and four there, but he would have found twigs limed for him at Edinburgh. As it is, he never got so far, for the coach being overturned, as how could it go safe with such a Jonah? He has had an infernal tumble, is carried into a cottage near Kittlebrig, and to prevent all possibility of escape, I have sent your friend Sweepclean to bring him back to Fairport in nomina regis, or to act as his sick nurse at Kittlebrig, as is most fitting. And now, Sir Arthur, permit me to have some conversation with you on the present unpleasant state of your affairs, that we may see what can be done for their extrication." And the Antiquary led the way into the library, followed by the unfortunate gentleman. They had been shut up together for about 2 hours, when Miss Wardour interrupted them with her cloak on, as if prepared for a journey. Her countenance was very pale, yet expressive of the composure which characterized her disposition. "The messenger is returned, Mr. Oldbuck." "Returned? What the devil? He has not let the fellow go?" "No. I understand he has carried him to confinement, and now he has returned to attend my father, and says he can wait no longer." A loud wrangling was now heard on the staircase, in which the voice of Hector predominated. "You an officer, sir, and these ragamuffins a party, a parcel of beggarly tailor fellows. Tell yourselves off by 9, and we shall know your effective strength." The grumbling voice of the man of law was then heard indistinctly muttering a reply, to which Hector retorted, "Come, come, sir, this won't do. March your party, as you call them, out of this house directly, or I'll send you and them to the right about presently." "The devil take Hector," said the Antiquary, hastening to the scene of action. "His Highland blood is up again, and we shall have him fighting a duel with the bailiff. Come, Mr. Sweepclean, you must give us a little time. I know you would not wish to hurry Sir Arthur." "By no means, sir," said the messenger, putting his hat off, which he had thrown on to testify defiance of Captain M'Intyre's threats. "But your nephew, sir, holds very uncivil language, and I have borne too much of it already, and am not justified in leaving my prisoner any longer after the instructions I received, unless I am to get payment of the sums contained in my diligence." And he held out the caption, pointing with the awful truncheon, which he held in his right hand, to the formidable line of figures jotted upon the back thereof. Hector, on the other hand, though silent from respect to his uncle, answered this gesture by shaking his clenched fist at the messenger, with a frown of Highland wrath. "Foolish boy, be quiet," said Oldbuck, "and come with me into the room. The man is doing his miserable duty, and you will only make matters worse by opposing him. I fear, Sir Arthur, you must accompany this man to Fairport. There is no help for it in the first instance. I will accompany you, to consult what further can be done. My nephew will escort Miss Wardour to Monkbarns, which I hope she will make her residence until these unpleasant matters are settled." "I go with my father, Mr. Oldbuck," said Miss Wardour firmly. "I have prepared his clothes and my own. I suppose we shall have the use of the carriage?" "Anything in reason, madam," said the messenger. "I have ordered it out, and it's at the door. I will go on the box with the coachman. I have no desire to intrude, but two of the concurrents must attend on horseback." "I will attend too," said Hector, and he ran down to secure a horse for himself. "We must go then," said the Antiquary. "To jail," said the Baronet, sighing involuntarily. "And what of that?" he resumed, in a tone affectedly cheerful. "It is only a house we can't get out of, after all. Suppose a fit of the gout, and Knockwinnock would be the same. Ay, ay, Monkbarns, we'll call it a fit of the gout, without the damned pain." But his eyes swelled with tears as he spoke, and his faltering accent marked how much this assumed gaiety cost him. The Antiquary wrung his hand, and, like the Indian Banyans, who drive the real terms of an important bargain by signs, while they are apparently talking of indifferent matters, the hand of Sir Arthur, by its convulsive return of the grasp, expressed his sense of gratitude to his friend, and the real state of his internal agony. They stepped slowly down the magnificent staircase, every well-known object seeming to the unfortunate father and daughter to assume a more prominent and distinct appearance than usual, as if to press themselves on their notice for the last time. At the first landing-place, Sir Arthur made an agonized pause, and as he observed the Antiquary look at him anxiously, he said with assumed dignity, "Yes, Mr. Oldbuck, the descendant of an ancient line, the representative of Richard Redhand and Gamelin de Guardover, may be pardoned a sigh when he leaves the castle of his fathers thus poorly escorted. When I was sent to the Tower with my late father, in the year 1745, it was upon a charge becoming our birth, upon an accusation of high treason, Mr. Oldbuck. We were escorted from Highgate by a troop of life guards, and committed upon a Secretary of State's warrant. And now, here I am, in my old age, dragged from my household by a miserable creature like that," pointing to the messenger, "and for a paltry concern of pounds, shillings, and pence." "At least," said Oldbuck, "you have now the company of a dutiful daughter, and a sincere friend, if you will permit me to say so, and that may be some consolation, even without the certainty that there can be no hanging, drawing, or quartering, on the present occasion. But I hear that choleric boy as loud as ever. I hope to God he has got into no new broil. It was an accursed chance that brought him here at all." In fact, a sudden clamour, in which the loud voice and somewhat northern accent of Hector was again preeminently distinguished, broke off this conversation. The cause we must refer to the next chapter. End chapter 21st. Volume 2, Chapter 22nd of the Antiquary. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Antiquary, by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 22nd. Fortune, you say, flies from us. She but circles, like the fleet sea-bird round the fowler's skiff, lost in the mist one moment, and the next brushing the white sail with her whiter wing, as if to court the aim. Experience watches, and has her on the wheel. Old Play. The shout of triumph in Hector's warlike tones was not easily distinguished from that of battle, but as he rushed upstairs with a packet in his hand, exclaiming, "Long life to an old soldier! Here comes Edie with a whole budget of good news!" It became obvious that his present cause of clamour was of an agreeable nature. He delivered the letter to Oldbuck, shook Sir Arthur heartily by the hand, and wished Miss Wardour joy, with all the frankness of Highland congratulation. The messenger, who had a kind of instinctive terror of Captain M'Intyre, drew towards his prisoner, keeping an eye of caution on the soldier's motions. "Don't suppose I shall trouble myself about you, you dirty fellow," said the soldier. "There's a guinea for the fright I have given you, and here comes an old 42 man, who is a fitter match for you than I am." The messenger, one of those dogs who are not too scornful to eat dirty puddings, caught in his hand the guinea which Hector chucked at his face, and abode warily and carefully the turn which matters were now to take. All voices, meanwhile, were loud in inquiries, which no one was in a hurry to answer. "What is the matter, Captain M'Intyre?" said Sir Arthur. "Ask old Edie," said Hector. "I only know all's safe and well." "What is all this, Edie?" said Miss Wardour to the mendicant. "Your ladyship maun ask Monkbarns, for he has gotten the yepistolary correspondence." "God save the king!" exclaimed the Antiquary, at the first glance at the contents of his packet, and, surprised at once out of decorum, philosophy, and phlegm, he skimmed his cocked hat in the air, from which it descended not again, being caught in its fall by a branch of the chandelier. He next, looking joyously round, laid a grasp on his wig, which he perhaps would have sent after the beaver, had not Edie stopped his hand, exclaiming, "Lord's sake, he's gone gait! Mind Caxon's no here to repair the damage." Every person now assailed the Antiquary, clamouring to know the cause of so sudden a transport, when, somewhat ashamed of his rapture, he fairly turned tail, like a fox at the cry of a pack of hounds, and ascending the stair by 2 steps at a time, gained the upper landing-place, where, turning round, he addressed the astonished audience as follows: "My good friends, Fawate linguists, to give you information, I must first, according to logicians, be possessed of it myself, and therefore, with your leaves, I will retire into the library to examine these papers. Sir Arthur and Miss Wardour will have the goodness to step into the parlour. Mr. Sweepclean, cessede paluspir, or, in your own language, grant us a supersedere of diligence for 5 minutes. Hector, draw off your forces, and make your bear garden flourish elsewhere. And finally, be all of good cheer till my return, which will be instanter." The contents of the packet were indeed so little expected, that the Antiquary might be pardoned, first his ecstasy, and next his desire, of delaying to communicate the intelligence they conveyed, until it was arranged and digested in his own mind. Within the envelope was a letter addressed to Jonathan Oldbuck, Esquire, of Monkbarns, of the following purport: "Dear Sir, to you, as my father's proved and valued friend, I venture to address myself, being detained here by military duty of a very pressing nature. You must by this time be acquainted with the entangled state of our affairs, and I know it will give you great pleasure to learn, that I am as fortunately as unexpectedly placed in a situation to give effectual assistance for extricating them. I understand Sir Arthur is threatened with severe measures by persons who acted formerly as his agents, and by advice of a creditable man of business here, I have procured the enclosed writing, which I understand will stop their proceedings until their claim shall be legally discussed, and brought down to its proper amount. I also enclose bills to the amount of £1,000 to pay any other pressing demands, and request of your friendship to apply them according to your discretion. You will be surprised I give you this trouble, when it would seem more natural to address my father directly in his own affairs. But I have yet had no assurance that his eyes are open to the character of a person against whom you have often, I know, warned him, and whose baneful influence has been the occasion of these distresses. And as I owe the means of relieving Sir Arthur to the generosity of a matchless friend, it is my duty to take the most certain measures for the supplies being devoted to the purpose for which they were destined, and I know your wisdom and kindness will see that it is done. My friend, as he claims an interest in your regard, will explain some views of his own in the enclosed letter. The state of the post office at Fairport being rather notorious, I must send this letter to Tannenberg. But the old man Ochiltree, whom particular circumstances have recommended as trustworthy, has information when the packet is likely to reach that place, and will take care to forward it. I expect to have soon an opportunity to apologize in person for the trouble I now give, and have the honour to be your very faithful friend, Reginald Gamelin Wardour. Edinburgh, 6th August, 1709. The Antiquary hastily broke the seal of the enclosure, the contents of which gave him equal surprise and pleasure. When he had in some measure composed himself after such unexpected tidings, he inspected the other papers carefully, which all related to business, put the bills into his pocket-book, and wrote a short acknowledgment to be dispatched by that day's post, for he was extremely methodical in money matters. And lastly, fraught with all the importance of disclosure, he descended to the parlour. "Sweep clean," said he, as he entered, to the officer who stood respectfully at the door. "You must sweep yourself clean out of Knockwinnock Castle, with all your followers, Tag, Rag, and Bobtail. Seest thou this paper, man?" "Assist on a bill of suspension," said the messenger, with a disappointed look. "I thought it would be a queer thing if ultimate diligence was to be done against sic a gentleman as Sir Arthur. Weel, sir, I is go my ways with my party, and who's to pay my charges?" "They who employed thee," replied Oldbuck, "as thou full well dost know. But here comes another express. This is a day of news, I think." This was Mr. Mailsetter, on his mare from Fairport, with a letter for Sir Arthur, another to the messenger, both of which, he said, he was directed to forward instantly. The messenger opened his, observing that Greenhorn and Grinderson were good enough men for his expenses, and here was a letter from them desiring him to stop the diligence. Accordingly, he immediately left the apartment, and staying no longer than to gather his posse together, he did then, in the phrase of Hector, who watched his departure as a jealous mastiff eyes the retreat of a repulsed beggar, evacuate Flanders. Sir Arthur's letter was from Mr. Greenhorn, and a curiosity in its way. We give it, with the worthy baronet's comments. "Sir, oh, I am dear sir no longer. Folks are only dear to Messrs. Greenhorn and Grinderson when they are in adversity. Sir, I am much concerned to learn, on my return from the country, where I was called on particular business, a bet on the sweepstakes, I suppose, that my partner had the impropriety, in my absence, to undertake the concerns of Messrs. Goldybirds in preference to yours, and had written to you in an unbecoming manner. I beg to make my most humble apology, as well as Mr. Grinderson's. Come, I see he can write for himself and partner too. And trust it is impossible you can think me forgetful of, or ungrateful for, the constant patronage which my family, his family, curse him for a puppy, have uniformly experienced from that of Knockwinnock. I am sorry to find from my interview I had this day with Mr. Wardour that he is much irritated, and, I must own, with apparent reason. But in order to remedy, as much as in me lies, the mistake of which he complains, pretty mistake indeed, to clap his patron into jail. I have sent this express to discharge all proceedings against your person or property, and at the same time to transmit my respectful apology. I have only to add that Mr. Grinderson is of opinion that if restored to your confidence, he could point out circumstances connected with Messrs. Goldybird's present claim which would greatly reduce its amount. So, willing to play the rogue on either side, and that there is not the slightest hurry in settling the balance of your accompt with us, and that I am, for Mr. G. as well as myself, dear sir. Oh, ay, he has written himself into an approach to familiarity. Your much obliged and most humble servant, Gilbert Greenhorn. Well said, Mr. Gilbert Greenhorn, said Monkbarns. I see now there is some use in having two attorneys in one firm. Their movements resemble those of the man and woman in a Dutch baby house. When it is fair weather with the client, out comes the gentleman partner to fawn like a spaniel. When it is foul, forth bolts the operative brother to pin like a bull-dog. Well, I thank God that my man of business still wears an equilateral cocked hat, has a house in the old town, is as much afraid of a horse as I am myself, plays at golf of a Saturday, goes to the kirk of a Sunday, and, in respect he has no partner, hath only his own folly to apologize for." "There are some writers very honest fellows," said Hector. "I should like to hear any one say that my cousin, Donald M'Intyre, Stratholden's seventh son, the other six are in the army, is not as honest a fellow. No doubt, Hector, all the M'Intyres are so. They have it by patent, man. But I was going to say that in a profession where unbounded trust is necessarily reposed, there is nothing surprising that fools should neglect it in their idleness, and tricksters abuse it in their knavery. But it is the more to the honour of those, and I will vouch for many, who unite integrity with skill and attention, and walk honourably upright where there are so many pitfalls and stumbling blocks for those of a different character. To such men their fellow citizens may safely entrust the care of protecting their patrimonial rights, and their country the more sacred charge of her laws and privileges." "They are best off, however, that I least to do with them," said Ochiltree, who had stretched his neck into the parlour door, for the general confusion of the family not having yet subsided, the domestics, like waves after the fall of a hurricane, had not yet exactly regained their due limits, but were roaming wildly through the house. "Ah, old Truepenny, art thou there?" said the Antiquary. "Sir Arthur, let me bring in the messenger of good luck, though he is but a lame one. You talked of the raven that scented out the slaughter from afar, but here's a blue pigeon, somewhat of the oldest and toughest, I grant, who smelled the good news 6 or 7 miles off, flew thither in the tax cart, and returned with the olive branch." "You owe tie to poor Robbie that dried me, poor fallow," said the beggar. "He doubts he's in disgrace with my lady and Sir Arthur." Robert's repentant and bashful face was seen over the mendicant's shoulder. "In disgrace with me?" said Sir Arthur. "How so?" For the irritation into which he had worked himself on occasion of the toast had been long forgotten. "Oh, I recollect, Robert. I was angry, and you were wrong. Go about your work, and never answer a master that speaks to you in a passion." "Nor any one else," said the Antiquary, "for a soft answer turneth away wrath." "And tell your mother, who is so ill with the rheumatism, to come down to the housekeeper to-morrow," said Miss Wardour, "and we will see what can be of service to her." "God bless your ladyship," said poor Robert, "and his honour Sir Arthur, and the young laird, and the house of Knockwinnock in a' its branches, far and near. It's been a kind and good house to the poor this mony 100 years." "There," said the Antiquary to Sir Arthur, "we won't dispute, but there you see the gratitude of the poor people naturally turns to the civil virtues of your family. You don't hear them talk of Red Hand or Hell in Harness. For me, I must say, odi accepterim qui semper vivit in armis. So let us eat and drink in peace, and be joyful, Sir Knight." A table was quickly covered in the parlour, where the party sat joyously down to some refreshment. At the request of Oldbuck, Edie Ochiltree was permitted to sit by the sideboard in a great leathern chair, which was placed in some measure behind a screen. "I accede to this the more readily," said Sir Arthur, "because I remember in my father's days that chair was occupied by Ailshie Gourlay, who, for aught I know, was the last privileged fool or jester maintained by any family of distinction in Scotland." "Aweel, Sir Arthur," replied the beggar, who never hesitated an instant between his friend and his jest, "mony a wise man sits in a fool's seat, and mony a fool in a wise man's, especially in families o' distinction." Miss Wardour, fearing the effect of this speech, however worthy of Ailsby Gourlay or any other privileged jester, upon the nerves of her father, hastened to inquire whether ale and beef should not be distributed to the servants and people whom the news had assembled round the castle. "Surely, my love," said her father, "when was it ever otherwise in our families when a siege had been raised? Ay, A siege laid by Saunders Sweetclean the bailiff, and raised by Edie Ochiltree the gaberlunzie, par nobile fratrum, said Oldbuck, and well pitted against each other in respectability. But never mind, Sir Arthur, these are such sieges and such reliefs as our time of day admits of, and our escape is not less worth commemorating in a glass of this excellent wine. Upon my credit, it is Burgundy, I think." "Were there anything better in the cellar," said Miss Wardour, "it would be all too little to regale you, after your friendly exertions." "Say you so?" said the Antiquary. "Why then, a cup of thanks to you, my fair enemy, and soon may you be besieged as ladies love best to be, and sign terms of capitulation in the chapel of Saint Winnox." Miss Wardour blushed, Hector coloured, and then grew pale. Sir Arthur answered, "My daughter is much obliged to you, Monkbarns, but unless you'll accept of her yourself, I really do not know where a poor knight's daughter is to seek for an alliance in these mercenary times." "Me? Mean ye, Sir Arthur? No, not I. I will claim privilege of the duello, and, as being unable to encounter my fair enemy myself, I will appear by my champion. But this matter hereafter. What do you find in the papers there, Hector, that you hold your head down over them as if your nose were bleeding?" "Nothing particular, sir, but only that, as my arm is now almost quite well, I think I shall relieve you of my company in a day or two, and go to Edinburgh. I see Major Neville is arrived there. I should like to see him." "Major whom?" said his uncle. "Major Neville, sir," answered the young soldier. "And who the devil is Major Neville?" demanded the Antiquary. "Oh, Mr. Oldbuck," said Sir Arthur, "you must remember his name frequently in the newspapers, a very distinguished young officer indeed. But I am happy to say that Mr. M'Intyre need not leave Monkbarns to see him, for my son writes that the Major is to come with him to Knockwinnock, and I need not say how happy I shall be to make the young gentlemen acquainted, unless indeed they are known to each other already." "No, not personally," answered Hector, "but I have had occasion to hear a good deal of him, and we have several mutual friends, your son being one of them. But I must go to Edinburgh, for I see my uncle is beginning to grow tired of me, and I am afraid—" "That you will grow tired of him," interrupted Oldbuck, "I fear that's past praying for. But you have forgotten that the ecstatic 12th of August approaches, and that you are engaged to meet one of Lord Glenallan's gamekeepers, God knows where, to persecute the peaceful feathered creation." "True, true, uncle, I had forgot that," exclaimed the volatile Hector. "But you said something just now that put everything out of my head." "And it like your honours," said old Edie, thrusting his white head from behind the screen, where he had been plentifully regaling himself with ale and cold meat, "and it like your honours, I can tell ye something that will keep the captain with a'most as will as the pouting. Hear ye now the French are coming?" "The French, you blockhead!" answered Oldbuck. "Bah!" "I have not had time," said Sir Arthur Wardour, "to look over my lieutenancy correspondence for the week. Indeed, I generally make a rule to read it only on Wednesdays, except in pressing cases, for I do everything by method. But from the glance I took of my letters, I observed some alarm was entertained." "Alarm!" said Edie. "Troth there's alarm, for the provost garred the beacon light on the Halgerhead be sorted up. That suld hae been sorted half a year syne, in an unco hurry, and the council hae named nae less a man than old Caxon himself to watch the light. Some say it was out o' compliment to Lieutenant Taffril, for it's nighest to certain that he'll marry Jenny Caxon. Some say it's to please your honour and Monkbarns that wear wigs, and some say there's some odd story about a periwig that ane of the bailies got in near paid for. Onyway, there he is, sitting cocked up like a skart upon the tap of the craig, to skirl when foul weather comes." "On mine honour, a pretty warder," said Monkbarns. "And what's my wig to do all the while?" "I asked Caxon that very question," answered Ochiltree, "and he said he could look in ilka morning, and gie a touch afore he gaed to his bed, for there's another man to watch in the daytime, and Caxon says he'll friz your honour's wig as weel sleeping as walking." This news gave a different turn to the conversation, which ran upon national defence, and the duty of fighting for the land we live in, until it was time to part. The Antiquary and his nephew resumed their walk homeward, after parting from Knockwinnock with the warmest expressions of mutual regard, and an agreement to meet again as soon as possible. Chapter 22. Volume 2, Chapter 23rd of The Antiquary. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Antiquary by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 23rd. Nay, if she love me not, I care not for her. Shall I look pale because the maiden blooms, or sigh because she smiles, and smiles on others, not I? By heaven, I hold my peace too dear, to let it, like the plume upon her cap, shake at each nod that her caprice shall dictate. Old Play. Hector, said his uncle to Captain M'Intyre, in the course of their walk homeward, I am sometimes inclined to suspect that, in one respect, you are a fool. If you only think me so in one respect, sir, I am sure you do me more grace than I expected or deserve. I mean in one particular, par excellence, answered the Antiquary. I have sometimes thought that you have cast your eyes upon Miss Wardour. Well, sir, said M'Intyre with much composure. Well, sir, echoed his uncle, deuce take the fellow. He answers me as if it were the most reasonable thing in the world, that he, a captain in the army, and nothing at all besides, should marry the daughter of a baronet. I presume to think, sir, said the young Highlander, there would be no degradation on Miss Wardour's part in point of family. Oh, heaven forbid we should come on that topic. No, no, equal both on the table end of gentility, and qualified to look down on every roturier in Scotland. And in point of fortune we are pretty even, since neither of us have got any, continued Hector. There may be an error, but I cannot plead guilty to presumption. But here lies the error, then, if you call it so, replied his uncle. She won't have you, Hector. Indeed, sir? It is very sure, Hector, and to make it double sure, I must inform you that she likes another man. She misunderstood some words I once said to her, and I have since been able to guess at the interpretation she put on them. At the time I was unable to account for her hesitation and blushing, but, my poor Hector, I now understand them as a death signal to your hopes and pretensions. So I advise you to beat your retreat and draw off your forces as well as you can, for the fort is too well garrisoned for you to storm it. I've no occasion to beat any retreat, uncle, said Hector, holding himself very upright, and marching with a sort of dogged and offended solemnity. No man needs to retreat that has never advanced. There are women in Scotland besides Miss Wardour, of as good family, and better taste, said his uncle. Doubtless there are, Hector, and though I cannot say but that she is one of the most accomplished as well as sensible girls I have seen, yet I doubt much of her merit would be cast away on you. A showy figure now, with two cross feathers above her noddle, one green, one blue, who would wear a riding habit of the regimental complexion, drive a gig one day, and the next review the regiment on the grey, trotting pony which dragged that vehicle. Hoc erat in votis. These are the qualities that would subdue you, especially if she had a taste for natural history, and left a specimen of a phoca. It's a little hard, sir, said Hector. I must have that cursed seal thrown in my face on all occasions. But I care little about it, and I shall not break my heart for Miss Wardour. She is free to choose for herself, and I wish her all happiness. Magnanimously resolved, thou prop of Troy. Why, Hector, I was afraid of a scene. Your sister told me you were desperately in love with Miss Wardour. Sir, answered the young man, you would not have me desperately in love with a woman that does not care about me. Well, nephew, said the Antiquary, more seriously, there is doubtless much sense in what you say, yet I would have given a great deal, some 20 or 25 years since, to have been able to think as you do. Anybody, I suppose, may think as they please on such subjects, said Hector. Not according to the old school, said Oldbuck. But, as I said before, The practice of the modern seems in this case the most prudential, though I think scarcely the most interesting. But tell me your ideas now on this prevailing subject of an invasion. The cry is still, they come. Hector, swallowing his mortification, which he was peculiarly anxious to conceal from his uncle's satirical observation, readily entered into a conversation which was to turn the Antiquary's thoughts from Miss Wardour and the seal. When they reached Monkbarns, the communicating to the ladies the events which had taken place at the castle, with the counter-information of how long dinner had waited before the womankind had ventured to eat it in the Antiquary's absence, averted these delicate topics of discussion. The next morning the Antiquary arose early, and, as Caxton had not yet made his appearance, he began mentally to feel the absence of the petty news and small talk of which the ex-perruquier was the faithful reporter, and which habit had made as necessary to the Antiquary as his occasional pinch of snuff, although he held, or affected to hold, both to be of the same intrinsic value. The feeling of vacuity peculiar to such a deprivation was alleviated by the appearance of old Ochiltree, sauntering beside the clipped yew and holly hedges, with the air of a person quite at home. Indeed, so familiar had he been of late, that even Juno did not bark at him, but contented herself with watching him with a close and vigilant eye. Our Antiquary stepped out in his nightgown, and instantly received and returned his greeting. "They are coming now in good earnest, Monkbarns. I just came from Fairport to bring you the news, and then I'll step away back again. The Search has just come into the bay, and they say she's been chased by a French fleet." "The Search?" said Oldbuck, reflecting a moment. "Oh, ay, Captain Taffril's gun-brig, the Search." "What? Any relation to Search number 2? said Oldbuck, catching at the light which the name of the vessel seemed to throw on the mysterious chest of treasure. The mendicant, like a man detected in a frolic, put his bonnet before his face, yet could not help laughing heartily. "The deil's in you, Monkbarns, for going odds and evens meet. I thought you would have laid that and that together. I am clean catched now." "I see it all," said Oldbuck, "as plain as a legend on a medal of high preservation. The box in which the bullion was found belonged to the gun-brig, and the treasure to my phoenix?" Edie nodded assent. "And was buried there that Sir Arthur might receive relief in his difficulties." "By me," said Edie, "and twa the brig's men, but they didna ken its contents, and thought it some bit smuggling concern o' the captain's. I watched day and night till I saw it in the right hand, and then, when that German deevil was glowering at the lid of the kist, they liked mutton weel that licked where the yole lay. I think some Scottish deevil put it into my head to play him yon either cantrip. Now ye see, if I had said more or less to Bailie Littlejohn, I behooved till I come out with aye this story, and vexed would Mr. Lovel I been to have it brought to light. So I thought it would stand to onything rather than that." "I must say he has chosen his confidant well," said Oldbuck, though somewhat strangely. "I say this for myself, Monkbarns," answered the mendicant, "that I am the fittest man in the haill country to trust with siller, for I neither want it, nor wish for it, nor could use it if I had it. But the lad hadna muckle choice in the matter, for he thought he was leaving the country for ever. I trust he's mistaken in that thought. And the night was set in when we learned, by a strange chance, Sir Arthur's sair distress, and Lovel was obliged to be on board as the day dawned. But 5 nights afterwards the brig stood in the bay, and I met the boat by appointment, and we buried the treasure where ye find it." "This was a very romantic, foolish exploit," said Oldbuck. "Why not trust me, or any other friend?" "The blood of your sister's son," replied Edie, "was on his hands, and him may be dead outright. What time had he to take counsel, or how could he ask it of you by onybody?" "You are right. But what if Dousterswivel had come before you?" "There's little fear of his coming there without Sir Arthur. He had gotten a sair gliff the night before, and never intended to look near the place again, unless he had been brought there sting and ling. He kenned weel the first pose was of his own hiding, and how could he expect a second? He just havered on about it to make the mair of Sir Arthur." "Then how," said Oldbuck, "should Sir Arthur have come there unless the German had brought him?" "Humph," answered Edie dryly, "I had a story about Misticot would have brought him 40 miles, or you either. Besides, it was to be thought he would be for visiting the place he had found the first siller in. He ken'd nae the secret of that job. In short, the siller being in this shape, Sir Arthur in utter difficulties, and Lovel determined he should never ken the hand that helped him, for that was what he insisted maist upon. We couldna think of a better thing to the gear in his gate, though we simmered it and wintered it ere sae lang. And if by ony queer mischance Doustercivil had got his claws on it, I was instantly to hae informed you or the sheriff o' the whole story." "Well, notwithstanding all these wise precautions, I think your contrivance succeeded better than such a clumsy one deserved, Edie. But how the deuce came Lovel by such a mass of silver ingots?" "That's just what I canna tell ye. But they were put on board with his things at Fairport, it's like, and we stowed them into ane of the ammunition boxes off the brig, baith for concealment and convenience of carriage." "Lord," said Oldbuck, his recollection recurring to the earlier part of his acquaintance with Lovel, "and this young fellow, who is putting hundreds on so strange a hazard, I must be recommending a subscription to him, and paying his bill at the ferry." "I never will pay any person's bill again, that's certain. And you kept up a constant correspondence with Lovel, I suppose?" "I just got a bit scrape of a pen frae him, to say there would, as yesterday fell, be a packet at Tannenburg, with letters of great consequence to the Knockwinnock folk, for they jaloused the opening of our letters at Fairport. And that's a's true. I hear Mrs. Mailsetter's to lose her office for looking after other folks' business, and neglecting her ain." "And what do you expect now, Edie, for being the adviser and messenger and guard and confidential person in all these matters?" "They'll have it, do I expect, expecting that hae the gentles will come to the gaberlunzie's burial, and maybe you'll carry the head yoursell, as you did poor Steenie Mucklebackit's. What trouble was it to me? I was ganging about at ony rate. Oh, but I was blithe when I got out of prison, though, for I thought, what if that weary letter should come when I am closed up here like an oyster, and I should gang wrong for want on't? And whiles I thought I mun make a clean breast and tell ye aye about it, but then I couldna weel do that without contravening Mr. Lovel's positive orders, and I reckon he had to see somebody at Edinburgh afore he could do what he was to do for Sir Arthur and his family. Well, and to your public news, Edie, so they are still coming, are they?" "Troth they say sae, sir, and there's come down strict orders for the forces and volunteers to be alert, and there's a clever young officer to come here forthwith, to look at our means of defence. I saw the bailies last cleaning his belts and white breeks. I gie her a hand, for you maun think she wasna ower clever at it, and I say I get all the news for my pains." "And what think you as an old soldier?" "Troth, I kenna. And they come so mony as they speak of, there'll be odds against us. But there's mony old childs among thy volunteers, and I maunna say muckle about them that's no weel and no very able, because I'm something that gate mysell. But we's do our best." "What? So your martial spirit is rising again, Edie? Even in our ashes glow their wonted fires. I would have not thought you, Edie, had so much to fight for." "Me no muckle to fight for, sir. Isna there a country to fight for, and the burnsides that I gang daundering beside, and the hearths o' the good wives that gie me my bit of bread, and the bits o' weans that come toddling to play with me when I come about to landward town? Dale," he continued, grasping his pike staff with great emphasis, "and I had as good a pith as I had good will and a good cause. I should give some of them a day's kemping." "Bravo, bravo, Edie! The country's in little ultimate danger when the beggar's as ready to fight for his dish as the laird for his land." Their further conversation reverted to the particulars of the night, passed by the mendicant and Lovel in the ruins of St. Ruth, by the details of which the Antiquary was highly amused. "I would have given a guinea," he said, "to have seen the scoundrelly German under the agonies of those terrors, which it is part of his own quackery to inspire into others, and trembling alternately for the fury of his patron, and the apparition of some hobgoblin. Troth," said the beggar, "there was time for him to be cowed, for you would have thought the very spirit of Helen Harness had taken possession of the body of Sir Arthur. But what will come of the landloper?" "I have had a letter this morning, from which I understand he has acquitted you of the charge he brought against you, and offers to make such discoveries as will render the settlement of Sir Arthur's affairs a more easy task than we apprehended. So writes the sheriff, and adds that he has given some private information of importance to government, in consideration of which I understand he will be sent back to play the knave in his own country." "And a' the bonny engines and wheels, and the coves and shoos down at Glenwithershins yonder, what's to come of them?" said Edie. "I hope the men, before they are dispersed, will make a bonfire of their gimcracks, as any army destroy their artillery when forced to raise a siege. And as for the holes, Edie, I abandon them as rat traps, for the benefit of the next wise men who may choose to drop the substance to snatch at a shadow." "Eh, sirs, guide aside. To burn the engines? That's a great waste. Had you not better try to get back part of your £100 with the sale of the materials?" he continued, with an air of affected condolence. "Not a farthing," said the Antiquary, peevishly, taking a turn from him, and making a step or two away. Then returning, half smiling at his own pettishness, he said, "Get thee into the house, Edie, and remember my counsel. Never speak to me about a mine, nor to my nephew Hector about a phoca, that is, a seal, as you call it." "I maun be ganging my ways back to Fairport," said the wanderer. "I want to see what they're saying there about the invasion. But I'll mind what your honour says, no to speak to you about a seal, nor to the captain about the £100 that ye gied to Douster. Confound thee, I desired thee not to mention that to me." "Dear me," said Edie, with affected surprise, "weel, I thought there was naething but what your honour could hae studden in the way of agreeable conversation, unless it was about the Praetorian yonder, or the bodle that the packman sallit to ye for an auld coin." "Pshaw, pshaw," said the Antiquary, turning from him hastily, and retreating into the house. The mendicant looked after him a moment, and with a chuckling laugh, such as that which a magpie or parrot applauds a successful exploit of mischief, he resumed once more the road to Fairport. His habits had given him a sort of restlessness, much increased by the pleasure he took in gathering news, and in a short time he had regained the town which he left in the morning, for no reason that he knew himself, unless just to hae a bit of crack with the Monkbarns. Chapter 23rd. Volume 2, Chapter 24th of the Antiquary. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Antiquary by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 24th. Red glared the beacon on Bownell. On Skiddaw there were three. The bugle horn on moor and fell was heard continually. James Hogg. The watch, who kept his watch on the hill, and looked towards Burnham, probably conceived himself dreaming when he first beheld the fated grove put itself into motion for to march to Dunsinane. Even so old Caxon, as perched in his hut, he qualified his thoughts upon the approaching marriage of his daughter, and the dignity of being father-in-law to Lieutenant Taffril, with an occasional peep towards the signal-post with which his own corresponded, was not a little surprised by observing a light in that direction. He rubbed his eyes, looked again, adjusting his observation by a cross-staff which had been placed so as to bear upon the point, and behold, the light increased, like a comet to the eye of the astronomer, with fear of change perplexing nations. "The Lord preserve us!" said Caxon. "What's to be done now?" but there will be wiser heads than mine to look to that. Sae seen fire the beacon." And he lighted the beacon accordingly, which threw up to the sky a long wavering train of light, startling the sea-fowl from their nests, and reflected far beneath by the reddening billows of the sea. The brother warders of Caxon, being equally diligent, caught and repeated his signal. The lights glanced on headlands and capes and inland hills, and the whole district was alarmed by the signal of invasion. Our Antiquary, his head wrapped warm in 2 double nightcaps, was quietly enjoying his repose, when it was suddenly broken by the screams of his sister, his niece, and 2 maidservants. "What the devil is the matter?" said he, starting up in his bed. "Womankind in my room at this hour of night! Are ye all mad?" "The beacon, uncle," said Miss M'Intyre. "The French coming to murder us!" screamed Miss Griselda. "The beacon! The beacon! The French! The French! Murder! Murder! And war than murder!" cried the 2 handmaidens, like the chorus of an opera. "The French?" said Oldbuck, starting up. "Get out of the room, womankind that you are, till I get my things on, and hark ye, bring me my sword." "Whilk of them, Monkbarns?" cried his sister, offering a Roman falchion of brass with the one hand, and with the other an Andrea Ferrara without a handle. "The langest," cried Jenny Rintherout, dragging in a 2-handed sword of the 12th century. "Womankind," said Oldbuck in great agitation, "be composed, and do not give way to vain terror. Are you sure they are come?" "Sure, sure!" exclaimed Jenny, "ower sure. Ay, the sea fencibles, and the land fencibles, and the volunteers and yeomanry are on fit, and driving to Fairport as hard as horse and man can gang, and old Mucklebackit's gaen with the lave. Muckle good he'll do. Hech, sirs, he'll be missed the morn, wha would hae served king and country weel." "Give me," said Oldbuck, "the sword which my father wore in the year 45. It hath no belt or baldric, but will make shift." So saying, he thrust the weapon through the cover of his breeches pocket. At this moment Hector entered, who had been to a neighbouring height to ascertain whether the alarm was actual. "Where are your arms, nephew?" exclaimed Oldbuck. "Where is your double-barrelled gun, that was never out of your hand when there was no occasion for such vanities?" "Pooh, pooh, sir," said Hector, "who ever took a fowling piece on action? I have got my uniform on, you see. I hope I shall be of more use, if they will give me a command, than I could be with 10 double barrels. And you, sir, must get to Fairport, to give directions for quartering and maintaining the men and horses, and preventing confusion." "You are right, Hector. I believe I shall do as much with my head as my hand too. But here comes Sir Arthur Wardour, who, between ourselves, is not fit to accomplish much either one way or the other." Sir Arthur was probably of a different opinion, for, dressed in his lieutenancy uniform, he was also on the road to Fairport, and called in his way to take Mr. Oldbuck with him, having had his original opinion of his sagacity much confirmed by late events. And in spite of all the entreaties of the womankind that the Antiquary would stay to garrison Monkbarns, Mr. Oldbuck, with his nephew, instantly accepted Sir Arthur's offer. Those who have witnessed such a scene can alone conceive the state of bustle in Fairport. The windows were glancing with 100 lights, which, appearing and disappearing rapidly, indicated the confusion within doors. The women of lower rank assembled and clamoured in the market-place. The yeomanry, pouring from their different glens, galloped through the streets, some individually, some in parties of 5 or 6, as they had met on the road. The drums and fifes of the volunteers, beating to arms, were blended with the voice of the officers, the sound of the bugles, and the tolling of the bells from the steeple. The ships in the harbour were lit up, and boats from the armed vessels added to the bustle, by landing men and guns destined to assist in the defence of the place. This part of the preparations was superintended by Taffril with much activity. 2 or 3 light vessels had already slipped their cables and stood out to sea, in order to discover the supposed enemy, Such was the scene of general confusion, when Sir Arthur Wardour, Oldbuck, and Hector made their way with difficulty into the principal square, where the town-house is situated. It was lighted up, and the magistracy, with many of the neighbouring gentlemen, were assembled. And here, as upon other occasions of the like kind in Scotland, it was remarkable how the good sense and firmness of the people supplied almost all the deficiencies of inexperience. The magistrates were beset by the quartermasters of the different corps for billets for men and horses. "Let us," said Bailie Littlejohn, "take the horses into our warehouses, and the men into our parlours, share our supper with the one, and our forage with the other. We've made ourselves wealthy under a free and paternal government, and now is the time to show we know its value." A loud and cheerful acquiescence was given by all present, and the substance of the wealthy, with the persons of those of all ranks, were unanimously devoted to the defence of the country. Captain M'Intyre acted on this occasion as military adviser and aide de camp to the principal magistrate, and displayed a degree of presence of mind and knowledge of his profession totally unexpected by his uncle, who, recollecting his usual insouciance and impetuosity, gazed at him with astonishment from time to time, as he remarked the calm and steady manner in which he explained the various measures of precaution that his experience suggested, and gave directions for executing them. He found the different corps in good order, considering the irregular materials of which they were composed, in great force of numbers and high confidence and spirits. And so much did military experience at that moment overbalance all other claims to consequence, that even old Edie, instead of being left, like Diogenes at Sinope, to roll his tub when all around were preparing for defence, had the duty assigned him of superintending the serving out of the ammunition, which he executed with much discretion. Two things were still anxiously expected: the presence of the Glenallan volunteers, who, in consideration of the importance of that family, had been formed into a separate corps, and the arrival of the officer before announced, to whom the measures of defence on that coast had been committed by the Commander-in-Chief, and whose commission would entitle him to take upon himself the full disposal of the military force. At length the bugles of the Glenallan yeomanry were heard, and the Earl himself, to the surprise of all who knew his habits and state of health, appeared at their head in uniform. They formed a very handsome and well-mounted squadron, formed entirely out of the Earl's Lowland tenants, and were followed by a regiment of 500 men, completely equipped in the Highland dress, whom he had brought down from the upland glens with their pipes playing in the van. The clean and serviceable appearance of this band of feudal dependents called forth the admiration of Captain M'Intyre, but his uncle was still more struck by the manner in which, upon this crisis, the ancient military spirit of his house seemed to animate and invigorate the decayed frame of the Earl, their leader. He claimed and obtained for himself and his followers the post most likely to be that of danger, displayed great alacrity in making the necessary dispositions, and showed equal acuteness in discussing their propriety. Morning broke in upon the military councils of Fairport, while all concerned were still eagerly engaged in taking precautions for their defence. At length the cry among the people announced, "There's the brave Major Neville come at last, with another officer," and their post-chaise and four drove into the square, amidst the huzzas of the volunteers and inhabitants. The magistrates, with their assessors of a lieutenancy, hastened to the door of their town-house to receive him, but what was the surprise of all present, but most especially that of the Antiquary, when they became aware that the handsome uniform and military cap disclosed the person and features of the pacific Lovel. A warm embrace and a hearty shake of the hand were necessary to assure him that his eyes were doing him justice. Sir Arthur was no less surprised to recognise his son, Captain Wardour, in Lovel's, or rather Major Neville's, company. The first words of the young officers were a positive assurance to all present that the courage and zeal which they had displayed were entirely thrown away, unless in so far as they afforded an acceptable proof of their spirit and promptitude. "The watchman at Halket-Head," said Major Neville, "as we discovered by an investigation which we made in our route hither, was most naturally misled by a bonfire, which some idle people had made on the hill above Glenwithershins, just in the line of the beacon with which his corresponded." Oldbuck gave a conscious look to Sir Arthur, who returned it with one equally sheepish and a shrug of the shoulders. "It must have been the machinery which we condemned to the flames in our wrath," said the Antiquary, plucking up heart, though not a little ashamed of having been the cause of so much disturbance. "The devil take Dousterswivel with all my heart! I think he has bequeathed us a legacy of blunders and mischief, as if he had lighted some train of fireworks at his departure. I wonder what cracker will go off next among our shins. But yonder comes the prudent Caxon. Hold up your head, you ass! Your betters must bear the blame for you. And here, take this, what do you call it?" giving him his sword. "I wonder what I would have said yesterday to any man that would have told me I was to stick such an appendage to my tail." Here he found his arm gently pressed by Lord Glenallan, who dragged him into a separate apartment. "For God's sake, who is that young gentleman who is so strikingly like—" "Like the unfortunate Evelyn?" interrupted Oldbuck. "I felt my heart warm to him from the first, and your lordship has suggested the very cause." "But who is he?" continued Lord Glenallan, holding the Antiquary with a convulsive grasp. "Formerly I would have called him Lovel, but now he turns out to be Major Neville." "Whom my brother brought up as his natural son? Whom he made his heir? Gracious heaven! The child of my Evelyn!" "Hold, my lord, hold," said Oldbuck. "Do not give too hasty way to such a presumption. What probability is there?" "Probability? None. There is certainty, absolute certainty. The agent I mentioned to you wrote me the whole story. I received it yesterday, not sooner. Bring him, for God's sake, that a father's eyes may bless him before he departs." "I will, but for your own sake and his, give him a few moments for preparation." And, determined to make still farther investigation before yielding his entire conviction to so strange a tale, he sought out Major Neville, and found him expediting the necessary measures for dispersing the force which had been assembled. "Pray, Major Neville, leave this business for a moment to Captain Wardour and to Hector, with whom I hope you are thoroughly reconciled." Neville laughed, and shook hands with Hector across the table. "And grant me a moment's audience." "You have a claim on me, Mr. Oldbuck, were my business more urgent," said Neville, "for having passed myself upon you under a false name, and rewarding your hospitality by injuring your nephew." "You served him as he deserved," said Oldbuck, "though, by the way, he showed as much good sense as spirit to-day. Egad, if he would rub up his learning, and read Caesar and Polybus, and the Stratagemata Polioni, I think he would rise in the army, and I will certainly lend him a lift." "He is heartily deserving of it," said Neville, "and I am glad you excuse me, which you may do the more frankly when you know that I am so unfortunate as to have no better right to the name of Neville, by which I have been generally distinguished, than to that of Lovel, under which you knew me." "Indeed! Then I trust we shall find out one for you to which you shall have a firm and legal title." "Sir, I trust you do not think the misfortune of my birth a fit subject—" "By no means, young man," answered the Antiquary, interrupting him. "I believe I know more of your birth than you do yourself; and, to convince you of it, you were educated and known as the natural son of Geraldin Neville of Neville'sburg in Yorkshire, and, I presume, as his destined heir." "Pardon me, no such views were held out to me. I was liberally educated, and pushed forward in the army by money and interest, but I believe my supposed father long entertained some ideas of marriage, though he never carried them into effect." "You say your supposed father. What leads you to suppose Mr. Geraldin Neville was not your real father?" "I know, Mr. Oldbuck, that you would not ask these questions on a point of such delicacy for the gratification of idle curiosity. I will therefore tell you candidly that last year, while we occupied a small town in French Flanders, I found in a convent near which I was quartered, a woman who spoke remarkably good English. She was a Spaniard, her name Teresa de Acuna. In the process of our acquaintance, she discovered who I was, and made herself known to me as the person who had charge of my infancy. She dropped more than one hint of rank to which I was entitled, and of injustice stunned me, promising a more full disclosure in case of the death of a lady in Scotland, during whose lifetime she was determined to keep the secret. She also intimated that Mr. Geraldin Neville was not my father. We were attacked by the enemy, and driven from the town, which was pillaged with savage ferocity by the Republicans. The religious orders were the particular objects of their hate and cruelty. The convent was burned, and several nuns perished, among others Teresa, and with her all chance of knowing the story of my birth. Tragic, by all accounts, it must have been. Rar antecedentem celestum, or, as I may here say, celestem, said Oldbuck, desuet poena. Even Epicureans admitted that. And what did you do upon this? I remonstrated with Mr. Neville by letter, and to no purpose. I then obtained leave of absence, and threw myself at his feet, conjuring him to complete the disclosure which Teresa had begun. He refused, and, on my importunity, indignantly upbraided me with the favours he had already conferred. I thought he abused the power of a benefactor, as he was compelled to admit he had no title to that of a father, and we parted in mutual displeasure. I renounced the name of Neville, and assumed that under which you knew me. It was at this time, when residing with a friend in the north of England, who favoured my disguise, that I became acquainted with Miss Wardour, and was romantic enough to follow her to Scotland. My mind wavered on various plans of life, when I resolved to apply once more to Mr. Neville for an explanation of the mystery of my birth. It was long ere I received an answer. You were present when it was put into my hands. He informed me of his bad state of health, and conjured me, for my own sake, to inquire no farther into the nature of his connection with me, but to rest satisfied with his declaring it to be such and so intimate, that he designed to constitute me his heir. When I was preparing to leave Fairport to join him, a second express brought me word that he was no more. The possession of great wealth was unable to suppress the remorseful feelings with which I now regarded my conduct to my benefactor, and some hints in his letter appearing to intimate there was on my birth a deeper stain than that of ordinary illegitimacy. I remembered certain prejudices of Sir Arthur. And you brooded over these melancholy ideas until you were ill, instead of coming to me for advice, and telling me the whole story, said Oldbuck. Exactly. Then came my quarrel with Captain M'Intyre, and my compelled departure from Fairport and its vicinity. From love and from poetry, Miss Wardour, and the Caledoniad. Most true. And since that time you have been occupied, I suppose, with plans for Sir Arthur's relief? Yes, sir, with the assistance of Captain Wardour at Edinburgh. And Edie Ochiltree here. You see I know the whole story. But how came you by the treasure? It was a quantity of plate which had belonged to my uncle, and was left in the custody of a person at Fairport. Some time before his death he had sent orders that it should be melted down. He perhaps did not wish me to see the Glenallan arms upon it. Well, Major Neville, or let me say Lovel, being the name in which I rather delight, you must, I believe, exchange both of your aliases for the style and title of the Honourable William Geraldin, commonly called Lord Geraldin. The Antiquary then went through the strange and melancholy circumstances concerning his mother's death. I have no doubt, he said, that your uncle wished the report to be believed, that the child of this unhappy marriage was no more. Perhaps he might himself have an eye to the inheritance of his brother. He was then a gay, wild young man. But of all intentions against your person, however much the evil conscience of Elspeth might lead her to inspect him from the agitation in which he appeared, Teresa's story and your own fully acquit him. And now, my dear sir, let me have the pleasure of introducing a son to a father." We will not attempt to describe such a meeting. The proofs on all sides were found to be complete, for Mr. Neville had left a distinct account of the whole transaction with his confidential steward in a sealed packet, which was not to be opened until the death of the old Countess. His motive for preserving secrecy so long appearing to have been an apprehension of the effect which the discovery, fraught with so much disgrace, must necessarily produce upon her haughty and violent temper. In the evening of that day, the yeomanry and volunteers of Glenallan drank prosperity to their young master. In a month afterwards, Lord Geraldin was married to Miss Wardour, the Antiquary making the lady a present of the wedding ring, a massy circle of antique chasing, bearing the motto of Aldobrand Oldenbuck, Kunst macht Gunst. Old Edie, the most important man that ever wore a blue gown, bowls away easily from one friend's house to another, and boasts that he never travels unless on a sunny day. Latterly, indeed, he has given some symptoms of becoming stationary, being frequently found in the corner of a snug cottage between Monkbarns and Knockwinnock, to which Caxton retreated upon his daughter's marriage, in order to be in the neighbourhood of the 3 parochial wigs, which he continues to keep in repair, though only for amusement. Edie has been heard to say, "This is a gay wine place, and it's a comfort to hae sic a corner to sit in a bad day." It is thought, as he grows stiffer in the joints, he will finally settle there. The bounty of such wealthy patrons as Lord and Lady Geraldin flowed copiously upon Mrs. Hadoway and upon the Mucklebackits. By the former it was well employed, by the latter wasted. They continue, however, to receive it, but under the administration of Edie Ochiltree, and they do not accept it without grumbling at the channel through which it is conveyed. Hector is rising rapidly in the army, and has been more than once mentioned in the Gazette, and rises proportionally high in his uncle's favour. And what scarcely pleases the young soldier less, he has also shot 2 seals, and thus put an end to the Antiquary's perpetual harping upon the story of the phoca. People talk of a marriage between Miss M'Intyre and Captain Wardour, but this wants confirmation. The Antiquary is a frequent visitor at Knockwinnock and Glenallan House, ostensibly for the sake of completing 2 essays, one on the mail shirt of the great Earl, and the other on the left-hand gauntlet of Helen Harness. He regularly inquires whether Lord Geraldin has commenced the Caledoniad, and shakes his head at the answers he receives en entendant. However, he has completed his notes, which, we believe, will be at the service of any one who chooses to make them public without risk or expense to the Antiquary. Note J. Alarm of invasion. The story of the false alarm at Fairport, and the consequences, are taken from a real incident. Those who witnessed the state of Britain, and of Scotland in particular, from the period that succeeded the war which commenced in 1803, to the Battle of Trafalgar, must recollect those times with feelings which we can hardly hope to make the rising generation comprehend. Almost every individual was enrolled either in a military or civil capacity, for the purpose of contributing to resist the long-suspended threats of invasion, which were echoed from every quarter. Beacons were erected along the coast, and all through the country, to give the signal for every one to repair to the post where his peculiar duty called him, and men of every description fit to serve held themselves in readiness on the shortest summons. During this agitating period, and on the evening of the 2nd February, 1804, the person who kept watch on the commanding station of Homecastle, being deceived by some accidental fire in the county of Northumberland, which he took for the corresponding valleys on the English border. If the beacon at St. Abb's Head had been fired, the alarm would have run northward, and roused all Scotland, but the watch at this important point judiciously considered, and if there had been an actual or threatened descent on our eastern sea coast, the alarm would have come along the coast, and not from the interior of the country. Through the border counties the alarm spread with rapidity, and on no occasion, when that country was the scene of perpetual and unceasing war, was the summons to arms more readily obeyed. In Berwickshire, Roxburghshire, and Selkirkshire, the volunteers and militia got under arms with a degree of rapidity and alacrity, which, considering the distance individuals lived from each other, had something in it very surprising. They poured to the alarm posts on the sea coast, in a state so well armed and so completely appointed, with baggage, provisions, etc., as was accounted by the best military judges to render them fit for instant and effectual service. There were some particulars in the general alarm which are curious and interesting. The men of Liddesdale, the most remote point to the westward which the alarm reached, were so much afraid of being late in the field, that they put in requisition all the horses they could find, and when they had thus made a forced march out of their own country, they turned their borrowed steeds loose to find their way back through the hills, and they all got back safe to their own stables. Another remarkable circumstance was the general cry of the inhabitants of the smaller towns for arms, that they might go along with their companions. The Selkirkshire yeomanry made a remarkable march, for although some of the individuals lived at 20 and 30 miles distance from the place where they mustered, they were nevertheless embodied and in order in so short a period that they were at Dalkeith, which was their alarm post, about 1 o'clock on the day succeeding the first signal, with men and horses in good order, though the roads were in a bad state, and many of the troopers must have ridden 40 or 50 miles without drawing bridle. 2 members of the corps chanced to be absent from their homes, and in Edinburgh on private business. The lately married wife of one of these gentlemen, and the widowed mother of the other, sent the arms, uniforms, and chargers of the 2 troopers, that they might join their companions at Dalkeith. The author was very much struck by the answer made to him by the last-mentioned lady, when he paid her some compliment on the readiness which she showed in equipping her son with the means of meeting danger, when she might have left him a fair excuse for remaining absent. "Sir," she replied, with the spirit of a Roman matron, "none can know better than you that my son is the only prop by which, since his father's death, our family is supported. But I would rather see him dead on that hearth, than hear that he had been a horse's length behind his companions in the defence of his king and country." The author mentions what was immediately under his own eye, and within his own knowledge, but the spirit was universal, wherever the alarm reached, both in Scotland and England. The account of the ready patriotism displayed by the country on this occasion warmed the hearts of Scottishmen in every corner of the world. It reached the ears of the well-known Dr. Leyden, whose enthusiastic love of Scotland and of his own district of Teviotdale formed a distinguished part of his character. The account which was read to him when on his sick bed stated very truly that the different corps, on arriving at their alarm posts, announced themselves by their music, playing the tunes peculiar to their own districts, many of which have been gathering signals for centuries. It was particularly remembered that the Liddesdale men, before mentioned, entered Kelso playing the lively tune, "Oh, wha dare meddle with me, and wha dare meddle with me? My name it is Little Jock Elliot, and what dare meddle with me?" The patient was so delighted with this display of ancient border spirit that he sprung up in his bed and began to sing the old song with such vehemence of action and voice that his attendants, ignorant of the cause of excitation, concluded that the fever had taken possession of his brain, and it was only the entry of another borderer, Sir John Malcolm, and the explanation, which he was well qualified to give, that prevented them from resorting to means of medical coercion. The circumstances of this false alarm and its consequences may be now held of too little importance even for a note upon a work of fiction, but, at the period when it happened, it was hailed by the country as a propitious omen, that the national force, to which much must naturally have been trusted, had the spirit to look in the face the danger which they had taken arms to repel, and every one was convinced that on whichever side God might bestow the victory, the invaders would meet with the most determined opposition from the children of the soil. End reader's note. End chapter fourth. End of the Antiquary by Sir Walter Scott.